you imagine like an anathema, like Hillsong worship remix?
We anathematize you. We descend into Hades to laugh in your face as we see you burning in coals. No, I'm joking.
We anathematize you, descending to Hades just to laugh in your face as we see you burning in cold.
Bro, I got the following. I got 28,000. I got 200,000 on TikTok. 300,000, 500,000. How do I monetize these people? You know what I mean? How do I monetize these people?
I like shoes and I like money.
I got the following. I got 28,000. I got 200,000 on TikTok. How do I monetize these people? I like shoes and I like money. We anathematize you, descending to Hades just to laugh in your face as we see you burning in cold.
You got to figure out what is your product going to be? What can you sell people?
Gotta figure out what is your product gonna be. What are you going to sell people? That's the actual question.
That's the actual question.
We can pussyfoot around and say I want to have a ministry. But what we're really asking is like, how do I build a business? We anathematize you, descending to Hades just to laugh in your face as we see you burning in cold.
Right? So we can pussyfoot around and we can say, oh, like I want to have a ministry and I want to do this and I want to do that, right? But what we're really asking is like, how do I build a business? What is my bank account going to look like in the next 2 to 3 years? I need 7 figures. I need 7 figures.
I would love to be in a position someday where I just have FU money.
I'm more thinking, what is my bank account going to look like in the next 2 to 3 years?
I need 7 figures. I need 7 figures. I would love to be in a position someday where I just have FU money. Let him be.
What is my bank account going to look like in the next 2 to 3 years? I need 7 figures. I need 7 figures.
How do I monetize these people? You know what I mean?
Are we trying to come off pious by saying, oh, it's for the Lord, it's for the gospel?
I like shoes. I like money. I would love to be in a position someday where I just have FU money.
Anathematize you, descending to Hades just to laugh in your face as we see you burning in cold. Go in peace, you know what to do. Start your own church, going back to the first century with Business Church.
We anathematize you.
Anathema, eh?
Yo, what's up, everybody? Welcome to the stream. How y'all doing today? So today we're going to talk about people. Unfortunately, it's not the thing that I like to talk about, but so much has happened and so much craziness has gone on that I have to update you guys on it. But we're going to take some calls. There will be some theological topics. Hopefully we have some good conversations, some good debates, people who disagree, right? But first, some super chats, which, I guess somehow I forced you guys to send those over here because we're sponsoring, we're grifters, right? That's what we're doing over here, I guess. Somehow somebody forced you guys to donate. Journey of Abundance, $5. Can we go ahead and put JP on the leaderboard for best Orthodox apologist? Dude, it's a disaster. It's an utter disaster for the evangelicals right now. And it's like Andrew Wilson, I love Andrew Wilson is calling into these random evangelical like YouTube streams. It's making them look like utter fools, dude. Like utter fools. It's not even close, dude. But yeah, I think JP is up there in terms of making orthodoxy look good. Thank you for the super chat.
Also divided over what's called a philoke, the issue of Jesus having, did he proceed from the Father?
Just blunder after blunder. Thank you, Journey of Abundance. 5 shekels for your 7-figure business, George. Thank you, bro. Appreciate that.
What is my bank account going to look like in the next 2 to 3 years? I need 7 figures. I need 7 figures.
Thank you. I had somebody talking smack in the chat. It's Ortho Carpenter. I can't be the only one who thinks this intro music is bad. It's a parody, dude. Relax. Holy cow. Ruslan is selling the Bless God Leadership Planner. Like, does it have like daily Bible verses and readings in it? Like, what value are you getting out of a leadership planner? Does it make you a leader? Like, I don't know, man. Thank you for the $2, dude. I appreciate it. I got a new membership from Random Thoughts. Thank you, man, for the membership. And Mickey 6705 with $2. Oops, I grifted.
That's amazing.
Thanks, guys. Ash, guys, I talked to Ash for like an hour today. He is a cool guy. I like Ash a lot. I'm Jewish, so only 2 for you. He's got a sense, dude. Ash, I've been going through his shorts just because, like, whatever. He made JP look like I don't think he intended to make JP look like a buffoon, but like that was kind of the result of it. And yeah, dude, his reels are actually really funny. Thank you, man. I appreciate it. Well, if you're Jewish, then I guess
I'm BIPOC too. I identify as black.
Thanks. Brett Sales, $10. You just monetized me. Thank you, man. Well, if you guys check out the Woolen Sword, I think it's a YouTube channel that Brett runs where he talks about he explains and takes you through walkthroughs about how to make like prayer ropes. It's pretty good. More Samurai Shampoo, $5. Please, no, I don't want to send money. Someone help, dude. It's so ridiculous. Like, look, a grifter is somebody who abandons their principles and values in order to make money, right? That's what a grifter. This is like not complicated, and they think that we're grifters because I guess we're too principled. If we stick to our principles too much, that's literally the opposite of a grifter. Like, it's so low tier and like, it's dumb, dude. It's dumb. I didn't want to say that, but it is. Got another membership from the Lima. Thank you for the membership. $5. Chris Lasala just dropped another video on Jay Dyer. Let's review it. All right, bet we'll do that. $5 from Connor Burgess. How many more super chats until my family gets released, dude?
Do you cry over Mother Mary on Friday nights?
I need more super chats and more tears. That's how your family gets released, man. Thank you for the donation. And $2, Bear Shinobi. Monetize me harder, Pappy. Oh no. How do I monetize you harder? I didn't even know. Like, oh, maybe I get negative reinforcement, right? If you do not send a super chat, then here's a logic lesson, conditional statements. Then you are
Beta.
No, I'm just joking around, guys. You all know that. $5 from Succo. It's okay, guys. Alex won't send us to Radar Apologetics to be circumcised. I can't believe that guy actually, if he's intact, then he lopped it off, dude. He lopped it off. The guy from Radar Apologetics freaking convinced him to do it, man. Well, here's a new one on the soundboard, but you guys will recognize it. Let me turn the volume down a bit for it. I don't know if it's EQ'd properly, but if You give in to the Judaizing heresy. You were intact and you lop it off because you think you need to keep the law. We have a word in the church for that. Don't do it, guys. Don't be a Judaizer. Don't do it. Thank you for the donations. Okay. So it all started or this past weekend where it was this clip really that I was reacting to this video with Father Stephen and with Nikolai on my last stream. And this clip kind of bugged me a bit. So I was like, you know what, let's just post it so that it at least makes the rounds, because, you know, we're coming across a lot of evidence and it's not really like bookmarked anywhere, which like normally I'd get a paralegal to do or something, but I have to do it and it's important. And basically this is a clip of Ruslan admitting, like unknowingly, to all of the things that we have been talking about his approach. Like he says to the effect, he says, a lot of this I don't give a lot of thought to, talking about like theological ideas. I am busy building podcasts, going to live events, writing books, and doing things. I don't think about like, what is this theological view on this thing? Like, that's what this is all about, dude, is this theological view on this thing. And you're admitting, you're bragging that you don't think about that, right? So, and here he is. I can save fractions of a second here and there. Like, dude, he's bragging. This isn't even like he's bragging that I don't know about theology. I'm busy out here getting my money, dude. Like, this is so ridiculous. So I'm like over here calling this out or whatever. We have Father Ron in the comments. On that note, I'm convinced that David Wood is seeking not the true church, but views. You know, I'm kind of going back and forth on that. And Nixie here caught the meme, the reference that I was making. Like, dude, they are freaking bragging, dog. They are bragging. Here's another one that got my attention from these same guys, the Christian King from JP Mahler, like Humble Servant, all these guys that Ruslan has put. These are Ruslan's guys, dude. He is pushing these guys, right? And here's what they're saying about, like, look at how they treated Father Ron when he came onto their show, right? Father Ron is over here. This was like months ago, right? So he was kind of newer to the online scene, and you know, this is something that you learn by doing. It's not something you read a book or read an online article and you figure out how to do it, right? You need experience. And you guys that have been here from the very beginning have seen that. Like my impression is just becoming more and more pessimistic about this online Orthodox, not the Orthodox sphere, but just like the general online. Hold up, he turned up boomer fallacy. Oh my God. What'd I do? What'd I do? My sound's off. Test. Can you guys hear me? Oh, the video has no sound. Okay. You got me. Boomer moment.
Out of this, it's just stuff that I personally don't give a lot of thought to, because I'm actually out doing the thing. I'm actually out building the podcast, doing the live events, right? Writing the books. I'm doing the thing. So I don't sit around and think, oh, I wonder what this, specific theological view is on this thing. And like a lot of this.
So he's bragging, dude. He's talking about like this specific view on this thing, this specific view on that thing. Like, dude, that's what this is all about, dude, is having the right. Like, what is the right view? Is this a view that matters that we need to have the right thing on? Like, that's what the discussion is about, right? Cast the demon out of no audio, I guess, bro. I guess that's what I got to do. So this one really bugged me. And like, look at how Christian King treated Father Ron, right, on this podcast, on his show with like the soundboard and whatnot. It's totally unfair.
What is the gospel?
Well, I know, I kind of know what this is about. So, you know, that's like asking St. Paul what the gospel is. And he just basically in Romans, 1:5 basically said the whole Bible's the gospel. I mean, I think I know what's behind that question. Okay. I know what's behind that question. But I mean, it's my answer would sound roughly the same.
So honestly, not a horrible question. Father Ron is just saying, like, look, you can't really simplify this down. Like, the gospel is a holistic thing, right? And even if you boil it down to something, right, there's always going to be another thing left out. This is what we're always cheesing the Protestants for, right? It's like, well, you just have to believe and put your trust in Jesus. It's like the Mormons do that too. Are they saved? Well, no. Like, come on, dude. And yeah, the sound effects. That's right. Sound effects were insane. Oh, Father Ron's in the chat. What's up? What's up? They did do Father Ron dirty for sure.
So your answer is the whole Bible is the gospel?
Well, it is. It says that in Romans.
What?
Okay.
No.
But I would say if I had to truncate,
Romans
reduce it to a tract, we couldn't do that. What is the gospel? Come and see. Just as Jesus told Andrew, Andrew and the other disciple.
What? No.
Like, what is that, dude? Like, you're gonna have a call-in stream, you're gonna like ridicule and mock these people, right? Like, even if you look at Jay's stream, like, he doesn't even do that. Like, people say he's the meanest. Honestly, if people come in and have like actual questions, he doesn't do that to people. Like, if they come in and they're doofuses, then, you know, you kind of get what you're looking for, right? You come looking for trouble and you come looking to start trouble, and that's what you're gonna find, right? But like this is ridiculous. This is a man of God, a priest, right? Who's like here trying to help and like educate these people. And instead of actually learning something, they're here trying to meme on poor Father Ron.
John chapter 1.
Well, okay, so let me rephrase the question, right? When you know in the Bible we say, hey, you know, go spread the gospel. Mm-hmm. To you, that means
come to church.
Like, read it to somebody the whole Bible.
Oh Lord.
Come to church. Bruh. That's my answer.
So,
and there you will get smacked with the whole Bible.
So
not only
the
in
gospel
words, but
is
in utterances, in color, in smells, in everything, in encounters with other Christians who are like-minded, who believe the same thing, and you're truly our brothers and sisters with. So that cannot be reduced to sorry.
That is a good point, though. That like you're not going to really understand the gospel unless you're living a Christian life, right? So.
Fact that you can put under the
I am 100% cuckoo for Christy Pops.
Are you a priest?
Yes.
In any like type of Russian Orthodox?
I'm in the Greek Archdiocese.
Let's see the stumps.
Oh yeah, basically you said the gospel is like at the church. That's your answer.
It is the church. It is the church.
What?
I know you're shaking your head. But for me, it is.
Yeah. So like the reaction is always incredulity, right? Every single time it's like, well, where do you find the gospel? Like, what is the gospel? Like, honestly, come and see, right? And they're just like, oh man, he said the church is the gospel. Okay, what's your argument? What's your objection? They just said what he said, but they said it in a way that they don't like. Like, so basically, I responded to this clip and I said, like, look, these are the same people that are whining and moaning about ortho bros are so mean. These are the exact same people that mock and ridicule Father Ron as he's extending an olive branch. Like, hey, look, I'll come on your program. I'll talk about orthodoxy as a priest, right? Hey, Ruslan, isn't this one of your boys, by the way? Isn't it? And then, you know, humble servant responds and he says, you said olive branch. I wonder if that claim would hold up scrutiny. And I'm just using their tactics against them at this point because this is so stupid, dude. Like, this is so dumb. They want to play piety signaling. Okay, let's play the dumb piety signaling game, right? What the heck? I said, will you denounce Christian King as a meanie evangelibro? Because you didn't comment on what I said, right? Like, oh, now we're concerned with the content and not the piety signaling. Whoa, interesting. Like how you guys are just going to like change, right? So then I doubled down on this. I said, look, I'll call in and discuss. And like this got some attention, right? 200 likes, a ton of views. I'll call in and discuss this topic as soon as your boy, Christian King, publicly repents and apologizes of his mocking Father Ron, right? You prostrate and repent before me, you filthy evangelicals. You know, that's the same expectation that they have of us. Well, let's see, because they do the same thing. They have unclean hands in this situation. They want to play the piety game. We don't. We never did. We never wanted to compare pieties, right? Although, look at the lives of the saints. We'll smoke you there too. But like, dude, we're here talking about issues, about dogmatics. Like me, Jay, Cleve, we are not in a pastoral role. We're not priests. We're not your spiritual father. We are literally talking about dogmatics. That's like all we are basically authorized to talk about, right? So that's those issues. There is another issue where this whole fiasco was just insane and so stupid, right? So this Chris LaSala guy, LaSala, which is like what, the room, La Sala, Chris the Room, if anybody's familiar with the Latin or Romanian a little bit, where he took this, apparently this is some Eminem like song graphic. He changed the face on it to be Jay's face. And then he put in big red, all capital letters on this image of like a scope looking at a person who's been shot in the head and killed, like shot in between the eyes and unalived. Put in big red, all capital letters, by Jay. In what world is this normal online apologetics? In what dimension is this normal online apologetics? This is not normal behavior. I have worked with these people before. I have worked with the public, right? I remember I was working on a PI case and the client, you know, I'm asking him about like his history or whatever. Like, have you had any other like prior lawsuits, been in trouble with the law? It's like an older gentleman. And he looks at me and he goes, yeah, I was in jail from like 77 to 87 or something. I was like, okay, like, what happened? What'd you do? And he goes, murder. And I was like, okay, moving on, you know, because that's not relevant to a PI case, right? But it's important for me to know about. But like the details aren't really relevant. But it's like, dude, this is what those kinds of people do, man. Like, this is what they do. Oh, dude, and people are trying to defend this as proper, defensible Christian behavior, right? And they have this stupid defense. Oh, don't you know, Alex? This is a Machine Gun Kelly diss reference. It's like, so what? Does that mean that it cannot be used to normalize violence just because it came from some diss track towards Machine Gun Kelly? So what? What is your point? Like, so what? You can still use that image to normalize violence in the sphere, right? This is utterly unacceptable. This is not how you should do online apologetics. You know what JP says? He calls me a satanic liar. This is in reference to an Eminem diss track he did on Machine Gun Kelly. And he doesn't even realize that doesn't mean anything. So what? What if I change the face to JP Uncut and I put his face here and I said, by JP in big red, all caps letters? How is he going to feel about that? More so, here's how you know it's wrong. How would Jamie feel about this? Did anybody ever ask that question? This is far beyond the pale of calling somebody a dummy or an idiot in the heat of the moment or when they say something stupid, right? This is far beyond that. This is utterly unacceptable. And like, these people call themselves Christian apologists. These deliverance ministers, which Cleve has covered at length, like the utter absurdities and demonic activity going on over there. And I can't believe people are trying to defend this. It's like, it's so insane to me because like I have seen these people work with these people, right? Nobody asked, dude, how would Jamie feel about this? If somebody called Jay a dummy or an idiot, it should be like, well, honey, you know, you are in online apologetics. You should have a thicker skin. Nobody signs up for something like this when they start doing online apologetics. You should be able to do online apologetics without having your face at the end of a scope. Nobody signs up for this. It's crazy, dude. Okay, moving on. Oh, in response to this stupid argument against the saying, oh, this is just a diss track. Dude, okay. Eric Harris. You guys know who Eric Harris was? He was one of the Columbine Pew Pewers. You guys remember that? Dude, can you guys hear that? Dude, watch. I'm getting freaking swatted. Imagine, bro. Okay. Parental advisory explicit screams Christian. I know, right? Okay, so Eric Harris was the Columbine Pew Pewer. Throughout his notebooks, he had drawings of like these doom images, right? Throughout all of his notebooks. Which is like, okay, by itself, this doesn't actually technically mean anything. He is probably just into doom, right? You know what he had drawn behind these images of the doom people? Freaking plans for an explosive. He had mapped out blueprints for how to make explosives in his notebook behind these images. He like drew these on top of the blueprint for the notebook, right? So, or the blueprint for the explosives. So, again, when you're looking at like, is this a credible threat, right? People are like, oh, well, look, it's a Machine Gun Kelly thing. That is like literally totally irrelevant. The thing that matters when you're assessing an actual threat is specificity. Specificity, right? Did they name a time? Did they name a place? Did they name a method, right? So when you're looking at this, you have some specificity here. He didn't just take the image from the song and use it, right? He changed it. He went through the effort to change the face and make it Jay's face. He went through the effort to add the all red, all caps, big letters by Jay. That's pretty specific, dude. Just like that maniac Eric Harris did over here. These are specific symbols of death drawn on top of a blueprint for explosives, right? I feel like tripping over the MGK thing is silly. I don't care about your feelings. Do you have any reasons? What are your reasons? Oh, that's not Jay. No, he did change it. He changed it to look like Jay. I'll show you the original image. Okay. This is the original one. That's the original one. He changed the face, dude. He changed the face for it to be more like Jay. He very obviously changed it. He did. So, here's where it actually started getting a little salty. So Cleve shared this, and this is like we talked about this last time on the stream. Westhoff said that all prayers to the saints are like what, tantamount to idolatry or something. It's getting close to idolatry. And this guntario.com guy says, because they are. So me, you know, in my zeal, it's like these look at this Protestant saying that like we are idolaters, right? Because we are idolaters, right? And I said, wow, look how dangerous this evangelical is, calling us idolaters and wanting to debate theology, which is, that's what they say about us, right? When will you condemn the evangeli-bro problem, which again is what they say about us? Why don't you tell them to stand down, control their emotions, and behave in a respectful manner? Which this is a quote from the Gospel Truth from one of his tweets earlier. Marlon over there at that channel. He said that, you know, the ortho bros need to control their emotions and behave in a respectful manner. Is it respectful to call us idolaters, right? And JP is like, Alex, why are you tagging me in your nonsense? Because these are your boys, dude. They said you're the one whining about the ortho bro problem, but you're blind to your own side. What are you talking about? Before these last 2 months, I was hammering Protestants hard. Stop tagging me on this crap. Okay, well, then maybe stop talking about ortho bros and I'll stop tagging you in this crap. But you're not going to be able to just go out and say whatever you want. Obviously, it's a foreseeable outcome that you're going to get challenged and tagged and stuff. Wake up, dude. Hello. And then I said this, which I think this is what got him mad. He said, I get you're trying to handle the PR disaster of getting cooked by Ash, who wasn't even fully prepared for a debate. Ash agreed to that like an hour or two before like calling in, dude. Like, And he still cooked him, right? How'd he cook me? Explain it right here, dude. Everybody knows. This is self-evident. You have to accept my axioms, right? So now let's go back to this post right here where I said, hey, Christian King needs to publicly repent and prostrate before the ortho bros before we will even talk to him, right? And you know what JP Uncut does? He makes an AI image of me as a pig, which is fine. He didn't hurt my feelings with this. You know, this happens, right? When you put yourself online, this is a possibility you expose yourself to. This is okay, I guess. For me, other people would disagree. Other people would say this crosses a line. So, yeah, I think this is kind of ridiculous, right? Because Jay Dyer is mean, right? These people are utter hypocrites, dude. They are utter hypocrites. It's insane how hypocritical they are. And dude, peak this ratio, dude. You got 6 likes, 20 comments. These people are utter hypocrites. They don't believe what they're saying. They don't believe it. They are liars. Like it's insane how much they lie, dude. Jay isn't mean. He's gay. You heard what he said about my skin. You follow a gay cult leader. Are you serious, dude? Ruslan, this is your guy? What a joke. What an utter joke. This is like laughable. I'm over here debating, like, Elijah Yassi would put JP like thoroughly in his place, man. Aaron Gallagher would smoke this guy. Like, it's unreal, dude. It really is unreal. Like, how low tier, dude? Like the lowest tier. Like, I can't even describe it. Like the lowest rung of hell. Like, that's how bad they are at apologetics. Like, it's insane. Like, this is what I'm dealing with here. So I tag Ruslan and I say, dude, is this your guy? Pick him up and bring him back to whatever mental health rehab facility you found him at. Because this is crazy person behavior, dude. This is crazy person behavior. This is how, like, those people, when I work with the public, this is like, when you start seeing those signs, like, this is a crazy person. This is how they act, right? I don't want to hear another word out of your guys' hypocritical mouths ever again about Jay Dyer and the ortho bro problem. This is utterly ridiculous. And then this guy, Josiah, comes in with his, like, oh, his neutral third position, right? It's bad on all sides. Clearly, it isn't just an EO issue online. To say otherwise is madness. Okay, some Anon accounts go and they make some AI-generated images of JP. Do you see any of the apologists doing that, dude? You're like, okay, maybe you have Jay and Voice of Reason. He's a groomer, dude. Like, if there's any situation where it's justified, it's probably that one, man. So I said, no, absolutely not. They were the ones who wanted to make this about piety signaling. They pretended to be holier than thou. They demanded our public repentance. We did not want to play that game. Literally within 2 hours of using their own games against them, they fell apart. They are not honest people, which I stand by every word. And then here's like, dude, the ratios are just abysmal. Like, he gets 1 like, which and 4,200 views, 1 like. 1 like, 1,300 views. Like, I very strongly thought that, like, he was liking his own posts, which is, like, kind of sad at that point, right? It's like, dude, everybody can see this, right? This is just Ash, like, mogging JP. Like, everybody can see, like, how sad this is, right? And, you know, maybe at some point you'd think, dude, maybe JP has the good sense to just be like, my bad, dude. I took it a little too far, guys. I'm sorry. Right? And then everybody would forgive him. They'd give him flack for maybe like another day. And then they'd be like, okay, guys, let's not like be too hard on him. What does this man do? He freaking doubles down. He doubles down. I want to apologize to Alex for posting this photo. I thought Alex Soren was Mexican. I didn't know he was Italian. And he took this as racism. I don't know if he's serious or if he's just trolling. Everybody knows I'm Romanian. Like, it's in my freaking bio. I want to apologize because I only posted this because what I meant to say is he's dirty in his tactics, like a pig, and overweight. Like, okay. They're like, didn't Cleve show those posts of him on Facebook saying, like, I just fasted for 72 hours. Like, buddy, you need a psychological evaluation because this is not how somebody with their mental health, with a fit mental health, this is not how they act. This is not how they talk. And you might have some, like, I say this out of love, you might have some anorexia or bulimia problems. Like, you need to go have like a psychological evaluation done, dude. This is not how normal people act, right? And like, dude, remember, I haven't even been doing this for a year. Like, I'm not a famous person by any means. Like, I'm just like trying to take you guys along the journey of me learning this stuff and, you know, conquering bad guys along the way and like hopefully trying to put in something for holy orthodoxy at the end of the day. But like, dude, the people online, dude, these are not normal people. I'm just like some normal lawyer from the Midwest. These are not normal people, dude. I'm just like trying to be friendly with everybody. And I'm telling you, the ortho bros are the most normal people out of all of them. It's crazy. It really is insane. Like, I'm telling you, these are crazy people that have big followings online. Like, very few of them are actually down to earth and normal, right? Like David Erhan, like Cleve, like Ubi Petrus, like Jay Dyer. Like, I don't know, dude. Anyway, it was psych. This clown stood silent when people made photos of me like this all through the past weeks. Dude, I didn't even know that anybody was making pictures of him, by the way, at this point. As soon as I make one photo back, the ortho bros have been manifesting and claiming we are the same. I mean, duh. Seems like I'm supposed to stay quiet and take the harassment. As soon as I respond back, you're not Christian. Alex is the perfect. How am I the perfect example of hypocrisy? I didn't make any images of you, you dummy. Like, you need a psych eval, man. So Andrew Wilson comes in, he big dogs with his huge audience. It's freaking about time, right? I'm over here getting big dogged by Gavin Ortland, which recently I did get an enormous ratio on him. But Andrew says, so Alex is paying the price for the sins of others. Sounds like somebody else you claim to know, right? Referring to Jesus. Obviously, I'm not Jesus, but we have to emulate Jesus in a way. I think that's the point that Andrew is trying to make. Like, hey, the point of being a Christian is to emulate Christ, right? Christian, to emulate Christ. And Andrew is making the point that, like, hey, Alex is kind of demonstrating that better than you are because you're trying to get revenge on somebody who never did anything wrong to you in the first place or didn't wrong you in this way, right? And JP is just like, yeah, just blockheaded, dude. This is like talking to a wall, man. I'm not even gonna bother going through that. So this is the background that goes to like all of the shifting with the debate schedule, right? So this is like the huge thing, the debate schedule, right? This is what we were talking about. Harassment. JP has been attacking me online nonstop because he felt embarrassed. That's literally it. It's all because he tried to call you bad faith. He was so eager, dude. He was so eager to call you bad faith. Like, it's insane. He'd like hopped on that so quickly, which in itself is bad faith, right? You shouldn't call somebody bad faith unless you have a good reason and you've thoroughly investigated that, because that's like you're disparaging someone's character. I only came on with Cleve to respond because he was slandering me. Yeah. Also, Ash put a good video out about like what factors we should consider when we're doing apologetics. Like, of course, there's going to be some banter, some riff-raff, some like smack talk going back and forth, but there are like certain lines that we should just not cross, right? So anyway, here's the back and forth debate, which the debate tomorrow is not going. It's going to be on June 10th as originally planned. But here, JP says it seems like the debate between Alex and I has been pushed until October. Okay. I cannot wait nearly that long. We can have Cleve himself to moderate on his channel. I'll cook Alex live there on the prompt we agreed, then do a second debate on MDD. Okay. Does this not sound like he wants to move this debate up and then do another debate on MDD? Does it not sound that way? Am I the only like person in the room that is reading it in that manner? So the thing is, he was wrong, and this was not confirmed by anybody. So I was just like chilling at home watching dating shows with my wife. That's what she likes to watch, whatever. I opened up my phone to just like, hey, what's happening on Twitter, right? Just for a second, I see this. I was like, wait, what? It was pushed until October? I don't remember seeing that. I opened up my email. There's like an email from Modern Day Debates. It says something like, hey, JP and Alex, we would like for you to have something at DebateCon. Does October work for you? Right? That was like the essence of the email, right? I'm not going to pull them up and like show all the emails that I have going back and forth. This is like selective disclosures, right? But I could see how that was ambiguous. So I sent an email back to MDD and I said, hey, I can't like June 10th. Can you confirm what the dates are? Right? Because you don't go around posting things unless you have a confirmation. Right? So it seems like the debate between Alex and I has been pushed until October. Nobody said that. He blundered and he just went and he posted that on the internet without confirming anything. Nobody ever said the debate was pushed until October. He posted this on Twitter. JP also sent me an email saying, hey, the debate has been pushed to October and Andrew Wilson offered to host a debate. Would you like to do that? So I'm under the impression, I'm like, dude, the debate got pushed until October. I guess he's speaking with so much confidence. Me, doofus that I am, didn't realize that I have to confirm even this from JP. I have to confirm whether he got the dates right. I wrongly assumed that JP can actually get the dates right. Right. So I'm going off of this information here, right? Dummy that I am. Andrew comes in, he says, I'll host it on the Crucible. Let's make it happen tomorrow. I can't do tomorrow, right? I wasn't on Twitter at this time, right? So as soon as I log in, like a little while, whatever, like 2 hours later, then I'm down for Tuesday. Let's do it, confirmed, whatever. Thinking that the debate actually had been pushed to October, right? And then, like, everybody can see that JP is like trying to back out of this. Like Nixie says, he asked for a super specific debate prompt. He grants you one. Can't back out without an excuse because he thought that now that we have a different moderator, he has unilateral discretion on what the format is. And then we went back and forth like ad nauseum. I'm not going to go through all that stuff. But like, here are the tweets. I was like, dude, why can't you just do the same format that we agreed to like literally 3 days ago? Why are you trying to unilaterally completely change the format so that there is no time for me to make my positive case, you to make your positive case, for you to actually understand what I'm saying, which he won't because he doesn't understand these things. I'm pretty convinced he just lacks the intellectual capacity to understand like how different evidences are used, like the nuances between certain arguments, burdens of proof, shifting burdens of proof, he doesn't understand those things. Like he's just not gifted in this area. And I don't mean that in a mean way. This is not his thing. I don't know why he's trying to do it. Right. So here's like another tweet. It's kind of showing like, hey, why are we going back and forth on this? This is crazy. And then he full manifested and he started saying like, yo, pig, you spread propaganda of a false death threat, you nasty, filthy pig. You said an Eminem album cover was a death threat, which first of all, it's not an album cover. It's a graphic associated with one song. And the album cover was altered. The face was altered and the lettering, like the wording was added, which shows specificity, which is actually how you assess a death threat, all because you wanted to distract people from that your false god, Jay Dyer, is a grifter. Like, yes, he's a grifter because he's so uncompromising in his position. I guess that makes people a grifter. Like, literally, this is the people that we're dealing with. Okay. So he finally, like, whatever, I agree to this stuff. He agrees. He slips in the word informally there. And then we have that big debate, whatever. This whole thing is like so ridiculous, man. But anyway, I get an email from Modern Day Debates and he's like, you guys, we were supposed to have this on June 10th. Why'd you go set up a debate with Andrew on the same topic earlier? He's like, I really don't like this. Like, why'd you guys do that? And I was like, friggin' JP told me that it was pushed to October, which is like the dumbest excuse I had ever. But like, I talked to James on the phone today and I was like, dude, look, you don't want this person because he just causes trouble. Every single debate that I've set up with MDD has been like seamless, like flawless, like no problems at all. Everything has been set up like so easily. Like that's so dumb. Yeah, I know, dude. I agree with you. Literally, this whole thing happened because JP jumped the gun and he didn't actually confirm what the dates are. That's why this whole thing happened. And dude, James worked like freaking overtime to make JP happy for this debate. He called him. He talked to him. He's like, hey, man, you realize the debate prompts are like the same. Why are you trying to change like one word when like substantively these mean the same things? He like coaxed him. He like made him feel good about himself. He like gave him words of affirmation, like speaking his love language. He spent hours and hours trying to get this debate together. Meanwhile, I'm over here. It's the debate with Sam Farag, the debate that I have this Friday with Method Ministries with Lucas. Dude, it was like 5 text messages. We have numerous emails, a very long email chain with JP trying to get this debate set up, dude. It's insane. A huge baby, dude. Huge baby. I have never gone back and forth over the wording of a prompt more than with JP. Like, at the end of the day, it is his fault. I don't know if he did it intentionally. I get the sense that he just jumped the gun and he just acted without thinking because he didn't even bother confirming. Like that email from MDD, that was vague. So that's why you send a clarifying question. You confirm what the dates are before you freaking go on Twitter and set up another debate with Andrew Wilson. Like, it's insane, dude. Like, it's like so irresponsible. Do these people have any professional training? I don't know. Anyway, there you go. That's the whole story with this whole thing. The debate tomorrow is not happening. It's going to happen on June 10th on MDD, as we always said it would. Okay, super chats, $1.99. You should do a Rabbi Billy Grift persona. Oh, like Pastor, it's the one that good Godfather always, Randy Balls, Rabbi Billy Grift. I'm not a good actor. I can try, dude. Try. They're crashing out because this is the first time they have people who aren't afraid to push back with actual substance. Yeah, dude, I'm not afraid of them. I've dealt much scarier people in court, dude. Sometimes they're my clients. It's really crazy. Like, dude, we're just uncompromising, and we are not ecumenists. Ecumenism is wrong. Ecumenism is a heresy. All of them are ecumenists. The Roman Catholics are ecumenists because of Vatican II. They have to believe that. All the Protestants are ecumenists because they say, well, if you think baptism saves or is a means of grace, or if you think it's not, it doesn't really matter. You can all be saved. That sounds like ecumenism to me, dude. Your sound's off, Unk. Yeah, I know. I fixed it. That's from earlier. Important question. Taking Back Sunday or My Chemical Romance? As of recently, this is going to sound cringe, dude, but My Chemical Romance. This is about Ruslan saying, ain't got no time for thinking and stuff. That's literally what he said, and he's bragging about it because I'm out there doing things. Like, he's bragging, dude. It's crazy. Corky Canvas, $5. I left an IFB cult with my husband. I spent 25 years there and looking into orthodoxy. Your videos and Father Stephen's books have been so helpful. Thank you. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you for the encouragement. It goes a long way. I will get back to the more scripted videos here. I promise, guys. It's just, when the debates come in, when it's a year of plenty, you have to store up the grain storage units, right? I'm just thinking of Joseph, like 7 years of plenty, 7 years of famine. If the debates are coming in now, I should take them, right? If I can, and I'm convinced, that I have enough time to do a good job, then I should, right? Like, I'll get back to the educational videos after, when they stop wanting to debate because they lost all of them, right? Compendium, $2. JP blocked me after I used his tactics against him. Yeah, I'm shocked that I'm not blocked at this point, right? Open Sneeko's kick stream and listen to them bastardizing the Bible and making so much stuff up right now. This is insane. I don't trust that my stream will stay safe if I'm reacting to Sneekos. Don't they say weird stuff? Like, I don't know. Eminem was talking about unaliving MGK in this track. I mean, guys, this is about Eminem's song about Machine Gun Kelly. Well, what does he say in the song? Well, he says that he unalives him. These people cannot think. Like, just ask one more question. It's just not that much more thinking, guys. Just one higher order question. Just one level higher. That's it. Not like one half a level higher. That's it. But they can't do it. It's very frustrating. These people remind me of the Romanian Pentecostal at my job who ranted about how wearing a cross is idolatrous and evil because it's a weapon. Well, that's literally no early Christian saw it that way. They got flack for wearing it from the pagans because you know what the pagan position was? They saw it as a weapon. For the Christian, it's a symbol of their salvation, right? Alex, thanks for letting me advertise the Antiochian Dom Z PLC. We sold out the special rate hotel rooms. Registration ends soon, June 10 to 13. Steve's band, The Axios, is playing the reception. Well, there you go. There's your product placement. Thank you for the $10. I appreciate it. Message to you and Cleve, is it haram not to acknowledge Father Stephen when he's cooking in the chat? Yes, it is, dude. My channel is growing too much. I got too much people. Yeah, Father Stephen always cooking in the chat. Father Stephen doesn't get enough credit for his sense of humor. He's so smart. He's so knowledgeable. He knows so much about the Bible, which is all true. But his sense of humor, though. Okay. $5 from Tengu. I thought that was sirens outside of my house at first. Nope, that was outside of mine. Thank you for the $5, Tengu. $5 from Cletus. La Sala is a pastor with 10 kids, and you were sitting here acting like he could be a credible killer. Ha ha ha. Pathetic. I mean, do you think you can't unalive somebody because you have some kids? There are plenty of unalivers, serial unalivers, who have kids and families. That has nothing to do with whether you have the potential to unalive. And I never said that he himself wanted to do it. I never said that he's saying he's going to go unalive Jay Dyer. Go back and listen or read my tweets. I never said that. I always said that he is normalizing violence against an Orthodox Christian in this apologetic space. That's all I've ever said. I've never said anything beyond that. Like, we should not be using those images in apologetics. It has no space. We are not rappers. We're not in the hip hop world where things like orgies and drug abuse and unaliving people is standard. And I don't want to make it standard. That is, I'm sorry, dude. This is like beyond all, but I can't believe people are defending this. This is indefensible. Why are you defending this? This makes no sense, dude. Father Tim, the real kill shot should be that Father Stephen pointed out that idols are something very specific in the context of the ancient Near East. Yes, it's a specific intent crime. It is not a general intent crime. Yeah, that's a very important distinction. That like stuck out in my mind when he said that, because that's like terms that I can understand, right? Even a simpleton like me. Claudius07, what's up, Claudius? My Romanian brother, you are so concerned about Americans and the evangelicals. Only 1 in 5 Romanian Orthodox attend church weekly. Fix your home first. Yes, it's true. We do. I think a lot of cradles tend to just go to like the major feast days and stuff. Father Stephen talks about this a lot, that we need to foster a sense of like community in the Orthodox Church. Like, yeah, we're not better. We're not saying the grass is greener by any means. But at the end of the day, if you're not in the right church, you're not in the right church. Right. And when I say American evangelicals, like, obviously I'm not talking about like every single American evangelical. I'm talking about this group online that are continually harassing and annoying the online apologists. Annoying, I mean, like in the sense of the proper term of the word, like in the rules of civil procedure, right? That's like something that you can actually do. Like, intent to annoy or harass is improper, right? So I mean it in that sense. Don't go around saying that I'm a big softy now. But yeah, it's like Ruslan, Christian King, JP, Mahler to an extent, although I like Mahler because he has so much passion. But yeah, I mean, we're not saying, we're perfect. Thanks for the super chat, though. Octavian, $10. Ash knowledge gap those guys so hard, dude. It was unreal. They realized they are apologetic short bus riders. You can see in real time it dawning on David Wood's face, where he's like, oh, crap, dude, my guys don't know anything. I might be on the wrong team here. Yeah, Ash did a good job for that, being ironic, but also like uncompromising and staunch in his position, right? There's a classy way to do that. David Wood brought Father Peter on to justify his current appearance on Need God's channel, where they both smirk and insist that orthodoxy is like Islam. That's crazy because they actually worship a book, right? $20 from Cromwell. They have to call Jay a cult leader. They begged him to call into their show, and Jay would not. Now they're attacking anything Orthodox. Jay literally hosts free call-ins, and these people never show. They can't contend with y'all. They could also just like make an anonymous account and call in. There, now you save no embarrassment. You get the knowledge that you want, right? I don't know. $5. Iron Giant Man. Do you actually think he's so mentally deficient and he associates the word Romanian with Rome and therefore Italian? I didn't even consider that. Does he? Maybe. I don't know. At this point, nothing is beyond the realm of possibility, I don't think, man. Okay, we've been going for an hour. I'm going to share the call-in link. And we can react to some stuff, dude. One moment, guys. Bear with me here, please. Okay. We are good. Okay. Dude, that was funny. Iron Giant Man. Thank you for that one, dude. $2 from Chase Haggard Music. Religious online world is nuts. Nasty place. So it seems, dude. I'm just here trying to talk about the issues. People are here trying to talk about me. Right? It's crazy. Moses Verdon 499. Boys, we have been unaliving one another. We over religion since the fall. We are in a bubble of comfort. We need to support our boys on the front line. Well, that's what I'm saying. I need 7 figures. I need 7 figures, right? Thanks, man. I appreciate it. I'm joking around, but also not, right? I'm grifting. I'm the grifter. Henceforth, he shall be known as JP Unhinged. I mean, maybe I took it a little too far. I felt some righteous indignation there because, like, I don't know any other way to explain this behavior, man. Dannytown, CRC 2500. So JP's lack of reading comprehension caused all this disaster. Literally, he just jumped the gun on the email. That's how stupid this whole thing is, dude. Incredibly stupid, right? Okay, real quick, I want to go over the rules for the callers. I'm trying to get my banner to work, dude. Okay. Call-ins are for evangelicals, Pentecostals, Baptists, Calvinists, non-denoms, prots, and neo-prots who disagree. Please be succinct. Okay, this is what we're shooting for today. Unless you're my friend, then you can come up regardless. We'll do a few more super chats. We have Father Ron in the queue. Father Ron. How are you, Father Ron?
So I wanted to thank you.
What?
You made a beautiful comment.
Okay.
Today, and I want to read it to everybody because I'm so incredibly grateful for this comment you made. I just got to find it. Though I probably should have done that before.
We'll do a super chat in the meantime.
Yeah.
$5 from Tengu says, I know they would use the parody thing as a way to hide behind some plausible deniability. Well, I think you're mixing around some legal terms there, but I get the gist of what you're trying to say. That, yeah, they'll just say whatever they want and do whatever they want, and they'll try to hide behind some like parody label, right? That will only go so far, right? I think when you have something as specific as somebody's face behind a scope and their name on it, I think we're getting close to a line there. Like I'm not saying it's a death threat. I'm saying that at the very least, trying to normalize these kinds of images and apologetics is like irresponsible and not Christian.
Okay, I found it.
Sure.
So you were responding to a clip that Contemporary Compendium did, and you wrote, Father Ron makes an excellent interview, really easy to listen to, empathetic to different sides of the issues, and unfathomably based. Great clip. Thank you so much.
Of course.
I am so touched by that.
Oh, well, I think it's you fill an important role in online apologetics, which is like, I'm over here trying to be an advocate, and we all take different approaches, right? Like I'm talking about like different precedent because that's like my wheelhouse. I guess Jay is talking about philosophy. Cleve takes like a pastoral kind of common sense, like concrete approach. And I think we need somebody who's going to be like empathetic on all sides. And I think you do a great job doing that, Father Ron. We're grateful to have you.
Well, thank you. You're welcome. And also thank you for, standing up for me against Christian King. I just woke up to that. didn't expect it at all. And you know, there was quite a cascade after that. I mean, it just started with that video, and then you chimed in, and then all of a sudden it goes up to, Russell and KD and other people like that. So
Yeah, Ben
yeah,
Luigi commented on it. There was it got a lot of attention.
yeah, it was, and you're correct. That was so long ago. I completely forgot I did that. I was on there for an hour talking with those guys, answering questions pretty much in the same way. I don't remember the sounds though. Maybe I wasn't paying attention. I just
Well, probably you can't hear them. It's probably only the audience that can hear them. Yeah.
Wow, there you go. But listen, you have callers. I just wanted to come on and say that to you. I didn't have any intention to stay other than just to say that.
You can if you want.
Well, if I'll have to leave at some point, but if you'll have me,
Sure.
I'd be happy.
Yeah, of course I'll have you. I just want to go
Okay.
through a few more of these super chats, then we'll start taking some callers here. Tell me in the private chat, by the way, if you disagree, and then you'll go to the front of the queue. Yeah, $5 from Walker Burmeister, just because I need 7 figures, and another $5 with an actual question. So MDD offered an in-person in October. He offered one to me and one to JP, not to debate each other, to debate someone else. It was like literally a totally separate issue where the in-person debates in October. It had nothing to do with the June 10th debate. Literally nothing to do. So we had the June 10th date, and then he said, can you guys make it to DebateCon in person in October? JP assumed that he was saying that our June 10th debate is going into October in person for us to debate each other. Had nothing to do with the June 10th debate. It was a blunder by JP because he just assumed without actually confirming, right? So it literally is his fault, and it's because of reading comprehension. Like I don't think he tried to stir up trouble. I think he just acted before thinking. That said, it could be snake behavior, but I just think he was just not thinking. Alex Jag, $5. Thank you, man. Don't you know that JP asked him personally if he wants to unalive Jay, and he told him no? Oh, well, in that case, I guess it's okay, right? This level of justification is ridiculous. What are your thoughts, by the way, Father Ron, on this whole Eminem Machine Gun Kelly?
You're gonna love this. You're gonna love this, Alex.
Sure.
I had to ask on private chat what MDD meant. I said, this boomer needs to be told. I had no idea. I mean, it's all these acronyms and cryptic language, and yeah, I mean, I'm so out of it. So maybe I guess that's what keeps me a little bit innocent.
Yeah. Elias asks, are call-ins happening tonight? Yes. Play the YouTube short by Hello Listener about Chris. Can you DM it to me on Twitter, please? That way I don't have to spend time going and looking for it. Just DM it to me on Twitter. Thank you. Ashmay's $2. Rome is wine. Romanian is plum brandy. That's true. Palinka. Or depending on what region you're in, it's called suica. But yeah, they take the plums from the trees and they make like a moonshine kind of brandy out of it. That's like what the history over there. Any comments, Father Ron?
No, not on that. So,
Okay.
or is it on this one? I didn't.
Well, it's
actually
like
watch it.
feel free to jump in at any point.
No. I was. You know what? It's just one of those days where I think of something and then it just completely leaves my brain. So
that's why I take notes as I go.
Oh,
right.
What is that?
It's just the legal pad.
Oh,
what are notes? Right.
What is that?
Journey of Abundance.
That looks like you'd find it with a rotary telephone next to it, maybe.
Oh well, I was trained old school. So. Journey of Abundance says, any thoughts on Father Stephen's chat with Aaron Gallagher? I thought he crushed it. Indeed, he crushed it. But I mean, we don't really expect anything. That's not out of the ordinary for Father Stephen. I think he did an excellent job. I think everybody should go take a listen to it when they're free. Really, it's like Father Stephen's, I think, holistic approach of incorporating really a lot of Protestants and restorationists, they do not know what to do with the Old Testament, which just so happens to be one of Father Stephen's many specialties, right? So yeah, he excellent job. Tengu with the membership, thank you very much. Alex Jag, Need God says they didn't decide the books of the canon, they recognize the books. Oh, well, I guess that's totally different, right? They just said these are the ones that we recognize. hey guys, we recognize them. And then somebody else said, oh, we recognize these. The thing is, they don't even know what canonical means. They changed what the word canonical means, right? Because originally it was just, these are the books we read during the liturgy. So you could have one set of canonical books in one church, a different church would have a different set of canonical books, and they became standardized over time. They're really like shifting goalposts. Yeah.
Well, I've been kind of, going back and forth on X a little bit about this, about canon and stuff like that. And somebody wrote today, show me one unwritten tradition. I'll wait. And so I just put in the order of the books of the New Testament. That's all I wrote.
Yeah, the content of the books of the new, like what books are they? Like how many are there? Like
yeah, but the order though. So the specific order of the books
the
is
four
a story.
gospels. Yeah.
Yeah, and it's a very specific order actually. And I would like to address this on a video sometime. But there's quite a story to it. I mean, just a little bit of a teaser. Some people might have heard this, but if you look at St. Paul's letters, I think 9 out of 11 have, grace to you and peace at the beginning, but then it ends with grace. But that grace and peace at the beginning, well, okay, Matthew is grace, Mark is hammer, Luke is light, and John is grace. So you have almost I'm going to say a bit of a cryptic way of speaking of the 4 gospels.
Right.
Possibly. Or the 4 gospels, but actually it's better said the 4 gospels are following St. Paul's understanding. Just that order.
Yes. Guys, I have been blessed this day. I have 2 special guests here, actually. In the queue, I see my friend, Ash Mays.
Hey, can you hear me
How
okay?
you doing, man? Yeah, you sound great. How are you doing?
Doing pretty good. I just wanted to clarify over the whole thing. Like, I went on that stream. Literally, they were already on, and somebody asked me, go up and talk about this because I know you have some stuff to say about it.
So you had zero prep.
I had zero prep.
I thought you had like a few hours.
No,
not even that.
Not only that, he's misreading some of the sources. Like, he still doesn't get that he's misread the source, and even if I granted his position on it, it would still be like the same concept. I don't think he's getting that. But number 2, I didn't come after him or attack him. I haven't even responded to him on X. I wake up Friday morning or so, whatever it was. It's been a blur the last few days, but I wake up the next morning. He's like attacking me and slandering me on X, saying I lied about sources. And so I went on the stream with Cleve to basically defend myself. Now, on Cleve's show, I used language that I personally don't like using about people. I was offensive, and I used inappropriate language as far as my personal standard. I don't like calling people names, and I did that. And so I made a video talking about how rotten apologetics can get, that even the first time I ever engaged with anyone from the Christian general community in any kind of dispute or anything, first time I fell into behaviors that I don't personally condone. The video was about how easy it is to let it rot your soul. He thought the video's about him and called me virtue signaling.
He's a narcissist, and he thinks it's all about him. That's why.
If the shoe fits, I mean, for you, I guess, go ahead. The video was about how easy it is to fall into those behaviors. If you think that you're doing that, then you should probably take another look at yourself. It's not virtue signaling. I was talking about how easily you can let this stuff rot your soul. Because if you're making it about how you can own somebody, how you can beat somebody or humiliate them, instead of making it about teaching somebody the truth, pointing people to Christ, then you've made a mistake in what you're doing and you shouldn't be doing it. So that was why I made the video.
Yeah, I shared it too on my thing. I was like, these are the factors that we ought to consider when we're doing
right. And
for sure.
People who are friends of JP have told me privately that it's a great video and they just hope that it doesn't get taken the wrong way, right? That it's not about that, but they agree fundamentally with what I'm saying in the video, that it's obviously not about him. It's about the bigger spectrum of what's going on. So I was just surprised that he's making another video about me, attacking me again, saying that I'm piety signaling and virtue signaling when it wasn't even about him.
There'll be like another 2 or 3 weeks.
Noticing this.
There'll be like another 2 or 3 weeks of that, just ignore him. Eventually it'll go away. Father Stephen, we need to make this connection between Ash and Father Stephen. This will be a great collab, I think. It says, actually, unless you're a Native American, he is Ash Corn. It's true.
Well, there you go.
Instead of Ash Mays.
Yeah. But I'm actually going to pop on a different stream in about 20 minutes, so I'm going to head out. But
great. All right. Good to see you, man.
Right.
Yeah. Ash is cool. I was talking to him today earlier.
He left.
Yes.
So also today, there was I have to find it here. Oh, a couple guys are going and doing a stream. It wasn't right. It was Ryan and the guy from Bible in Context and a guy from
Oh, Kelly Powers. Yes.
is that the Berean?
I think so. Yeah. I'm going to debate him on
Yeah.
Sola Scriptura in like a month on Jim Bob's channel.
Oh, okay. Well, because they're going to talk about basically the Eucharist. And I'm just looking to see if I can find it. The Orthodox understanding of Eucharist. So, here it is. A debate challenge for Catholics and Orthodox on the Eucharist this Wednesday. Spread the word. And all I asked is, should I call in? And I got like a lot of people saying yes. But if anybody's watched,
it would be such an easy one, I think, Father Ron, because it's like John 6, and then they're going to say, well, at the very end, he says, my words are spiritual. And then you say, yes, that doesn't mean that that's not exclusive to being also material at the same time. To read it that way would be Gnostic.
Oh, I have so much.
You've been reading that book about the Gnostic tendencies and Protestantism.
Yes, I've been doing that, and it's been coming in. All this is fitting very much like a hand in a glove, but I don't know. You know what worries me? I'm just not quick on the draw, and so that's what worries me. But regardless, I think
in an informal setting, that is really important. I think that's really the only skill that's being tested in an informal setting is, being quick on your feet.
Yeah, and that would be basically my only concern. But I have done quite a bit of work in John 6 and quite a bit more since, because and I've been looking at their arguments, and I think I've got them. I think what's going to happen if I do get some sort of platform, unless they kick me off, what would be to show some of the literary issues in that text, and I don't ever hear them ever talking about that ever.
Mm-hmm.
So
yeah.
I think at least there. So anyway.
Yeah. Okay, let's take some callers. Check the chat. Who disagrees? Maddie, we're gonna call up Maddie. What's up, Maddie?
Yes, geez, how we doing? Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yes. How you doing, Father Ron?
Hello, I'm doing fine, thank you.
Oh, also, if I could add to the rules real quick, Maddie, this is to everybody.
Yeah.
Father Ron is my guest, guys. So if you come on and you want to debate, you can debate with me as much as you want. I just ask that you show deference to the clergy a bit. So that's all.
Yeah, I'm not even here to debate, to be honest with you, Alex. I just wanted to tag on what happened with Ash the other day, because I was sitting there thinking about it. In terms of the, I don't know if I'd refer to it as repercussions, but I guess it would be. So obviously, when it got down to the crux of it about Ash appealing to the Talmud, either referencing somebody from the past or the actual individual himself, talking about how he would go to the graves and have intercessions via the saints.
Yeah.
JP's only sort of, I would argue, like kind of his main issue is like, why ought we trust them? Well, why would we trust the words of the individuals of these Jews at the time? And I thought to myself, like, I've watched many Jay Dyer debates, and I've seen these system level defeaters when it refers to the canon, right? And especially when it comes to, how do we know the books that go into the canon if you appeal to Sola Scriptura? And usually they just sort of make the argument, oh, well, we just want to go back to the original language, right? We just want to go back to the Aramaic, the Hebrew, right? We want to go back to the Masoretic text. Then you think to yourself, I mean, if it is the case that you're only appealing to the Masoretic text, which comes centuries after the Septuagint, just because they happen to be Hebrew and Aramaic, right? But in this other sense, you can just say, oh, we don't have to trust them in this sense, but we can choose them in this sense. You see what I'm trying to say here?
It cuts both ways quite a bit, right? Like, really, they're like, oh, the Bible, because, the Jews have the oracles of God. And then suddenly you use something as just a historical witness, not even as an authority, just like to add bona fides to a historical fact. Oh, now we can't trust the Jews on anything.
It's interesting.
Horribly inconsistent.
It's inconsistent. And if, for instance, like, obviously, I know, like, I wouldn't even know how you'd brought this up in a debate, to be fair with you, unless it kind of went down the similar lines, but to pit him into that view where it's like you choose it in this sense, but in the other sense you don't choose to use it as well. It's interesting to see the lack of consistency there. So I thought that was kind of crazy. Also, as well today, I don't know why David was pulling up tweets of mine on X, which have been going a bit crazy since the past 2-3 weeks as this has commenced on and on and on. Trying to say as if like the Ortho Bros again, he keeps pushing the same straw man argument of like we're teaming up with Muslims, we're all these lads here, they're just affirming what they're saying.
I didn't know that. That's pretty interesting. I didn't know that we had an alliance with the
I know, right?
guys.
It's crazy.
News to
I
me.
live in Luton, one of the most densely populated Muslim areas now. I just happen to live there. I guess I agree with everything they say, so
I guess so. Like,
yeah.
Well, thanks for calling in, man. I appreciate
bless
it.
up, guys. Yeah, I appreciate it.
Thank you. Some good comments there from Maddie. Any impressions, Father Ron?
I was struggling to understand exactly what he was talking about, but I was listening to you and I understood what you were talking about. So, yeah. Not a good co-host today, Alex.
Hey, next up, we're going to have Bruce. Bruce says that he disagrees a little bit. So, what's up, Bruce? How you doing?
Hey, Alex. How are you?
I'm well. How are you?
Hopefully you can hear me okay.
Yeah.
So I kind of wanted to talk about sort of presuppositions a little bit.
Okay.
The cards on the table.
We all have some.
That's right. That's right. On cards on the table, I am investigating orthodoxy quite seriously.
Good.
I've been.
Hopefully, I don't mess it up.
Yeah, I've been meeting with Orthodox Christians for years in my cigar lounge, and I was pretty heavily against it for a very long time.
Man, there is. Sorry to deviate a bit, but there's like a Churchill's by the federal courthouse by Detroit, and like. I don't know what it is about cigar lounges, but like every single like judge and like heavyweight lawyer goes there, like federal judges. You just like take a stroll around. You're going to hear a bunch of confidential conversations, but they're cool places. Anyway, sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, I love it for that reason. It's sort of like the modern day salon, right?
Yeah.
So one of the questions I have that I'm trying to figure out here is I really do sort of agree with a lot of the theology, and I'm reading the triads, right? Like, and I'm really diving into even things like the rudder.
That's the
right?
advanced
so,
stuff.
like,
yes.
Really difficult things to read, and honestly, Christology has been the big one for me that has moved me over. But one of the things I'm trying to understand here, so you have to understand, like, I'm coming from a presuppositional Presbyterian background, and so one of the things I may argue is how do you interpret church history? And so what is your ultimate authority when you do interpretation of church history? In other words, what is your epistemic ultimate authority when interpreting church history?
What do you mean by interpreting church history?
So for instance, we would both say, if I'm as a Presbyterian, I'm saying my ultimate authority for epistemic positions is the scriptures, right? And you would probably say you have an ultimate authority for interpretation of what is the true church. And in order to do that, you would have to appeal to some ultimate authority to do that, or you are okay with some kind of, like appeal to other historical authorities. And so what is the ultimate authority when it comes to that presupposition, right? So if we're going to say the councils, the liturgy, are we using Scripture to evaluate those as the ultimate authority, as the primacy of Scripture and orthodoxy? Or are we using our own cognitive abilities and assumptions?
Insofar as I understand it, the epistemology side is more of like, Jay calls it epistemic holism, right? And I think Father Deacon Ananias uses the same thing, to where like nothing is really off the table for us. Like, yeah, we use the liturgy, we use the Bible, we use a whole lot of things. So it's like our ultimate authority is like, is it a coherent system? And, is it?
Right.
Yeah.
Well, the problem there, though, is how do we determine what's coherent?
Mm-hmm.
Do you know what I mean? Like, so this is the bump in the road a little bit. Now, I'm totally okay with saying you have to choose some authority, so choose one. And therefore, we ought to have the phronoma of the early church, right? The paradigm of the early church, because they were the apostles, right? I'm sorry, Father Ron, I don't want to step on you if you wanted to say something.
No, I'm listening, thinking.
But the question is, when we do this work of creating a holistic framework of what is true, how do we know what is true if not by some ultimate standard? And so you could say the Holy Spirit, right? But that's a cope in some sense, right? Because how do we know what that is? Right?
Well, the only way I think we would know is if it's revelatory. Right? It needs to be some sort of revelation, right? But like I'm afraid that we might be wandering into a little bit of like, are we mixing just like critical thinking with a normative authority claim, right? Like, what is your authority? Where it's like, really, you can just use critical thinking. That's like not the same thing as some sort of, right of private judgment.
Yeah. So that's the question, right? So when we do critical thinking, can we have an absolute authority? Because they're both circular. We'll admit that, right? Like Scripture as the ultimate authority or the church as the ultimate authority is a circular position. And when you're talking about ultimates, it's okay to be circular because it's a revelational epistemology.
Mm-hmm.
The question is, how do we determine what is true with regards to the church or the Scriptures, right? And so which one do we appeal to?
Well, I think one of Jay's points, I'll let you go next, Father, on, is that like it doesn't work with the Scriptures because you need some body to tell you like what the interpretation is, right? So when you have like a consistent corpus of the saints of like conciliar decisions, and you have some consistency on it, like otherwise everybody is just starting from scratch every single generation, and that's not what the Bible says either, right? The Bible says that there's going to be a continuity. Father Ron.
So I'm just looking up a text here. I think so. I understand what you're saying, and it's something I kind of was working on a little bit a few years ago, and that is so imagine what would be compelling. I don't know if I'm understanding you correctly, so I'm not the scholar here. You're going to find out pretty quick. But what would be compelling? So what you're talking about is sort of like a cognitive approach, and basically, I mean, even I'm struggling to sort of follow what you're saying. I follow what you're saying, but, I have to think about these things. But then if you're a peasant slave in first century Rome, what is it then that's compelling? And that's sort of where I kind of placed myself and asked myself, well, what would cause somebody to basically cast their whole life into the wind? And I mean their whole life. I mean their friends, their family. They have to sneak around. They're identifying with a common criminal that the Romans crucified shamelessly. They're calling Jesus Lord when Caesar is right down the road and he's Lord. What would compel that person? And I really thought about that, and I don't have a definitive answer because but I would say that, and that's why I'm looking for this text in John, and I always struggle finding it because these stupid translations let me down all the time. And that is the place of, I'm going to say, the saints and the works, the miracles. And you might find that kind of weird, but it seems to me to be the only thing that would cause somebody, that would compel somebody to make such a radical shift in their life. Because just stop and think about it. I mean, you're not just sort of having a different opinion about something. You are putting yourself in jeopardy. You are disconnecting from society in those early stages. And so, in other words, not what did they hear, not what did they understand, what did they see, what did they witness? And was that a compelling factor early on? And I know somewhere in John, Jesus says, if you don't believe me, believe the miracles. Now, why did he say that? Right? In other words, if I can't convince you, believe the miracles, but then if you look at John 9, you have a miracle right there, and it's divisive.
Well, right. I would push back slightly on that, only because...
Well, you could push back, absolutely. No. I don't know if I'm right.
Well, one of the things I would say is Jesus does say that even if people don't believe that when someone rises from the dead, would they believe miracles at all, right? So he does say, like, miraculous positions are nonsense, as Paul also says, right? The cross is foolishness to those who don't believe. And so what's required there for them to believe those miracles is true belief. And so in that sense... I would say that is true. The miracles are absolutely authoritative in establishing Christ as the Lord. But also, we need to be given that grace of the Spirit to even believe those things. And I do agree with what you're saying about the martyrs of the early church dying in the desert for what they believe without a philosophical text that they can reference or their own cognitive abilities. But too much is given, much is required. And so today, like, we have a very particular set of, you know, a corpus to lean on. And so I'm always wrestling with this position of how can I justify my position, which is whether one of authority in the church, authority of the scriptures. One thing we would say in the Presbyterian world sometimes is the
let me. Sorry, I don't mean to interrupt, but like, what authority do the scriptures have?
Right. So the authority, the scriptures have the authority by which they say that they have themselves. And they also
what is that?
Right. The nature of the scriptures itself is God's actual voice. Now, the people that canonize the scriptures gave us
what does that mean? Like,
right. So it's sort of
it's like I just keep on hearing abstractions, like concretely, like what it doesn't like smack you and like the page flips really fast and like tells you like you read that wrong.
Right.
Like,
well, if the scriptures are indeed the very breath, word, and understanding of God, then we don't really have a higher authority is in that position.
Okay, but here's like my thing is like, well, now you're adding like divine attributes to a book.
Fair enough.
How does that even happen like in an Actus Purus model?
Sure. So we would say, right, so if we take the Eastern position of the energies, one of the ways by which God communicates us through his energies is indeed through word, right?
Yes, that's ours.
Yeah, no, hey, I think it's awesome. It's a really good way of describing union with Christ.
Yeah. Well, I guess this kind of brings us back to your original question too, which is like talking about certainty and authority, right? Like, I mean, when we say the Bible has authority, we do not mean that in the same sense as a bishop has authority, right? We mean it's an authoritative document. When a Protestant tends to say it, they mean there is something ontologically privileged about this book, but not the book itself, like some platonic form of the book out there.
Right.
And that does, like, when we really get down to it, that doesn't quite make sense to me. Maybe you can explain it. I don't know. This is kind of like my problem with the whole issue.
Right.
Can I?
Yes, Father Ron.
So I found the text. It's John 14:11, where he says, "Believe me when I say that I am in the Father and the Father's in me, or at least believe on the evidence of the works themselves." And that's not the only text, because there's another one also that says, whoever believes in me will do the works I've been doing, and they will do even greater things than these, because I'm going to the Father. Now, why I'm saying I seem to be hitting back on this, because, well, there's two things. Number one, you would have to examine sort of if I can say that Jesus uses the word evidence in English. I don't know what it is in Greek. Believe the evidence of the works themselves. That hasn't stopped, actually. So because the miracle of the church, let's put it that way, is something that is actually a miracle that's happening 24/7 in front of our eyes at all times. Okay? It's, do we have the eyes to see it and the ears to hear? But I'm going to say especially, do we have the eyes to see it? Are there scales in front of our eyes? Because if they're not, that's how I look at it. Now, I mean, okay, I'm just a guy, right? But I think that's what's going to carry the day, because if I can't argue you into something or use logic to get you there, and maybe it may work, but what you really need to see is actually you need to see the thing. You need to behold the thing and not just observe the thing. There's a difference between seeing with the eyes and beholding something, as in perceiving something. And I don't think that there's anything that can be done other than the openness of that person to God, for God to remove the scales from their eyes. And so again, can we tack this down? Can we pin this down? No, absolutely not. But yet, I bet you any money you know people that have done that. You know people that have come into the church and said, "This is it," without even thinking about it. I'll bet you any money you know people like that. But I'll also bet you any money that you have gone back and forth with people and they are not convinced. And that's what I said about David Wood. David Wood's listening to all this stuff. And I wrote in a comment, of course, always gets ignored. And I said, he doesn't need more information. St. Paul was at St. Stephen's martyrdom. Did he not have the information from Stephen's testimony? No, that didn't work. He had an encounter. That's different. And you know what? Maybe Bruce, it on purpose cannot be pinned down. Maybe, because then it's up to us.
Saint Seraphim Rose talks about it in God's Revelation to the Human Heart.
Oh,
Okay, I haven't read that book,
So yeah, to try and like
But this is my
steelman
own.
to try and steelman that position a little bit is in a certain sense, you can't encounter God without experiencing His revelation, and in that sense, it would be the church.
You have to go to liturgy, yes.
Well,
Right.
that's
And
yeah. Well, come and see, right? And then you may have seen the short that was made to be by Christian King when I just said the gospel is the church. So when God says my word goes out and it doesn't return, I can't remember exactly how it goes in Isaiah.
Yeah, void.
It doesn't
Never
return
return-
unfulfilled.
never returns
Well,
void,
the
yeah.
gospel goes out, and if the church is what grows up, right? So it is the gospel.
Right.
It's the gospel in concrete form.
Yeah. Yeah. And I like I said, I'm like what would you say? Not an inquirer, but on the path, right? So this has like been a massive paradigm shift for me, my household, and everyone involved. You know, I have a wife and 4 children. But I am obviously trying to work out this particular issue, right? Because I have to justify my positions. And I know, like, in some sense, you'd say you don't have to justify Christ. He justifies himself. But
I wouldn't say that necessarily.
Right, right.
There are times for that. That's why you have all these apologists in the church, in the early church, and all, and the Holy Fathers. I understand that, and there's a place for that. But all I'm saying is that I think that just only goes to a point. I think after that, it's in God's hands somehow, and I can't explain it. I wish I could, but I do look at those early Christians, especially Gentiles, okay, who have no affinity to Judaism. This guy named Paul basically comes and adopts him into the story, and suddenly they're what they thought were their Gentile ancestors are replaced with these Jewish people. You know, it's quite a leap if you think about it, but something compelled them to do that. Now, was it St. Paul himself? Well, he said, whatever you hear from me or see in me, and I'm going to underline the word see, okay? Whatever you see in me, do. So there's something more to this than just, I'm hearing you, Bruce. I really do. But I also think you're hearing me, actually. I do think that you're hearing me. And just think about these things. And it may take, again, my explanation is not stellar, but I think if you just realize that there are things that happen outside the parameters of our rational mind that we may not be able to explain, and yet we see them happening in front of us, kind of like the Pharisees saw the blind man. Are we going to accept that, or are we going to reject it? We can't explain it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, I see the comments. I have been the liturgy.
Just go.
I've been the
Just
Pascha
convert.
and Vespers, right?
Good.
So it's if I could show you, I have more Reformed theology books than I can shake a stick at, and I've been in that world for a very long time. I've read so much there, and so the paradigm and the undoing of the doctrinal positions is very difficult. And I will say Jay has been an awesome bridge because he speaks my language, which is presuppositional Bonson like apologetics, was where I lived. But also, like, it's been difficult for me to justify the positions of the canon of Scripture, and that's very easy to fall into. But also, like, seriously difficult to justify also appealing to the early church, right? Because in some sense, I don't live there, so I have to try and take on the phronoma of this particular issue, right? Like, I have to try and become somehow in the seat of an Ephesian when Paul was writing to the church.
You go.
And that's difficult because I live in the East Coast of the United States in 2026. So I have to justify this position. And it's, obviously the presuppositional position always comes up in my brain on this issue. So you guys have been really helpful, though. And Soren, super appreciate your channel.
Thank you, man.
Father Stephen DeYoung has been very cool, and seeing him on this in this format. And then also, Father Ron, your appeal to the church, its mysteries, and the encounter with such a revelational position is really compelling. So, I am thinking about these things, but it's hard to break off this sort of how do I know what I know question.
Yeah. It's experiential, I guess. But
yeah.
Yeah.
But I do.
Well, that's
I do. Yeah,
that's
I do,
where
I
a leap
do
of faith
understand.
is required. That's where a leap of faith is required. That's what the three hardest words ever. Trust in the Lord before. It is a leap of faith, and it's going to take some. And I've never had to unravel stuff. I mean, I'm at a disadvantage because a lot of people I interact with have to unravel, as you said, what has basically part of almost your DNA. And so it's not easy, and I can appreciate that, but I actually don't even know what that means. All I know is what I know, and I'm trying to, and that's I challenge to also bring this to you. I hope I did a good job, but you're correct. It's difficult for you. It absolutely is.
Yeah, I've talked to Jay before too, personally, more on other things. But I didn't ask this particular question because I didn't want to get into the fisticuffs on the stream, because I knew that he would bring out that part of me, and I really am trying to learn, and so I try my best with him. But I love Jay to death; he's amazing. But thank you guys. I don't want to take up a lot of time, Alex. I don't unless you want to continue.
I want you to get an adequate answer to your question.
I think it's fair. I think it's a fair point. I do think that no offense, but it's sometimes nailing down EO positions on knowledge is like nailing Jello to the wall. Because it's very difficult to convey this idea of experience and putting that into somehow your knowledge, if that makes sense.
I feel like in the East they don't really have this gap between like the internal and external world, where like in the West there's like a huge emphasis on this gap between like, okay, maybe you can know something about your internal world, but then like to get to the external world, like there's a huge chasm you have to cross to get there. I just feel like in the East they don't really talk about that. They just kind of assume like, hey, see a tree, there's a tree there.
Yeah, I don't know what it's difficult,
I mean?
because I don't, when I read Father Stephen DeYoung, he's very articulate. But he's in the West, I guess. But also when I read Chrysostom, he's pretty nailed down on a lot of things.
Yeah.
So, there's something there. But I do think that there's more to the rational side than maybe the EO would admit. But I don't think that's the whole of the faith. So.
Well, but we do have people throughout the centuries that were very rational and intellectual and very skilled orators and debaters. And so we don't say we're not out there saying just come and see, like, and you don't need to we meet everybody where they're at. Sure. And but think of the span of that, right? Incredibly intellectual, all the way down to children, to babes.
Yeah.
We meet the needs of all that whole span.
Yeah. Well, it was one of the things that brought me to Presbyterianism was the covenant theology and inclusion of children. And so it's led me still further down the road now of the early church. And for a long time I thought I was an Augustinian. And that's probably not true, because I don't follow the way that he worshipped. So obviously I'm not, right? So anyway, I am working it out. I really appreciate it, guys.
Yeah, for sure, man.
Thank you, Father.
Absolutely. Yeah. Thanks for calling in.
Yep.
We have Nikolai in Korea here. What's up, man?
What's up? I'm alive.
Good. We're going to do some more super chats, and then we're going to go to Hammer of Heretics. Something. $10 Iconomat. This is new to me. I've known my parish priest for over a year and never seen him out of a cassock. One time I saw my priest in not a cassock. He just had like normal street clothes. It was kind of odd. That's true. I didn't know you're allowed to wear normal clothes. Haha, JK. Love you, Father Ron. Thank you, Iconomat. $2. Father Ron has to say now he is not allowed to leave. Well, thank you, Compendium. SFC, $5. They don't teach us to read at the synagogue, yo. Clearly, he didn't have the reading comprehension for an email, dude. Like, all of these headaches, all this drama, getting Andrew Wilson and the Crucible involved, just like makes all of us look bad, honestly. $5 from Pope Biscuit. The only apologist worth talking to outside of orthodoxy is clearly only Mahler the Scholar. His huge-brained, airtight arguments are just too good. Indeed, they are excellent. Well, I'll say they're incredible. JP, how can I monetize this situation? I've been light on the soundboard, dude.
What is my bank account going to look like in the next 2 to 3 years? I need 7 figures. I need 7 figures.
How do I monetize these people? You know what I mean? How do I monetize these people?
Nathan Slippy says JP is anathema, eh?
Anathema, eh?
Ooh, we got 5 gifted memberships from Mr. Fist. Thank you, dude. And 50 gifted from Zach. Dude.
The complete, inspired, inerrant, infallible, indestructible Word of God, the 66th book, King James Bible, amen.
Amen.
This can't replace the classics, right? Those are always good. Thank you very much, man. I appreciate that. Second actuality to the last caller. He says, read FDA's paper on Orthodox epistemology as well as Russ Mannion's on revelatory theism. There you go. $5 from George Patton says, Father Stephen, please go on. Talk religion of the apostles with this guy. Bruce, read Religion of the Apostles. Everybody read Religion of the Apostles. $5 from Journey of Abundance. Yeah, the only way you can escape individual relativism is by deferring to a theanthropic institution. Yeah, some sort of experience or revelation. The question was confusing to me because I thought at first, like the comments mentioned it too, that he was confusing authority and certainty.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why I kind of like didn't really know. But yeah, I think you guys were right that he was. And I don't think he did it on purpose, just maybe the way I took it. Got another membership from Anthony Montague, one of my lawyer friends. Good to see you, Anthony. $5 from Cool Dude. Father Stephen pointing out that a lot of our understanding of the Theotokos goes way back to Saint Irenaeus blew my mind. John the Apostle to Polycarp to Irenaeus, and even before that, like Rachel weeping for her children. Rachel is understood by like, a lot of ancient Jews to be the mother of all Israel, although she wasn't. I think she had 2 sons, right? And Jacqueline gifted 5 memberships. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. But yeah, for the Holy Theotokos, there's a lot of foreshadowing for that. It's foreshadowed in Eve, right? That's like her seed will battle against the serpent, not the seed of man and woman.
Yeah,
right? She's already prophesied about.
I have to leave, but I have one final question.
Yes.
What is this boomer would like to ask? What does the gifted membership mean? What does that mean?
Oh, so people instead of sending a super chat, they can like purchase a membership for somebody who's watching at random.
Okay.
And they get assigned a member. They like pay for 1 month of somebody's membership.
Okay, thank you. I thought it was something along that line.
Yeah.
Thanks so much for having me.
Absolutely. Thanks for coming on, Father Ron.
You're welcome. Bye for now.
Yes. Bye-bye. Guys, thank you for the super chats. Next up, we have Hammer. Hammer of Heretics. What's up, man? How are you? You are muted.
Hey,
okay.
Good to see you, Alex. I don't know if you remember me, but I was on The Gospel Truth. I did a Sola Scriptura debate. You kind of hopped into the chat real quick. It was me and a Protestant.
Okay, I do remember that. Yeah.
You might not remember.
I do remember that. Yeah,
I'm a big fan of your work.
Thank you.
And your debate with Need God. So I'm a Latin Catholic, Roman Catholic, but I have a great affinity and a great love for the Eastern expression of the faith. Right, I go to Divine Liturgy. I've been to the liturgy of St. John Chrysostom, St. Mark, and St. Basil the Great, and I'm trying to learn more about it. But one thing that I had a question for you, maybe you and Nikolai could kind of help me out, is the essence and energies distinction as expressed in Palimism, classical Palimism, and neo-Palimism has kind of got me in a little bit of a bind. I've read the triads. I personally venerate St. Gregory Palamas, much to the umbrage of my fellow Catholic Thomists. But yeah, I wanted to just run that by you and see if you can help me untangle it a little bit.
I think you need to read St. Gennadios Scholarios. He's a little more complicated, but he's like the other half to St. Gregory Palamas, I think, and like fleshing out the essence energies distinction. He has
want-
a few works on it.
If you want something more contemporary, obviously you can go to
Oh,
some of our
yes.
bigger scholars like Dr. David Bradshaw, you know. But if you're looking for a saint who's going to give you like they're the ones that kind of explicated it. What Alex said is probably better, especially if you're more of someone who likes to read like very, very wordy saint writings. Because as we all know, sometimes the saints are not always known for their brevity. But if you're looking for someone more contemporary, Dr. David Bradshaw is very good.
Yeah, and what's the other
Right.
one? Tikhon Pino. I think he has a good book too. I haven't read it, but I've heard like really good things
He has a
about it.
dissertation that's good on it. I don't know if it's a book
Yeah,
yet. I could be wrong though.
I can vouch for Bradshaw absolutely, because for me it was like really important that these doctrines are biblically grounded, and like his work on that was like that's what got me into his work to begin with, and then like Aristotle East and West just kind of fills in the philosophical side.
Awesome. Well, thank you both very much. I appreciate it. And Alex, keep up the good work, brother. I mean, hey,
thank you, dude.
Keep people in the right direction. You know, got to keep them straight.
Appreciate.
Thank you again.
Man.
Take care. God bless, guys.
Yeah. Later.
So I saw all the stuff. I woke up this morning and see that everything blew up. Yeah.
I welcome all compliments. By the way, if you're gonna compliment me, you jump the line. Thanks, guys. I appreciate it. It does mean a lot to get positive feedback on things. Like Nikolai, I'm sure you can vouch for that too. But,
yeah. It gives you juice in the tank.
Go ahead, man. What were you gonna? You're gonna talk about?
I woke up this morning and I see that the debate changed again.
Yeah, because he misread the freaking email, dude. He didn't even misread it. He assumed something that was not there.
It really doesn't matter. Like here's the reality of the situation. Andrew stepped up to do it, and then James wasn't even involved in any of the crosstalk, right? And it's just really, really tedious to deal with. I don't understand how someone can get so mixed up. It could be that he was trying to get you to rage quit, to be fair.
I think at one point there was a little bit of that. When I think with like the AI images and like just the disparaging my character and not actually talking about the issues, I think that he was trying to get me to rage quit.
Well, you see what he said about Cleve and stuff like that. He says Cleve's never said an honest thing in his life. It's like, come on, dude. Like, it's so childish. It's like, my goodness. Okay, I don't know JP at all, but based on his behavior here, I can only come to certain assumptions. And that whole crew there. Like, we were reviewing on my channel just yesterday, we were reviewing HHS went to his first Divine Liturgy. And he said, guys, and literally it took him 5 minutes to get to this point. He said, something absolutely shocked me. Something absolutely blew my mind, and I couldn't believe it. It was so shocking. I'm like, dude, just get to the point, right? He said, the priest at the Divine Liturgy said to the parishioners that they should read their Bible every day. And he acted as if that was a revelation. It's like, dude, you've been critiquing Orthodox this long. How do you not know that we have daily readings that we should be reading every single day? That we have daily prayers that we're supposed to do, and oftentimes those prayers are psalms. Like your guys are supposed to be the master critiquers, the master debaters. Ruslan is pumping all of you and your crew up,
and
this is the quality. It's like,
they're bad.
Lord of mercy.
They suck, dude. I'm sorry. They're bad at apologetics. Like, they don't know what they're talking about.
I'd be shocked if they could even debate a competent atheist. I'm gonna be honest.
Koki, what's up?
Oh, hello.
How you doing?
See, I let them know that that the forwarding worked. Anyway, so I had obviously I'm not here to disagree, but the earlier guy that was kind of inquiring a bit, I don't know. I said something that I felt like would be good to talk to him or say to him, but he's not here, obviously. Is that this was something that I also, of course, and most people had to go through with conversion, is like you're over intellectualizing God. And then at that point, you're kind of just saying that you know about God, but you don't know God.
Well, I mean, like, I now that I think about it, it's kind of like, look, you have two options, right? Either your authority is a book,
Yeah.
or you have a real authority, which is like people that have a charism that was passed down, right?
Well,
It's like, well, now you're relying on the book. Now you have some circularity, and it's like, well, you can, when you're first looking at it, just look
Yeah.
at it as a historical attestation. And then after you realize, oh, this is all true, this book is more than just a mere historical attestation. And like, this is not that complicated. I think you're right. People really like, they want to overcomplicate it in a way, like they want it to be hard.
Well,
And it's like, you don't need that.
And it becomes problematic because then it's like, well, I don't really know God. I just know a lot of facts, and I'll start citing a bunch of facts that I think that I know about God. Like for me, I had a lot of pride with, like, I mean, with intellectual conversion, sure, but then with even past that, of being able to say, I'm just going to accept that this is the church that Christ established with as something to live and be in, which I'm a catechumen, so I'm not actually received yet, is like it's almost terrifying in a way, because like you and I, we can list off facts about each other, but that's not knowing one another. And so God isn't somebody or something that you know about, something that you actually would have. He's personal. He became incarnate. I want to experience him. I want to know him. Mm-hmm. I had so much pride to where I remember praying for actual signs, like, okay, God, I'm going to put you in my box and you need to do these things. And then, oh, well, God did it because he's merciful, to the point of literal angels praying or singing in the center of my home. My wife isn't here because I'm not the person that would be able to like attest so much to that, because it's like 3 or 4 in the morning when I prayed for that. I had to get up for work. She wakes up. She's pregnant at that time, by the way. And I tell her to go check the house like a fool that I am. And she gets up, walks around the house, walks outside, and the loudest that it was in the center of the house. Wow. I get up, I start walking outside the room because I'm like, now I'm gonna go investigate this sound. It's been a while. Maybe I don't know. And as soon as I open up the door, it stops. Which, I mean, that's on me. If I walked out, hey, maybe I would have heard it more than just muffle. But like, that is something that I would deny, because like it's an experience that's so much that how can I accept true reality? Like, we've become so rational to where I have to comprehend what's happening for it to be happening, rather than just saying this is what it is.
Yeah, you heard it here, incense sniffers. This is where you get the true experience of God. But thank you, Koki. Thanks for calling in, man. Appreciate that.
It's my pleasure. Bye, y'all.
Yep. Later. Is there trouble going on in the chat? Puffer put me in a 30-minute timeout. Can we not put the members in a 30? Can we start off with like a 1 minute if they're misbehaving? Right? Like, or at least a little bit of deference. Mods are definitely double agents. Trust none of them. Well, that's comforting. Thank you, guys. Okay, can we show some deference, please? Okay. Next, we're gonna go with Greg.
Comforting. Thank you, guys.
Oh, there's an echo there, Greg. What's up? Okay, can we show some deference, please? Okay.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, can you hear me? Might have to leave and rejoin.
Or you have a second tab.
You guys can't hear me?
You have the old tab open?
I'm sorry, man. I can't hear you guys. I don't know what's wrong.
Yeah, he's gonna have to leave and rejoin, and then sometimes the first tab is still open. I think you have to close the first tab. But yeah, if you come back, then we'll let you back in. You just gotta get it sorted out. Everybody wants to see Yohanan, dude. What's up, Yohanan?
Oh, hello?
Yes.
Yo, okay, so I just had 3 questions today. So,
okay, man.
So the first question, and this is something I've been thinking about. How does Eastern Orthodox theology understand the eternal state of the Trinity after the final judgment in relation to the composite hypostasis? So basically, when the Son hands the kingdom over to the Father, is that relationship evaluated through his eternal
Your
simple?
question is falsely premised because you
Why?
said composite
Well,
hypostasis.
well, St. John
Well,
Damascus, I got that from St. John Damascus and St. Maximus.
yes, okay, fine. Yes, they use it in a certain way.
Right.
Sure.
So is that relation is the way that the son's giving the kingdom to the father, is that evaluated through his static union? Let's see, or through the new composite mode of existence pioneered and innovated at the incarnation? Because I'm curious how the tradition balances the unchangeability of the Trinity with the reality that the Son remains eternally the God man.
So how does that change the Trinity? Why do I have an echo? Why does everybody have an echo when that calls in?
Sorry, that was just my who
No,
wants
you're
to be
good.
a millionaire background music. I've been listening to that. It's really cool. Well, because Christ was formerly a simple person, and now he hypostatically underwent change, and he underwent change by mode and by way of relation, and that's eternal. He's forever the God man. That's the crazy thing that a lot of people don't think about. Like, he's never going to be quote unquote just simply God. It's crazy. Like, I
The
don't know if
divine
anyone really.
nature doesn't change; they're distinct.
Well, but the mode changes, and mode is an expression of nature. So I'm not saying the divine nature changes. I'm just saying it gets really complex, bro. It gets.
It is
It's a,
quite complex. I can agree that it is complex. Yes,
Saint Maximus is, well, man, that man's a genius. But
he is
okay,
complex too. Yes.
yeah. So I can move to my second question. So
Okay.
the next question is about the personal boundaries of the Son during his earthly ministry. So when Christ was walking in Galilee, was the omnipotent word outside the physical body identical to the hypostasis inside the body? Because if the person filling the universe was already composite, how does an omnipresent person possess a localized human identity?
Why can't he?
Yeah.
Because, for example, okay, if Christ remains fully God, fully man, while he's walking in Galilee, is is that composite hypostasis the same composite hypostasis that's now sustaining the stars in Andromeda?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Again, yes.
Well, it's so
Okay,
he's in heaven with the
Yep.
Father. He's in the grave. He's
Which I
in
didn't even know that until
Hades.
recently. I thought he
Yes,
was just on Earth. I admit.
he's God.
Right, but then what's interesting is if it's the same hypostasis, that means it's now the God man sustaining the stars in the Andromeda. It's no longer simply his divine hypostasis, which is just trippy. Whoa, bro. I mean,
Well,
what does
yeah,
that
but
even mean?
Why
I mean,
can't God live a human life
No,
while also
but
being God?
no,
Why
he
not?
can't. I'm sorry, Nikolai. Well, were you trying to say something, bro?
well, no, I mean, here's what it comes down to. God can give all sorts of powers and things to created angels. He gives angels dominion over certain aspects of the earth. We know this because, for example, we have
That's true.
dominions and things of that nature that help regulate the created order. Why can't God transcend all categories in himself, root that stuff in his humanity and divinity and have them united? I don't understand how this is like I think you're overcomplicating something that isn't really for us to really understand.
Well, it's just the idea.
It's revealed to us how, like, does God reveal, just like he says to
Yeah.
Job, does God reveal all these various aspects in which
Yes.
how he created the created order? No. So on
Yes.
some
Oh,
level, you just
no.
have to accept the mystery of God and then unify yourself to his liturgy, to his works in us, so that we can become deified in him.
Well, I
That's
did
the whole
listen.
Frankly, I don't see the contradiction. Like, where is
Oh,
the
well, I'm not saying
problem?
there's a contradiction. I guess I'll move on from that for now. But
Well, I mean,
my idea is just that I believe God changes all the time.
if God manifested in the temple in a special way, does that mean you just like stopped existing everywhere else?
Yeah, like the burning
Right.
bush.
Yeah, like again, I don't believe God changes in his nature, but I believe God changes in his mode all the time. because
Okay.
his
So
energies, because he interacts. He's dynamic being.
so that
But
solves
also,
that makes
right.
it a non-issue.
Someone was asking, I think Octavian was asking if I went to liturgy. So I sort of, to flesh out my answer, I watched part of an OO liturgy on TV. So I got like
Nice.
out of 10, I got maybe 2 out of 10. So I don't know. I heard them say a lot of words I didn't understand, but it was also Oriental, so I don't know if it's the same as EO. But I mean, we'll see. But yeah. So
We have a third question.
the third question was just I think I already got that. So that how do you guys understand? I did some research on this. How do you understand Christ's nature, human faculties and logos right now in heaven? How
As
is it in any
deified.
way different from when he was on earth? And if so, in what way? Thank you.
He's not limited. He's not voluntarily limiting himself anymore.
Yeah.
So he's not subject to the impassible innate passions, in the blameless passions.
Well, the only reason he had blameless passions in the first place was because he condescended to our level, right? So like Father Stephen said that when the fathers talk about he grew in wisdom and stature, it's not that he learned things, it's just he revealed his glory progressively. So
Yeah.
it was always there. He was just humbling
That's
himself,
weird, right?
When he was on Mount Tabor at the Transfiguration, that's showing his deified body. The whole time was deified. He just voluntarily condescended to our level.
Yeah, I heard Father Stephen say that. I did some research and I found that Father Stephen was trying to answer, and I think really good. He answered really well a really complex problem because apparently the moment that Christ was conceived, his divine logos flooded his human logos. So the idea that Christ is ignorant in his humanity, that's actually apparently not theologically precise, believe it or not. A lot of people think that, but when you read Maximus and St. John Damascus, again, Faustine would be able to explain this better. But apparently, it's more accurate to say that he was ignorant by way of economy. In other ways, he said he didn't know the hour as a way of on behalf of humanity. He didn't know the hour, but that's kind of complex.
No,
but,
he did. The Greek there it's not to him to make known the hour.
Oh yeah. Okay. I've heard that too.
The mistranslation. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Yeah. That's all tonight. I just wanted to ask. A couple questions. That's it. I thought you guys did great. I know these were some tough questions. I sprung
Thank you
on
for the rating. Yes.
Thank you. God bless and peace.
Thank you, Yonan. Awesome. Let's go with Greg again. Let's see. Greg, did you sort out the sound?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, man.
Heck yeah. All right, let's go. What's up?
All right, cool. So just for clarification, just want to let you know that I came on last time, but under FP.
Oh, okay. You're the preterist.
Yeah. So I don't know if you're willing to, but I would like to continue our conversation if you don't mind on
We can
eschatology.
go for a little bit, sure.
Sure. If you don't mind, I would like to ask you, from the Orthodox position, their understanding of Matthew chapter 24 and the time text.
What's the time text?
So the time text being verse 34, that all these things would take place before the passing of that generation.
Okay.
There's multiple time texts. You could also look at chapter 16, verse 27 and 28, chapter 10, verse 23. But I'm thinking particularly in Matthew chapter 24, verse 34.
It's still if we read it your way, then we still have death in the eschaton. That doesn't work, right? I think that's the fundamental problem there.
So, and I recall we talked about that last time, and I provided my view on that. And let's just say, for argument's sake, let's just say that your position or that criticism holds weight. What from the Orthodox position, what would be a satisfactory explanation to justify Jesus's claim that he would return before the passing of that generation, and the bodily return, according to the Orthodox eschatological position, has not in fact taken place.
So it says, learn this parable from the fig tree. Whenever its branch becomes tender and puts out its leaves, you know that summer is near. So also you, when you see all these things, know that he is near, right at the door. I tell you the truth, this generation will not pass away until these things take place.
And the antecedent there to all these things include, begins at verse 2 of the destruction of the temple, the abomination of desolation, in verse 15, the
I
tribulation,
get it,
in verse
but
21.
this thing, this passage seems to be saying that he is near, not that he is here.
Relative to the first audience, right?
What do you mean relative to the first audience?
Right. So he's near relative to the audience in that first century that he had been speaking to. When we go to Revelation, it says the things, when the revelation was given to John, these things must shortly take place.
Peter also says that we can delay and hasten the coming of the Lord.
But so it really hinges upon how we define this generation in verse 34. Would you agree?
I think, hold on, let me read this. Okay, so there's a footnote in the NET. It says various views exist for what generation means. Some take it as meaning a race, and thus as an assurance that a Jewish race or nation will not pass away. But it is very questionable that the Greek term can have this meaning. Two other options are possible. Generation might mean this type of generation and refer to the generation of wicked humanity. Then the point is that humanity will not perish because God will redeem it. I might as well share my screen on this. Yeah. Generation may refer to the generation that sees the signs of the end, who will also see the end itself. In other words, once the movement to the return of Christ starts, all the events connected with it happen quickly in rapid succession. So it's like this is one of the hardest verses in the Gospels to interpret. So, and it's a tough one. Yeah. I am not sure exactly what the Orthodox position on what this generation means in this verse.
I mean, that's a fair reply. But if I could offer my perspective on that, I would say that everything from a historical perspective, from verse 2 and following, had in fact taken place in the first century. The tribulation, John mentions that in Revelation chapter 1, verse 9. The abomination, Eusebius mentions that, Josephus mentions that, and other early fathers mentioned that had already been fulfilled. And we can continue to go on. So if all of those things had taken place in the first century, why would we come all the way up to verse 30 regarding the second coming of the Lord, and somehow that particular prophecy finds some type of exception? If we just say so without any justification, that seems to me arbitrary, especially given the fact that everything with the immediate context did find its fulfillment in the first century, culminating to the year 70.
I mean, again, if Christ came back, you still have the problem of like there's still sorrow and death and evil in the world, right?
Well, I would say that
it's an inconsistent way to read the scriptures.
And I would say that appealing to death and sorrow, right, would seem to, if I were again to grant that, it would undercut my position. If I just for argument's sake,
yeah. Well, I mean, you said last time that you think death was in the garden prior to the fall.
Yeah.
I mean, nobody reads the Bible.
Not that death was in the garden prior to the fall, but that death came as a result of Adam's partaking of the fruit, but the death in view meant separation from God.
And not physical death? Because
Yeah,
I remember,
no, so,
didn't you use like
that,
the overpopulation argument?
Yeah, no, I did make that
death.
argument. Yeah, I did make that argument. But my point, though, is that I'm delineating physical death from spiritual death.
Uh-huh.
That's my point. And that I think that in Revelation about there being no death, what's in view is a spiritual covenantal death.
What does that mean?
So, like, for example,
So you think everybody's souls just go to heaven?
So in
And
Romans,
that's where we
right?
spend eternity?
In Romans, it says, if there had been a law that could have given life, verily righteousness would have come through the law. So evidently there was a weakness with man's nature, and there was an inferiority to that old covenant in that it could not impart life. And thus, in the new covenant, we find the culmination of that life. And so that's what Revelation has in view there, is the abrogation of the old system and its futility to grant life to man and a perfect reconciliation to God. But even if we were to take Revelation, which is deviating from Matthew 24, the Olivet Discourse, when we look at the constituent elements within the first chapter, we see that its fulfillments are constrained to that of the first century. Because once again, we have the same problem.
So like when it says here that I tell you the truth, this generation will not pass away until all these things take place. And it's talking about like the coming of the Son of Man. So like, again, this coming is not always corporeal. Like I think we talked about this last time, right? That like in Isaiah, it says that, you know, the Lord had come to Egypt. And like, you don't really see a corporeal thing until they're out of Egypt.
Yeah, and I would say in reply to that, I think that there's good evidence to argue. Now, I don't put all my eggs in this basket, but I think that there's good evidence to suggest that Jesus did, in fact, appear. We read in Tacitus, we read in Josephus, we read in other sources from the first century of angels seen in the sky, chariots of fire, and that there was an appearance of a man in the sky. And you can read this, and it's available for anybody who would like to fact check me. But I think that that is evidence that the coming of the Lord did in fact take place.
Then why is there still death and suffering and evil?
Yeah, so if you grant my definition of death, for the argument's sake, okay, let's just forget whether I'm right or wrong. Just grant it for argument's sake. As I mentioned last time, I think it provides a coherent explanation. That it's internally coherent to assert that the death that's in view is the death that had been exacerbated by the old covenant, according to 1 Corinthians chapter 15, verse 52, verse 55, if I'm not mistaken. And so I think that at the very least, I have a coherent take on Revelation. But once again,
the mourning and crying and pain mentioned here in Revelation,
yeah, so
21, that's also just covenantal.
So I think that what would help us when we approach the book of Revelation, when we assess that language, is to see how did the prophets of old use that language. And as I had mentioned last time, Isaiah the prophet uses that same exact hyperbolic language that he would permanently banish sorrow when he had brought the people of God out of Babylonian captivity. And yet we know that type of
this can't be like a shadow and type kind of comparison where
I think
like
that
there's a shadow of it in the Old Testament and then the real thing, which is better to come in the eschaton.
Yeah, and so I know that that's often a reply that people give to say, hey, look, maybe this is just a mirroring effect that Jesus did come in judgment in AD 70, but we're still waiting for a greater fulfillment of the eschaton. My pushback to that is this. If we do say that had taken place, at least in part, then we have to say that the end of the age, in part, had already transpired as well by the year 70.
That's what St. Paul says, that Christ put a down payment on this kingdom, right? That's the language he uses, I think, Ephesians 1 or 2.
So would you say that the end of the age took place in the year 70?
I think already, but not yet. Like, it's not completed. I think there's like a bunch of problems that you have with the second coming if you think it already happened. Again, like Philippians 3. Here it's like, again, like very sensory language for the resurrection, right? We eagerly await a savior from there. Our Lord Jesus Christ will transform these humble bodies into the likeness of his glorious body by means of that power by which he is able to subject all things to himself.
So
Like this didn't happen yet.
Let me be clear. So let me be clear what your position is. Is it your position that all prophecy has not been fulfilled?
Yes, I'm like kind of partial preterist.
So yes, in that it has not all been fulfilled.
Correct.
Okay, so in Luke chapter 21, verse 22, the Bible says during the days of the siege of Jerusalem, all prophecy would be fulfilled. So how would you reconcile your position that
Oh,
all
you
prophecy?
think because you think Revelation has a pre-70 AD date?
Yeah. But if we look at verse 22 of Luke chapter 21, it says during those days that this would fulfill all scripture. It says these are the days of vengeance to fulfill all that has been written.
Oh, yeah. I don't think that I don't think that Luke had Revelation in mind when he wrote that.
What leads you to that conclusion?
Because I think I have a later dating for Revelation. I'm open to changing my mind on that. I'm not like dogmatic on that issue.
Yeah. Last time you had asked me about the early dating, and by the way, I'm not just for anybody that would like to say, oh no, you're just AIing stuff. I study this stuff thoroughly and I archive my personal quotes.
Yeah, I didn't try to say that. I'm reading something, trying to find another verse here while.
But so I have a whole bank of quotations and sources that substantiates or at least serves as evidence in favor of the view that Revelation was written pre-AD 70. We have the Syriac version of the New Testament that places Revelation during the reign of Nero from 64 to 68. We have a fragment.
I get it's a reference to Nero, but can't he just be talking about Diocletian as a type? Like just an emperor that is, like harsh on Christians?
No, I'm not talking about a particular passage in the book of Revelation. I'm saying external sources that were written post AD 70 that from the early fathers or certain fragments that places the dating of Revelation pre AD 70.
Like in the Peshitta?
Yeah, and others right here.
What is the evidence?
The Syriac version of the New Testament places the dating of Revelation during the reign of Nero. The Muratorian fragment dating back from 170 to 190 says that this work of John was written during the reign of Nero. The Aramaic Peshitta, as you had mentioned, version has a remark that places this date prior to AD 70. And there's additional others. In addition to I'd only mentioned one internal evidence last time. I believe that there's other internal evidences that places the composition of Revelation 270.
But what do you have to say about language like this though in Romans 8, where it's like, if we indeed suffer with him, so we may also be glorified with him? Is it like a covenantal suffering?
Yeah. So, well, let's look back at what Paul said in Colossians. He says, and it corresponds with what he says there in Romans. So I'm not deflecting. He says that he was filling up in his body the sufferings that were still lacking and were behind in the sufferings of Christ. And so what you have, and this is consistent with Jewish eschatology, they understood, not to say that we in the New Testament base everything off what the Jews believe, because we know that sometimes they were wrong.
Yes.
But so I just wanted to make that qualification. But that there was this understanding that as there was a tribulation for the remnant, in it parallel to that was a culmination of sin. And we see this concept in Matthew 23. Jesus says, fill up the measure of your father's sins, which he says would be culminated in that generation in Matthew 23.
What do you have to say about this, though? That if we suffer with him, we will also be glorified with him.
Yeah, no, I'm getting to that. So my point.
Let's get to it. I'm not trying to rush you here or anything, but like, I don't want to take up all the time. Just trying to get to the point.
So the point is this: there was this idea of sin being filled up, the Jewish people's sin, apostate Israel,
Yes, I'm
and the
familiar with it.
suffering,
Yes.
the suffering of the remnant church, and the tribulation that had already transpired in their age, and that once that had reached its brim, they would receive the glory that they not us had been anticipating for. And that's why you see this imminent language. It's near, it's at hand, it's on the cusp. The judge is already at the door. And so given that, the imminent time statements and coupled with that understanding, I think that they had received the glory that they had been anticipating for.
Okay, where do you see that?
Well, when we look at the time statements, I don't see the fulfillment of the glory that they had been anticipating for, going beyond the passing of the generation they were living in.
You think that glorification is just for that generation?
No, I'm saying that the glory that they in particular had been received. I'm not saying that those who believe thereafter do not inherit any glory. I'm not saying that they don't become partakers of the divine
What are you
glory.
saying?
I'm saying that the glory that they in particular. So it's not inconsistent to say that they were anticipating for a greater glory and that they had received it, but those in the successive generations that believe thereafter cannot therefore partake of that glory. It's not incompatible to say those two things.
Okay, but this is a real suffering and a real glorification.
Mm-hmm.
So if Christ came back, I mean, where are all of the glorified resurrected bodies that St. Paul is talking about in Romans 8 and in Philippians 3?
I think there's only one of two ways to take on that, and it's either that there was a legitimate bodily rapture, or that the corporate body view is the correct stance to take, and that it's not physical material bodies, but it's a exiting out of the body of Moses into the corporate body of Christ.
So there's no literal resurrection.
Well, if we look at what Jesus said regarding the resurrection of that, well, if I might ask you, where do we get this concept of the resurrection from?
From Acts 17, Revelation 20.
And where did they get it from?
From the Holy Spirit and from Christ. From
Is
God.
there any Old Testament passages that they derived that eschatology from?
I think there are shadows of it because the Old Testament was a progressive revelation. The New Testament is the fullness of it.
Would you say that Daniel chapter 12 is a good proof text for the resurrection?
I didn't really have it in mind, but maybe.
So if we look at Daniel chapter 12, and we know that in Matthew chapter 24, verse 15 and verse 21, Jesus explicitly draws from Daniel. Okay, and so he's drawing from Daniel 12, and in Daniel 12, it talks about the tribulation, talks about the abomination, it talks about the resurrection. And thus, if it stands true, and I believe it does, that the tribulation and the abomination of desolation had taken place in the first century, then as a logical consequence, the resurrection also took place too. Last thing I'll say about that, in Daniel 12, it says, when the time of the power of the shattering of the holy people are fully complete, then all of these things will be fulfilled. Well, what's the antecedent there? Is the tribulation, is the abomination, and it's the resurrection. And so the question then becomes, when did the power of the holy people fully shatter?
I'm I'm gonna be honest, dude. I think you're way overreading some of these passages to try and make connections to justify your view rather than look at what the consistent view has been throughout history. Why should I accept your interpretation of these things? Like, why should I accept your hermeneutic tradition? What hermeneutic tradition are you even coming from?
Well, I'm not even saying that you should accept it. I was wanting to know how the Orthodox position reconciles these passages.
They mean what they say. There's a real resurrection.
Yeah.
And okay, and that's fair. And let's just grant that. Say there is a bodily resurrection. Okay, in Daniel 12, it says that those things would be fulfilled when the power of the holy people is fully shattered.
Yeah, St. Paul says it's a down payment.
But when would you guys say that the power of the holy people was completely shattered?
So, what verse are you talking about in Daniel 12?
Yeah, it's in Daniel 12, I believe verse 7 or verse 8.
Then when the power of the one who shatters the holy people has been exhausted, all these things will be finished. Yeah, so that's like, I think, paralleling Revelation, where it says that like that there will be a loosening in the last days of the devil to go wreak havoc on the earth. Because when Christ came, he bound him for a time.
So okay, so here I am.
You still have no epistemic justification for the scriptures.
Yeah, I think at the end of the day, like, we can go back and forth all day long interpreting the Old Testament in lieu of the New Testament and things like that. But then what the question is do you even have the ability to bind us to your interpretation of these things? And so at the end of the day, we're just going to say, it's kind of that meme. I kind of trust the church fathers, bro.
It's a novel
right?
teaching. It's not what the church fathers say. It's not what the church teaches.
Yeah, no, I recognize that it's not what the church teaches. And
So
I'm
it's not
fully
what the
aware
Bible
that
teaches.
I know that it's okay, but here's the thing, with all due respect.
Yeah.
Because I've asked quite a few Catholics and I've asked quite a few Orthodox, and when I present these passages, there's, and I'm not saying anything bad about you guys, but there's often a default to say, well, how do you get the canon? And I'm not saying that's not a valid question to ask. As I had mentioned last time, I think that's a powerful.
Well, it's not even that. It's just like, I mean, these guys, like the church fathers, especially like up to the 400s or 500s, they would have been in this culture, knowing this language, knowing the idioms, knowing that, you know, the New Testament is not just classical Greek, but it's Greek within some like Galilean dialect, right? It's a very specific form of Greek, and they would have been familiar with all these things. Like, I think they would have known how to interpret them better than anybody today, or like the novel full preterist position that, you know, is pretty recent.
But you would know as much as I do, is that when we look at a lot of the early fathers, they had different opinions on their eschatology.
Do you still receive communion?
Well, I can't because I'm not fully Catholic, but I attend Catholic Mass and I'm still inquiring. So and this is my position. I think that communion is within a historic apostolic church. So I know that I vary from different Protestants in that respect, but so no, you all know that you can't unless you're fully, you know, enlisted within the church.
TP Strength asks, ask him about Isaiah 26. Your dead shall live; their bodies shall rise.
Mm-hmm. But so, yeah, no, I agree that, you know, that the early fathers didn't take, they were diverse in their opinions on eschatology. You have St. Augustine, right, who was Amil. You had, who was it? I think
Kind of. Speculation is not the same thing as them coming together and saying, okay, well, this is the general consensus of the church. There are certain positions that are not allowable, right?
Like what are Greg's examples?
Also, your position on whether or not where there's going to be a bodily resurrection makes no sense. Why would God send an angel to fight over the body of Moses if the intention wasn't to eventually have our bodies in the eschaton?
I think there's there's different opinions as to what the body of Moses constitutes there. I think that a viable interpretation is that
what do you think?
It was.
Though?
I think a viable interpretation is that it was a corporate body.
Do you think it's relative, or that there's an objective meaning in the text?
So like, for example, in 1 Corinthians chapter 10, verse 1 and following, it says that all of Israel, when they passed through the cloud and the waters, they were baptized in the body of Moses. So that's not it's not a single individual. It was a corporate covenant, a covenant world that they had entered into by virtue of that process.
Yeah, and we are baptized into a covenant. I mean, we think to
Yeah.
say that doesn't bring us to full preterism. What do you have to say about in the Lazarus chapter, John 11, where Jesus says, "Your brother will come back to life again," and Martha says, "I know he will come back to life again in the resurrection at the last day."
Yeah, I'm not denying the resurrection.
It just that it's literal.
But my dispute is the timing of the resurrection. I think that the
so you
resurrection
think
already
after the
took place.
resurrection there is still death?
So once again,
So if you just define what all the terms mean, I mean, I could see how you get to full preterism, you know, because it really seems like that's what you're doing. Were there any church fathers that were preterist or full preterist?
No, but they made preterist claims.
Well, no. So,
So
are you
none of
saying that you're
them-
henpecking? You're henpecking
None of
church
them agreed with
fathers
you.
to
So you
interweave?
admitted you're a partial preterist.
I mean, probably, yeah. Like I said, I'm open to changing my mind on it.
But so they made claims that would be consistent with partial preterism. But you
have
asked
to take the consensus. It's like you think of it like a juridical body, right? So like you have a lot of cases in law. You don't just like look at one and be like, oh, well, this one is slightly different than the other one. Well, you look at all the things that they agree with across all the cases.
No, I acknowledge that. I don't think that a single view, you can't take what one father said and say, well, this was the view of the whole church. That's not what I believe.
Made by Jim Bob says, Greg, skip it all and come to divine liturgy.
Now that's a
Thanks
whole
for the
separate
$10, Jim Bob.
That's a whole separate. I don't know if you heard, but I know that you guys are not Roman Catholic, but you guys are Eastern Orthodox. But I have been making my efforts to inquire into the historic church.
Yeah. Why do you think that like this novel new interpretation of the Bible is correct?
For various reasons. I think that
Don't you think that the church fathers would have had it right?
But see, then that's where
don't you?
And that's where we get into hermeneutics, right? Because you're operating from a specific paradigm that doesn't
legal
delineate
one, that there's precedent here. Like it's already been interpreted. Like we don't need to go and reinterpret it through a new lens.
Okay, and let's just say for argument's sake, okay, I acknowledge that. And let's say just in theory, let's just for argument's sake say, okay, I want to come into the Eastern Orthodox Church, and this is something that I brought up before. I'm still going to have these ideas floating around in my head saying, how do we reconcile all these things internally?
You humble yourself, humble your intellect.
Yeah, this is a good.
That will be
super
accounted
chat,
to you as
actually,
righteousness.
From Icon Corner. So in 1 Corinthians, I think it's 12 or 11, St. Paul says that in taking communion or receiving communion, you proclaim Christ's death until he comes. So there's at least one prophecy left of Jesus coming.
Yeah, and so what I would
you stop receiving communion.
Well, not necessarily. Now I don't know enough
until
about
he comes.
So okay, but if you look at the Greek, it doesn't necessitate its termination. Like for example,
you don't speak Greek though.
I'm not an expert, but
I'm not. I don't know.
But I have done a fair study in Greek.
I don't know.
Okay,
be fair,
but
I have
with
done
respect, dude, with respect, if none of the church fathers who spoke fluent Greek came to your interpretation of that, well, why do you think your interpretation is going to trump theirs when you don't even speak Greek, let alone that? No, I'm not. Even if you did speak Greek, it doesn't necessitate that your interpretation of the Greek is correct, because even modern day Greek people can't speak ancient Greek, you know. So,
but to be fair, a verse got brought up, and what I said was correct, because that same line of reasoning is even used to defend other doctrines. Like for example, the Bible says he must reign until he puts all enemies underneath his feet. That doesn't mean a termination. Yeah, it doesn't mean the termination of his reign, right? And so, and I don't know what your guys' position is on this, but I know Roman Catholics defend the perpetual virginity of Mary.
That's a good point.
By the word until. So I'm not making a stretch by replying with that.
All right, fair enough. What do you have to say about like all the prophecies about the church, though? Like here it says, it's talking about the church in the days of those kings, you know, referring to Rome and Greek, like the ancient empires. In the days of those kings, the God of heaven will raise up an everlasting kingdom that will not be destroyed, and a kingdom that will not be left to another people. And if you're coming in with a new interpretation, like many centuries later, and how is that like a prevailing kingdom?
Yeah, so
If they were wrong for all this time.
well, yeah, I don't. Well, first of all, I think that the kingdom is manifested in the church. I think that that is the visible expression of God's kingdom on earth.
Which one?
And that's where
Which
I
one?
tend to lean Roman Catholic. So
Why?
I'm not going to try to defend all that. I don't know enough.
But all of this is prior to the interpretation of the text. Like we can get into preterism and full preterism if you want, but if there is no church out there that has continuity, it's all kind of for naught, right?
Not when in continuity you mean what exactly?
You think the church? You think that there was a kingdom set up at the time of those kings that was not everlasting?
No, I don't believe that. I think it is everlasting.
Okay, so if they were incorrect until full preterism came up, like,
so
that doesn't sound very everlasting to me.
So when you say everlasting, that what do you mean when you don't mean just that its presence still abides today? I'm guessing that you mean that the doctrine
will not
is
be
intact.
destroyed. It will not be destroyed. It will not be left to another people. So that means that it will always be there, and it will not be hijacked. Right? It will not be left to another people. If you're saying that like a bunch of people with the wrong interpretation of the Bible took over the church, you're saying it was left to another people. Like,
I don't think it was left
won, then it would have been left over to another people, but they didn't. They lost.
Yeah, I don't think it was left over to another people. In that, I do believe that there is an unbroken line of succession.
Then why don't you join the people? That's us.
Well, that's the separate thing. I don't like I said, I don't know enough to. I don't know enough to say
the church you're
it's
in informs your interpretation of the scriptures.
Okay, so but what I mean is it being a separate issue is it Oriental, is it Eastern Orthodox, or is it Roman Catholic? That's what I'm saying is a separate issue, is to figure out who is the one true church.
Yeah. So do you think that, you know, the four patriarchs in the East were right, and they started their own church, or that the Pope, just the Bishop of Rome, went and started his own church?
Now, if I can push back a little bit. So were there ever, what's your guys' view then, if you say, okay, if it was overtaken by an Arian, then it was left to another people, but there was clearly bishops and priests, right, that had varying different views, but were legitimately ordained.
Yeah, and they were standardized in councils, and then the ones that did not adhere to the councils were disciplined. There's also a huge language problem between like the first and second ecumenical councils. That's why you see like they call them like semi-Arian synods, right? So like the term hypostasis and ousia, like I talked about this with Father Stephen and with Doc Bo Branson, that like the term nature can mean like someone's personal nature, or it can just mean like a universal human nature. And like the same way with the term hypostasis, right? So they were used in like varying ways. It was more of a standardization of language and preserving certain things, like that God is always a father.
If you don't mind, I wanted to come back to what you said, Nikolai. You said about like humbling our intellect. And I believe that humility is good. At what point would you say that humility, like how, if I were to follow your line of reasoning and say, okay, I want to humble my intellect, at what point does humbling intellect become rejection of evidence? Like, how would I know what the difference is for me?
Well, I mean, that's a question that every single person kind of has to wrestle with themselves on some level. No one's saying that you have to abandon reason, right? Like that's not really what we mean by humbling the intellect. What we mean by humbling the intellect is simply saying, acknowledging that we don't have all the knowledge that we would ever need. You're not going to mathematically solve God. And you'll notice that there's a traditional Orthodox church. You'll notice that basically none of the people that we consider theologians in our church that are given the title theologian, None of them, almost none of them, were formally educated, as in they were scholastic, scholarly people. They were theologians because they had direct experience of God. In the Orthodox Church, to be a theologian, one of the prerequisites is to have the direct experience of God. That means that you can have somebody who is not formally educated at all be a saint and be a theologian in a sense, right? So we believe that illumination is a prerequisite before you can even do theology, right? So to put it bluntly, a layperson who is baptized and illuminated by holy baptism and chrism is in a better state to discuss theology than the heterodox, we would say. And that's us being brutally honest, right? Like, obviously you can discuss these things, but on some level, the noose has to be washed in order to fully interact with the knowledge of God.
Yeah.
Now,
I do gotta kind of move on though. Greg, I appreciate you calling in. I guess if you have, I'll give you the last word here. Go ahead.
Yeah, for sure. Thank you for having me on. I appreciate it. I appreciate y'all being respectful and really trying to do justice to the questions I have. So I truly respect that. And by the way, I actually have a last question with this.
Sure.
It's not theological. So because I follow you on X or Twitter or whatever. And I see a whole lot of mess when it comes to the debate. So is the debate with you and JP still going?
It's not going tomorrow. No, it's on June 10th. Yes, June 10th on Modern Day Debate. Yes,
that's a
JP,
whole
man.
mess.
That guy's
That's
such
crazy.
a mess, dude. Yeah, I know.
But I just
ridiculous.
wanted to say, so just speaking for all Protestants, well, not all Protestants, but speaking as a Protestant, I felt like what Ash said was very straightforward. And I don't know what this whole idea is of like, oh, it's so difficult to grasp or, straw manning him. And I feel like, it's like, no, he made a good case. He had really good points.
Yeah, you got to
so
talk
I
about
just
the
wanted,
evidences. Yeah.
and so I just personally wish that people were more like humble and we could and just acknowledge when someone makes an actually good point and let that ego to the side. And so okay, no, I'm sorry. This is my last question. Why if I were to decide today, why should I choose Eastern Orthodoxy over Roman Catholicism? What would you say to me in a brief summation?
Continuity, theology. The Roman Catholic Church started their own church, and a lot of it was based on fraud. If you see, like during the schism, a lot of the communications between the Bishop of Rome and the Emperor and the Patriarch of Constantinople, where they were using like the Bishop of the donation of Constantine, which is like a blatant fraud. There are other, like you see it in the Errors of the Latin set. It gets like a pretty extensive treatment of like the forgeries that went into it. So like a lot of their claims to authority were based on fraud, like literal crime. So like it's not a real church. They made up their own church. And as soon as they break away, what do you see? The Gregorian reforms. And then what do you see again? The Tridentine reforms. What do you see after that? Vatican I, more reforms. Vatican II, more reforms. Just a ton of reforms. What you don't really see that in the Orthodox Church. Like maybe you can argue at one point the Slavic nations were in like a form of Western captivity or something. Then they just went right back to what they were always doing. So yeah, essence energy's distinction. There's a lot of distinctives, I think.
All right, man. Well, I appreciate the time, the talk. It was cool.
Thanks for calling in. I did want to address one comment from that guy who said something to suspend critical thinking for the. Oh, here it is. I think. For the consensus of the fathers, too. What? Here's another prophecy about the church in Isaiah 1. I will reestablish honest judges as in former times. You have no judges. Where are your judges? You don't have any of those. Ooh, where was the comment?
Yep.
We do. We have the saints and the holy fathers that are judges over how to interpret and apply scriptures. You don't have any of those. You are not this church. Like, I don't know. It seems like pretty straightforward to me. Let's go with the one chosen. What's up, man? What's your question?
Hey, man. How y'all doing? Can you hear me?
Well, how are you? Yes, I can.
Awesome deal. And I just got a question for either one of y'all can really answer this question. To be honest with
Sure.
you, I'm a catechumen,
Bet.
and I'm actually gonna get baptized this upcoming week. I've been a catechumen for 9 months.
Glory
so
to God.
Yeah, you know, he is risen. So yeah, I mean, but there are two questions that kind of just recently came up, and so I wanted to get your thoughts on it because I couldn't really
Sure.
formulate an answer on it. The first one is going to be in Exodus 32. It was brought to my attention to where, as far as how we venerate icons, right? Just a little small background. I'm not gonna get too far into detail. I used to be an atheist and I became a Protestant when I was like 21, 22. I was a Protestant for like 7, 8 years. And so icons and things like that were like new to me.
Uh-huh.
And some of these new theologies about like the Trinity, the Spirit, the Filioque, all that was new to me. So eventually I came to terms with it. But I recently was reading Exodus 32, chapter 32, when Moses went up to the Mount Sinai with God and he came down and the people made a golden calf. And in Exodus, they say that they made the calf and said, "This is for our God who led us out of Egypt, O Israel."
Uh-huh.
Which is somebody brought it up to me, whereas I like, isn't that what you guys say about icons, which is you guys don't worship them as God or you guys venerate them, but that's no different than what they did in Exodus, and God condemned them for doing that.
Yeah, there's a change at the incarnation, right? So because Christ took on, one of the reasons why they couldn't have an image of God is because it says in Deuteronomy that God says to the Israelites, make no image because you saw no form on the mountain, right? So when Christ assumes a form, then you can make a form of that.
Okay.
Well, also, God directly commands the creation of images, as long as they're related to Him. But the moment that they wrongly use and repurpose those images to a way that God has not commanded, then it becomes an error. So you'll notice that in Exodus 32, it says, they had made themselves a molded calf and worshipped it and sacrificed to it and said, "This is your God, O Israel." So they're treating the actual thing in question as God. Like this is a physical manifestation of God. And if you read the Religion of the Apostles and some of the other, if you listen to some of Father Stephen Dion's podcast on Lord of Spirits, he talks about how ancient paganism used to view idols as literal avatars or that was actually the physical manifestation of the god, right, in question. And so the Israelites, the error was not necessarily that they were offering a calf to God. It was that they were doing so without the explicit command of God and doing
Yeah.
exactly the opposite of what he told them to do.
And is Christ fully human?
Correct.
Can humans be depicted?
Yeah.
Then Christ can be depicted.
Yeah, I was kind of taking when it got brought up, I was kind of taking the approach of since they were coming from Egypt and they kind of reduced God to a creation of a mammal. I was thinking like maybe they disrespected God because they reduced his image to that of a calf, which is the creation, and God is more than a creation.
Yeah,
and
that's
they
Acts
used an
17,
image,
right? Where St. Paul says that the divine nature cannot be
right,
depicted.
And I think they created an image from one of their gods from Egypt, which was a calf. I can't remember which god the calf represented. And so they were kind of comparing that to God. That's the kind of approach that I was taking, but I just wanted to get some reaffirmation on that specific thing because I was kind of like, man, they did say this was like a window to help them feel God. So I was just trying to get the distinction.
Yeah, just like the tabernacle was. So like in the Psalms, I think Psalm, I don't know, it's in my opening statement against the other Paul. There is, I think it's like 132 or something like that, where it says, I worship in the divine assembly, I bow towards your holy temple. It's like by bowing to the temple, you are partaking in that heavenly worship in the divine assembly.
Okay.
So it is a portal. Yeah.
Okay. My second question is, before I came into Orthodox, I honestly didn't even know this was a thing, right? That we all just believe the same thing, but which is the Filioque. right?
Well, we do not believe it, but
right. We know that
Yeah.
Orthodox. I'm just saying I didn't know it was an actual argument. Is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah.
Until I started looking into it. My only question on that is, like, I understand that if we were to say that that the Spirit proceeds from the Father and the Son, it breaks the Trinity, because now the Father and the Son share something that the Holy Spirit doesn't have with the other two. That's why we say that the Spirit proceeds from the Father and the Son is begotten
Yes.
from the Father.
Yes.
My only thing is, if they all share something together, but we were to say that the Father is the source, does that not mean that now how does the Son and the Spirit share something together if they don't share that in common?
That they're not the sole source?
Like I said,
that you're saying they have in common that they are both not the sole source?
Correct, in a sense.
Yeah,
Like
that's
the way the question was, like, kind of
it's because it's you're confusing hypostatic properties and properties of the divine nature, right? So, like, being the sole source is the Father's hypostatic property. It's how you distinguish his person, right? So it's just like saying, well, the Spirit proceeds. Well, the Father doesn't proceed and the Son doesn't proceed. So now they have something in common that the Spirit doesn't, right? Well, it doesn't matter because that's a hypostatic property.
Okay, yeah, because the way the question was answered to me, it threw me off. It was because I wrote it down. I said, how do you explain that the Holy Spirit is deeply connected to the Son without making the Son a co-creator of the Spirit?
Can you say that again?
How do you explain the Holy Spirit is deeply connected to the Son without making the Son a co-creator of the Spirit?
Well, you see a reciprocal relationship, like in the Gospels, like Mary conceives by the Holy Spirit. So the Son comes into the world by the Holy Spirit. And then when he leaves, he sends the Holy Spirit.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's reciprocal between the two of them. John of Damascus says that the Holy Spirit rests in the Son.
Okay, awesome deal. Yeah, those were the only real two questions I really had. Like I said, I'm getting baptized this week into the Orthodox Church, so
good.
I'm really excited about that. But thank y'all for your time.
Yeah, our pleasure. Any other words on that one, Nikolai?
No, I mean, yeah, with those types of things, it's always better to just go to really well-established sources to interpret those things. Like the Filioque stuff, like there's really great writings on that.
St. Palamas' Apodictic Treatise, I think, is probably the best one. Let's go with Leon. What's up, Leon?
Hey, how's it going, Alex?
Good. How are you?
Good. I just had a quick question. It's off of what Nikolai said. It was just on you said about the Orthodox theologians, how they have to have like direct knowledge of God or like experience with God. I just wanted to ask, like, how does one like know the difference of direct knowledge of God or like experience with God versus like pre-lust? You know what I mean?
The testimonies of the saints, your spiritual father, and the charisms that are passed down through the church.
So there's not really a way like you personally can like see it. Like it has to be within the church.
Yes. The Holy Spirit rests, like we just said, the Spirit rests in the Son. The church is his body. So the Holy Spirit rests in the church.
Church is communal. You got to remember, we don't do the faith alone. It doesn't say when you are alone in your basement, I will be there. It says when 2 or 3 gather in my name, right? So the whole purpose of the church is to be a vehicle and a place in which we, one, hold each other accountable so that if you're in pre-lust, somebody can say, hey, dude, you're in pre-lust, right? But oftentimes, a lot of the saints, when they do have direct experiences with the uncreated light, for example, a lot of them are very skeptical. Right? That normally the sign of a saint is humility, right? And classically, right? So those are the types of things that you need to do in order to keep yourself, you should never assume you're a saint, kind of a thing. Like
Yeah.
that's kind of the opposite of what a saint would do, right?
Okay, that's all I had. I was thinking on those lines anyway. But all right, good night.
Yeah. Thanks. Elias, what's up, Elias?
Hey, what's going on, guys? Thanks for having me
What's
on.
good? Yeah.
Before I get to it, I saw you were a Alani Nu man, so we have to have Alex Soren's official Alani Nu flavors ranking.
I
Cosmic
like
Stardust,
the orange
amazing.
one. What's the new orange one? I like not the cream soda one. I'm not a big fan of
Yeah.
those. Only like the pink slush. That's the only one.
Yeah,
that
the
will
the
give a
lime
pass
one I
through.
like, but as a Colombian, the lime is not lime enough. So yeah,
Dude, that's what I thought too. I was like, dude,
exactly.
where's this? Should be like a even
Hard
like
battery
limier than a
acid level lime.
mojito or something like mojito, but like cherry twist also is, or this cherry blade, whatever cherry twist.
Yeah,
really
like
solid.
Cosmic Stardust is my favorite. But anyway, on to the main point. And actually, Nikolai, I tried to run this by you when you were doing a call in as well. So I had listened to the Ash JP whole debacle and everything like that, and I realized that's something that modern Orthodox apologists don't bring up too much, and that is they always ask for evidence in the first few centuries from church fathers and stuff like that of prayer to the saints, or intercessions of the saints. And something that I have not seen brought up, and I know that St. John of Damascus uses this in defense of, is the apostolic liturgies of St. Mark and St. James, where those are explicitly mentioned. And contrasting that with the same, that has the same weight of the authorship of the book of Matthew and canonicity, that's the only way we receive it. So Protestants hold that up to a very high standard, hold that tradition, but don't, let's say something with the apostolic liturgies, with the accreditation of that to that. So that's something I haven't seen, that hey, there's direct evidence from theology and faith in practice in the liturgies that go straight back to the apostolic era.
Yeah, there's a ton of fragmentary evidence on that too, just like archaeologically, like not only the Subtuum Presidium, but like cherubic hymns that we see from like the 200s and stuff, like super early.
Yeah, exactly. And the big thing on that is like that is it's something that rests in tradition, with a burden of proof that this is an apostolic teaching, and that same thing, with the canon of scripture. And then something else that I loved Ash's line of argumentation, with the first century Jews, this is a widespread practice. Something I think that could be taken a point further, that St. Paul being a black belt, Pharisee. Not only did he not, condemn
black belt, 4 stripes, 16th degree. Yeah.
Exactly. So not only did he not condemn them for this practice, but that the Jews continued their practice after converting, and they still see themselves as Jews and not Christians in the modern day sense. So there would have been no reason for Jews, and this being a widespread practice, to lay this practice down and not continue it, when they still see themselves as Jews, and Paul even still tells them to get circumcised and everything like that. So not just Jews widespread doing it, because I know Mahler brought up the point that, he's like, well, this is Jews doing this first century, it's not Christians. I'm like, well, this is a widespread practice that if Jews converted, and believe themselves as the fulfillment of Judaism, in the Messiah, that they would have carried this practice over. I feel like, that's a correct, logical conclusion to it.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah. So go ahead.
Yeah, the default view is our view, is our thing, and they're trying to say that like, oh well, we need to prove it. Like, okay, we did. Now the presumption shifts. Now you have to show us some explicit statement that says this practice did not continue on with the church, because like everybody was doing it, was not controversial. It doesn't matter where you were in the Jewish diaspora, whether you were in like freaking Spain or in Babylonia or in North Africa, like everybody was doing this.
Exactly.
I think the thing I like to do, and me and Alex talked about this very early on when his first videos came out with icons and stuff like that, and the way in which historians, and this is me speaking from a purely secularist historical perspective, if you see a tradition that is discussed, let's say it's discussed amongst those two, let's assume JP's position on Ash's evidence is to the 3rd century. The fact that you have 2 rabbis discussing it means that the roots of that are much earlier. That means
No, I
the
think it must
cultural.
have started there, Nikolai. I guess that's the first
Yeah,
time ever.
the first it drives me up the wall. The first attestation of something in history is not evidence of its origin. That is evidence of it being widespread enough to actually be talked about.
Are you telling me that they're describing something that exists already?
Yeah,
That
and it
can't
has
be
to
right
be.
because that destroys my worldview.
Yeah, it has to be well established because you also got to remember the cost to record something and write a letter to somebody and all this stuff is enormous at that time period. And so they're not going to talk about something like, "Dear diary, today I saw somebody doing an icon." That's a new thing. They don't do that. They do something once it rises to the level of this needs to be discussed and this needs to be recorded for posterity's sake. And so a cultural, and we know this because, again, I'll just use a pagan example. Pagan Viking funeral pyres, the earliest attestation, the earliest actual physical evidence that we have of it is like the 700s or like 800s. But we know that it existed at least 1,000 years prior. So the idea that we're supposed to just assume that the origin is in the 700s rather than 1,000 years prior is ridiculous. No historian would hold to that. It would be, historians would laugh at you if you made the suggestion that, oh no, since it's the early evidence, it does that. Yet these guys will hold a double standard. They won't do that for pagans. They won't do that for secularists. They won't do that for any other historical fact throughout all of history, whether it's Julius Caesar, Alexander the Great, etc. But they'll do that for icons. And so the presumption should be at least 200 to 300 years prior to the first major attestation, positive declaration that icons are used. And when is that? Roughly the 300s for Orthodoxy. And that's if we grant them a bunch. I don't grant them that. But if we grant them their maximal position, like let's say Gavin Ortland's position is, he says, well, the earliest is 325 or something like that. I think that's something he says. Our assumption should be at least 200 to 250 years prior to that. Well, that puts it within the time of the life of the Apostle John. So it's over after that.
Most definitely. Like Alex was saying with the was it the prayer to the Virgin Mary in Greek, that's dated to 250 AD. Obviously, that would have been in practice because before. But even you take the Old Testament scriptures, that are passed down for many generations, not written down until the second Temple Jewish period. And then another point on that is that Ash brought up was the that the Trinity is now explicitly written in Scripture. So they're asking for explicit evidence in Scripture of prayer to the saints, and JP's response to that was no. All the building blocks are there, and we can reach that logical conclusion. The same thing can be said of prayer to the saints, and then he's holding a different standard or burden of proof that there must be direct physical evidence of that. With scripture and tradition, coming to the logical conclusion of the Trinity, being systematized later on, but not holding that same standard of proof to prayers to the saints.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. And then you had brought up, Nikolai, the HHS's Orthodox or Divine Liturgy experience, and he was like, seeing the the veneration of icons in practice, he's like, that just felt like idolatry in my soul. My employee is Indian, and she comes from a Hindu background, and literally saw invocating of spirits and actual sacrifice and stuff like that still goes on today in that culture. And I explained to her the whole, argumentation of veneration and praise to the saints. And she told me that, like, she still feels like she couldn't go to a church and do that because it would still feel like that. And I'm like, well, you have to remember that, his experience of that is because of the programming and of the lenses that he's put on, that he's coming from a framework of extreme iconoclasm, that of course it's going to look like that to him. Take myself, I've been a martial artist since a child, and you bow into the space that you do. You bow to you the head sensei and stuff like that. When I went to my first Divine Liturgy, I still didn't venerate any stuff because it still kind of gave me that weird feeling, something like that. So I think something to with that helps people with that is like, hey, you have programming that is going to clash with experiential reality and is undoing all that programming first. Before you cast judgment on that experiential reality.
Yeah.
One thing that I always tell people is that you got to remember the modern Western American mindset is the rugged individualist cowboy. I don't bow to no king. You know what I mean? And even 100 to 200 years ago, that would have been, they would have been like, what? We have this kind of distorted view of honoring people and how we even engage with people, let alone that. In Korea, no one's going to bat an eye if you bow to somebody. Bowing to an icon is like, they would be like, oh yeah, you're just bowing to the person depicted. You do that at every funeral in Korea.
Yep. And then the last point was Wes Huff's distinction. He's collapsing the collapsing the veneration worship distinction. I think somebody brought up that the modern Protestant church doesn't even have worship, and that was why my employee was so skeptical of this, is because the strict definition of worship is to offer sacrifice and offerings and commune with it, and have an actual localization of a deity, into a physical object. Not, worship is not, singing Kumbaya for, an hour. So the, asking them,
really good.
Yeah, exactly.
Is it worship?
Yeah, well, and you brought it up in the Old Testament with the calf. They offered sacrifices to the golden calf, as is, they thought, thinking that it was Yahweh. So, asking somebody, hey, did they offer a sacrifice to it? Did they try to do, breathing open of the nostrils to an icon? Did they, try to, offer food to it? Because, that's every single, obviously, veneration and worship are, always in the same ceremonies and everything like that. But letting people know, hey, that's the distinction. Are they actually, invocating, something into a localized, material object? Are they sacrificing or anything like that? So yeah, I think that was pretty much it. And then Alex, I think I popped out a long time, but we're still day 28 of asking for a good collab with the esteemed Eastern Orthodox professor and theologian, Dr. Nathan Jacobs. Primo collab.
I have to get him on. It's kind of overdue, honestly.
Primo collab, but yeah, thank you very much.
Yeah, all right. And Nikolai's been saying that too. Thanks for calling in. Yeah, I got to have him on for sure at some point. Timothy C.
Oh,
what's up, Timothy? How you doing?
Hey, it's Timothy from the surplus store. How y'all doing tonight?
Good. How are you?
I'm doing okay. How's it going? How you been, Nikolai? Good to see you. I was gonna say, I mean, we could both wear glasses if you want.
Listen, these are my. Everyone keeps on asking me about them. These are from high school. I've had them for almost 20 years. They're Oakleys. Remember back in the day, Oakleys, guys? Come on. That's just tells you my age.
I still have Oakleys. What are you talking about? Wait,
they're all the
cool
rage.
Oh no. So I wanted to bring up a couple of things. I think you got my comment about when you bring up the fact about history. Yeah, that's a fact. Not only is it not only that, but many times if it's a common practice, no one thinks to write it down at all. Because they're like, yeah, everyone knows this. What are you talking about? Things that you would find as common, they would have no clue. I mean, how many times have you wrote down you love your mom today? But if they found out you were alive, would they be like, no, I must have hated his mom? Can you find a thing saying he doesn't hate his mother?
Right.
Like, well, yeah, that's a little bizarre of a point to make. I have it. I wanted to say about or regarding the comments, the life-threatening comments. I want to ask, do you think the smartest angle to take with that is the moral outrage? Not that I disagree. I think that what I do want to say though is I think it kind of proves their double standard. If I were to like say where I'm frustrated with it is, I can laugh when they make a AI meme of Cleave to Antiquity bowing before Jay Dyer on a throne. I thought that was funny. They don't mean that in a funny way though. And they don't really take the same pushback. If you were to make a meme and show JP with the same meme, the MGK meme, and be like, yeah, he's done. It's over already. He'd be like, what? No, you're threatening to kill me and freaking out.
Oh, I mean, he did that because he made that image of, me as a pig or something, and somebody else made an image of him as a chimp. And he was like, you guys are all racist. And I was like, are you for real? Like,
shocking take. Wow, I can't
Yeah,
believe you
well,
said
I mean, the likes, I mean, just show that nobody believes him. His credibility is totally shot. Honestly, I don't think he'll ever find another debate after debating me because, I mean, first of all, I'll slap him down. Second of all, I mean, like, look at what happened. It's so hard to do anything with him. Like, it took forever to get a prompt down. It took forever to get a date down. And when we did, he went and he on Twitter and he messed it all up. And now he like he offended probably Andrew and the modern day debates guy. And like now it's just weird. Like, why would anybody else want to ever go through that?
No. And I want to point out too that this is a lot of this is projection. And when I say that, I mean, like, what do they screech about? Nikolai and I were talking about this like a couple days ago where I was like, well, they are obsessed with salvific claims and they won't shut up about it. Like, that's all they're doing. It's like, you know, they got a gun on you and they're just like, hey, you better say I'm saved right now. And you're like, I'm not going to say that because we don't make salvific claims for anyone, right? Unless it's a saint or something to that effect. Because I don't want that burden on me at all. Personally, I'm fine with not knowing. I never want like. And the point I want to make is, but they will make those claims about you. I don't know if you saw Andrew Wilson where he debated the black pastor guy.
Alton Johnson, yep.
Yeah, he called in, and I don't know if you saw it, Alex, but he straight up was like,
I saw like the first half. I thought it was hilarious.
You're basically you're going to hell. Like right at the start, you're going to hell.
It's pretty
because
crazy.
you curse, and I'm like, and
he was saying that. He was saying that.
I mean,
he was like, you're not a Christian. Yeah.
The thing about these guys is, and I really genuinely mean this. Aesthetics, they constantly talk about us being attracted to aesthetics. That's why you're Orthodox. You're just attracted to the aesthetics. Meanwhile, they view the person. They project this idea of the pinstripe, buttoned up, perfect man as the aesthetic of the Protestants. Like, oh, this guy that speaks very kindly and has nothing mean to say ever. It is have this gentle disposition and never has anything controversial to say. That's essentially what they want to say. But in the same breath, they'll go around and condemn Roman Catholics, Eastern Orthodox to hellfire because they don't believe in their exact distillation of the gospel. So it's all a facade. It's all an aesthetics.
More than that, they'll claim you're going to go to hell because you say 4-letter words. I guess everyone in the military, we're all going to die. It's all too late for us. Not a single one of us is safe. The example I always tell people is I say, do you know what the word sheath means? Do you know what the word sheath means? When you sheath a sword, do you know what that means? It's a Latin word. It's not a Latin word. I'm sorry. I can't remember if it's Latin or not, but it means, as I would say around my children, pachina, right? If you catch my drift. So these men who had these things are like, hey, dude, look, they've always been this way, right? Men have always been this way. Does that mean they're going to go to hell? Is this Alton Jones' his actual position? We're all going to hell if anyone says a nasty word. And I think that's important because when we're talking about the violence aspect, and this is what I was going to say, is I think that's the main thing we should be doing is turning the mirror back on them and being like, look, we're not making JP getting shot memes. We're not doing that to you guys. We're mostly laughing at you.
Yeah,
that's what we do.
I will say this: Alton Johnson, 34 minutes ago on the timeline, says, "If Jay Dyer is the reason your church has grown more within the past 10 years, then something is wrong with your church. It should be growing because people seek Christ. The Orthodox Church has become more of a boys' club rather than a healing like they proclaim." It's like, so he comes onto my channel. He's very cordial, very nice, and he's
Alton?
like, "Oh, I just have." Yeah, he came onto my channel.
Why freaking don't they come on mine? What the heck?
What do you think? What do you
babies?
And so I said, he said, "Well, I have a problem with, you know."
I'm gonna go hang out in Nikolai's chat. Like
you should.
And as soon as they call on, then I'll call in.
It's a great place to be.
I'll wait for them to call.
We'll hide you in the back.
We nerded out about history for like a good hour and a half one day, where we were just talking history. Probably longer than
4 hours.
But the point is that he calls in and he just talks the entire time about how offended he is about words. It's like, and then I offered, and you were there, Tim. How many times did I offer to actually discuss the theology with him?
Like every 5 seconds.
I said, okay, I understand your point. You have a problem with some people that are talking mean. They shouldn't do that, okay? Now can we move on to what your actual issue with orthodoxy is? Could never get to it.
No.
They just don't. They want to moralize about things. This is why. By the way, you notice what completely fizzled out? The baptismal fee thing, because all these Protestants knew that they do that same stuff. Oh, you want to rent our
it's a
wedding?
big nothing burger.
It was a big nothing burger.
See, I want to say two things real quick. All right, number one, this is a shout out to those orthobros out there. When you want to be cool enough to get on the panel more often, you show up in a suit. That way Alex knows you respect his time. You can be like, hey, Tim's in the back. I'm going to bring him up. He can hang out with us. That's important. You got to dress nice. Okay.
Right.
So if you're a young man, you don't know that, do it. Okay. That's number one. I brought this up to Nikolai that it is common practice. I'm like, do you not understand? Like, yes, young American men are rebellious. What a shock. I can't believe it. Can you believe young American men are passionate and rebellious? How
like
could
all
this
men
be?
for all time, right? They were.
And I made this point because I was like, as if you got a young guy, and I mean, as a lawyer, as an example, like if you got a new lawyer to help, to train, and he's like a go-getter, he wants to get stuff done all the time, and you're literally reeling him in all the time just to keep him from going too crazy. Is that a good thing or a bad thing?
That's what you should. That's what you should be like.
That's what you want. So you want these people to go out pushing the faith, and I don't understand why they think that's like. I think again, it's projection. They're jealous because all they have is like effeminate dudes. Like, oh, I think we're not being ironic enough, and also you're going to hell. Which one is worse? I think you're a douchebag, or I think you're going to hell. I think you and all of your friends and family are going to hell, by the way. And I also think your priest is going to hell, and he dresses like a wizard.
Well, listen, we knew it was all fake niceness when they started attacking Father Ron for saying something completely, and from months ago, by the way. So they dug it up. Something completely uncontroversial as saying the gospel is the church on some level, right?
Yeah,
that is true in a broad sense. That is very true. Now, what they want the gospel to be is just these like affirmations about your salvation. It's like these axioms.
It's a quote mine. It's just like the gentleman we were speaking to earlier, and I was like, yeah, if as an example of the historical context, Lazarus' sister says, "I know he will come back again at the resurrection." At the end of time, right? At the end of days. That means it's common knowledge. She already believes that, right? That means other people probably believe that too. It's written down. He's like, yeah, but what does that mean? What do you mean? What does that mean? It's black and white. So what's the point of me digging through all these scriptures for you to then go, hey, JP, I think it was Nikolai. Was that guy Jada Fish was the guy who actually got JP to say, yeah, they did have Polycarp's bones and they did put it up and they did bow before him. And they did pray to them, but it wasn't worship. It was just veneration.
It's pretty ridiculous, honestly. It's pretty ridiculous.
Admitted it.
There's no way, and I pointed this out in stream too. There's no principled opposition to icons that you can't apply to relics, and not a single one of them will take that debate. Now, you notice how they all are focused on icons, but when you ask them, well, what about relic veneration? It's very clearly biblical, even from the Protestants' view. I mean, you can't ignore St. Paul's handkerchief. You can't ignore his shadow. You can't ignore the bronze serpent. You can't ignore the bones of Elijah. You can't ignore these things.
Yeah, and I think we're just getting more and more evidence for it. Like, I'm just becoming so much more confident in our position just by just reviewing the evidence more and more. And it's like, wait, what exactly does Eusebius say? He says there's portraiture succession back to the apostles. It's pretty crazy, right?
What does the Gnostic gospel do? It fakes. They have to write a fake story, because they couldn't get a real one. Take that in, everybody. They had to make something up. Why would they have to make something up? Because it's all lies. That's why. So
exactly.
And I want to say that have you ever thought about because you always bring up that because when you debate, this is something about the Latinizers. I think you'll have a unique insight on. And I was curious about your opinion on this. I made the point that I'm like, they write, it's not a judge's job to psychoanalyze you. It's a judge's job to judge you. My first reaction was, how do you think judgments work exactly? Because I was like, even like in a murder case, I'm like, you have, after he's judged guilty, they have people testify on behalf of both the victims, obviously, and the murderer.
For the sentencing, yeah.
Yeah, and the judge could literally say, you know what, this guy's a good guy to the community. And it's happened several times. I'm sure you know the cases where the guy gets like 2 years of work release.
Well,
and
just
he
in
has to stay
criminal
in prison
cases
on
in
the weekend.
general, like mens rea is in element, like their state of mind, right? So there's going to be some testimony that has to do with that anyway. And like, of course, you can't know for sure, but that's why we have different standards of proof, right? Different burdens everybody has to meet, right? So it's like, you don't have to prove something with absolute certainty. Just say, hey, you know, for the last week, he put out a list of buying rope, formaldehyde, bleach, and that's pretty prima facie evidence of intent, right? So you kind of know where the guy's mind is at. But
well, my point with that is to say, like, and I guess I'm just trying to, I think it's a misconception of judgment in general. Like, you could say judgment, but that doesn't disqualify mercy or anything of the sort. Part of judgment, you could have mercy and judgment. And that's where I don't grasp where Latiners are like, no, if a baby dies, it goes to hell. I'm like, so God is worse than a human judge. He's worse than a human judge. Even a human judge could figure that out.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Do anything wrong.
But no, sorry, rules are rules. You jaywalked. You were in the carriage when it happened.
They're doing the same thing that when I grew up, Protestant Reformed doctrine makes God into an algorithm. God is this abstract algorithm that is the means in which I get to a salvation. It's the means in which I achieve this thing. And as long as I meet the certain variables that are required to get this algorithm to compute salvation at the end of my life, I'm good.
Right.
But then you get into even worse waters when you start
You
looking
keep talking
into,
for like 2 minutes. I'll be right back.
Cool. You get into even worse waters. Hey guys, to the Nikolai and Korea show.
And this is Tim in the surplus store.
Yes. And so you get into even worse waters once you start actually, how do you say this? When you start making it decreal. So not only is God an algorithm, but at the same time, he's also an algorithm that spits out answers about you, because all you are is the byproduct of his of God's decretive will. You're just a byproduct. You're not actually a person. They're actually stripping away the personhood from you.
Right. And well, and it goes further than that. It's because they want a special privilege. They want to say, no, I was specially selected. It's not enough to say I earned it, because which one sounds more humble? Hey, how do I get to heaven? It takes a lot of hard work, man. You got to keep working hard. You got to participate in the sacraments. You got to live a life with God. Or you get picked, and I'm one of the people who's been picked.
Yeah.
So I do want to say two things I had here. Earlier, you had a comment, and you said this race too shall pass, or shall not pass before the coming. I think it was this race shall not pass before the coming. As a guy like Nikolai, that's why we can nerd out about history. Historically speaking, especially at that time, even Charlemagne, when he would write, he would say things like, "This is a glory for our Christian race." It was common to use Christian as a race, so it's very it could very well just mean the Christians will not pass.
That's what the note said in the NET, is that it's like literally the hardest verse in the New Testament to translate. So like, I don't know why full preterists go around presuming that they know what this means.
Well, that's because they don't see it with the Catholics. They see just a little.
Yeah.
My mother taught me this when we were like, when I was like a kid, and we were still rushing around to like evangelical churches. She's like, no, if they base their whole church off one passage, it means they didn't read the whole book.
Yeah.
It has to be all the thing. When it comes to icons, and I wanted to touch base with you on this because you.
Yeah, I wanted to get to the second thing because I do have a few more callers I want to get to.
You're good. I'm so sorry. I was going to tell you as an example. My daughter, I was forcibly separated from her. Now I'm back with her, obviously. One of the things I was recommended to do was they said, hey, pray all the time. And it ended up where I hadn't seen her for almost 2 years at this point.
I'm sorry.
And it's okay. And it was Christmas, and I had my icon of Christ. It's the one my friend in the FSB in Russia gave me. And I had it set up there, and she stopped, and she looked at him, and her mother's not Christian at all. And she looked at it, and I said, what are you looking at for? She said, that's Jesus. And I said, how do you know that? She said, he told me. So the point I want to make is she knows that's Jesus. If she kissed it, is she kissing a demon? Other Paul? Is the child kissing a demon? Simple question.
Yeah.
So love you
That-
all. Have a good
All right.
have a
thanks,
good night,
Timothy.
everybody.
Yep. Take care. We're gonna go to Luke. What's up, Luke?
Cool. Alex,
How you
I've been
doing?
wanting to talk to you for a long time.
Uh-oh. Okay.
Well, I'm not Protestant. I've never been Protestant, so I'm
Okay.
better than you in that way. You were Protestant, not me.
Cool.
Never
What's
been
up?
Protestant, but never been Catholic or Orthodox. Never been
Okay.
part of any church. But I have a
Uh-oh.
weird background. I grew up reading the church fathers. My parents would read them to me as a kid, and I had tremendous respect for them. My parents told me all the churches are heretical and that the early church was the only true church. They're talking like first 3 centuries. And as I got older, I started reading them for myself. I'm 29 now. I've been reading them for about 10 years. And I see the early church unanimously condemning, not just consensus, but even unanimous, condemning a lot of teachings in the Orthodox and Catholic churches. And that's why I'm not part of them.
Like what?
Ask you some questions about that.
Yeah.
Well, you already know about icon veneration, but how about
Yeah, they did that in the Old Testament. I don't know why that's controversial.
who did? Who was
The
bowing down to
Israelites
images
always
in the Old
used
Testament?
symbols to connect the material to the material.
Well, let's define terms here. Veneration, that would be like bowing down to things, right, and offering them incense.
Yeah, so like in the Psalms, you see that the people of Israel are bowing down to the tabernacle, to the temple frequently.
I see, but that's not an image.
It is.
I see the tabernacle's an image.
Yes, it says in Hebrews 8 that it's a sketch of the heavenly things.
Okay. Let's say that God did tell them to bow down to images in the Old Testament. You know, Alex, even if you could prove that, which you'd have to go a long way to do that, that still wouldn't prove that
I mean,
something
it
was
says it
allowed.
on its face in the Bible.
I see. All right. Well, I've got a lot of questions to ask you. And
Yeah.
I know that the Old Testament thing is always thrown out. It's the first thing because they can't quote any church fathers. So they've got to go to the Jews. But the Jews, of course, even that's
Well, I
flimsy.
mean, uncontroversial things were not talked about. Again, like it's not like the Roman Catholic Church today where the early church was just like declaring dogmas, right? It's a dispute resolution mechanism like a court. So whenever they have a problem, that's when they go to a council and a dogma is declared, just like you see in Acts 15.
Well, they declared a lot of things dogmatically in the first 3 centuries. Are you telling me there were no dogmas in the church for the first 3 centuries?
That's not what I said at all.
Okay, so there were
Can
dogmas.
you restate what I did say?
Yes. Well, it is a kind of, like this.
What
the
did
dogma
I
thing.
say?
Yeah, you're saying that they only there's some things they'll only discuss if there's a dispute about it. But
That's what councils are for. Yes, they're to solve disputes.
but the problem is it's not silence on icons, Alex. It's nonstop bashing.
Are you going to bring up like Elvira?
No, it's all the church fathers, all of them. Have you read Melito of Sardis or Justin Martyr or
Okay.
Irenaeus?
What do you
Against
mean
images?
by an image?
A picture of a person.
Where?
What do you mean? Where do you want me to give you quotes?
Well, where did they worship images?
Well, the pagans were doing it and the Christians are bashing it.
Okay, when you walk into a pagan temple, where is the image that you like? Literally, the geographic location. Like, where is it?
In the center of the room.
No, where is it?
I don't know what this has to do with the point that they say you're not allowed to bow down. to
Because you
images.
have icons that are honored and sacred objects that are honored, but they're not worshipped. So if you
Well,
go into a pagan temple and you go like wherever the altar is, which is typically not in the center, it can be like in the back. That's where you see the image that is worshipped. That has nothing to do with the holy images on the walls of that temple. This is for pagan places. This is for the tabernacle. This is for the temple. This is when
Alex,
they're
if-
talking about worshiping images. It's a very specific thing in the ancient world. It's not some like modern conception of
what
you
is
have
worship?
a picture.
What
in
is
the
worship?
highest sense, it's offering a sacrifice, which no Protestants do.
Now, in the second commandment, you remember
Or
God didn't-
restorationists.
in the second commandment, God didn't just say sacrifice, though. He said, "You shall neither bow down nor serve."
Yeah, as God.
Both. Well, does he say as God? Does he say you can bow down
Yes,
to?
in the first commandment.
So just to make sure I understand, you're saying you could bow down to maybe a pagan image, and that would not be considered worship unless you like said in your mind it's God.
No, that would be improper because it's a pagan image.
Okay, but not necessarily pagan. You know that Buddhists and Hindus bow down to images of their ancestors. Do you think that's worship?
I don't think it's worship, no.
So they're allowed to do that. That's not a sin.
I mean, in the same way that like kissing an image of an ancestor is just like you miss them and you respect them and you love them.
So you can bow down to images of your ancestors. That is not forbidden. If you saw a Buddhist or a Hindu doing that, you're saying that is not a sin.
Well, no, because
Well, a
the
Buddhist or a
intent of a
Hindu,
Buddhist
yes,
and a
is
Hindu is
different.
different. Yeah. It's not like a generic. It's not like a generic like Confucian idea of honor your ancestors because it's good to honor them, right?
I was going to say, now you're in Nikolai's wheelhouse. You're talking about Eastern religions.
Well, they don't necessarily say that those people are gods. They're just showing respect to their ancestors, like you guys are talking about. So, what about offering?
Well,
them
yeah, but
incense?
in the Christian sense, that they are representatives of Christ and images of Christ.
What about burning incense before them? Is that also pagan?
You see that in the Old Testament.
But I'm talking about the images of ancestors.
Well, again,
We don't-
again, we're talking about when you add in the
What
ritual
do you want us
aspect
to
it.
defend Hindu religion? Is that what you're trying to do
Are you
here?
denouncing it or defending it? You're saying bowing down to the
I
images of your
denounce
ancestors.
Hinduism and Buddhism. Yes, this is not a
We're
controversial.
talking about intent. We're talking about intent. So it could
Statement,
be
dude.
that some people are not intending
Hey,
to
I
worship
believe-
or do that, right?
We believe in Orthodox Christianity. We defend that position.
You're saying you're not trying to worship or do that. It's a lot of vague terms, guys, because you're saying it's not worship, but God specifically.
How
forbade
do,
two
how do
things,
you
bowing-
worship? How do
Well,
you worship?
Worship is defined.
You don't
by
have any
two words.
worship.
You don't know that. You're making.
Well,
a
you're not
speculation.
Orthodox Christian, so I know you're not. Because if you were some other ancient church and you had the Eucharist, that's not valid. And if you are just singing songs, that's not worship either.
Well, you guys do offer sacrifices to your images. Want me to
Do
prove
we?
it to you? Yeah.
Show.
Please
Show
prove
me,
it to
please.
me.
Well, God says in the scriptures, He says, "You shall neither bow down." That's proskuneo. You do that one, and then you do the second one where He says, "Nor serve." That's latria. Do you know what the main? Do you know what the main act of latria was throughout the Old Testament and throughout
was
all of
it?
history? Was
What
do you
was
know?
it?
Do you know?
What? I'm not going to make your argument for you. You can go ahead and make your argument.
Well, you guys are the idolatry experts. I would expect you to be able to say, "Yeah, I know what that is." But it's
Okay, come on.
sacrifices.
Enough with
It's
make your
sacrifice.
argument. Enough with the passive aggressive.
Sacrifices,
Make your
yes.
argument.
It is offering incense. That is the principal act of denying Christ that a
Yeah,
person
we
would be
offer
asked
incense
to
to
do.
God.
They would be asked to offer incense in front of the image of an emperor in order to deny Christ for those first 3
Yes.
centuries. So they didn't have to do anything else. They could bow or they could just drop a little bit of incense there. And they said, "You've done latria."
Hey, where did the Old Testament, where did the Jews have their altar of incense?
Well, we're talking about doing this for images, guys. We're
Well,
not
so it's
talking
right
about-
in front of an image of what?
They're not offering
Cherubim.
incense to the cherubim. Do you
It's
think
right
they're
in front
offering
of the
incense?
cherubim.
Do you believe they're offering it to the cherubim, Alex?
They're offering it to God through the cherubim.
So it's
Which is
going
the
to the
exact same
cherubim.
thing that we
You're
do.
telling me incense is being offered to the cherubim.
What
Well,
does it say in Revelation that the cherubim do with the incense, Luke?
So you do believe that? Can you just
What does it say in Revelation 8 about the cherubim and what they do with the incense?
They offer the prayers to God. So you were saying yes.
Ah, okay.
So
Wow.
you are
So that's
saying
our
then-
position.
You-
Interesting.
Okay, so yes, you do offer incense to the cherubim, or you think that that's what they were doing.
We offer it to God through the saints. They take our prayers to God in the same way that the cherubim in the Old Testament took the prayers to God. We offer incense to God.
I see.
Yeah, the incense is for God. It's not
What
for
about-
it's not for
what about
the
the
wood
bowing?
paint.
When you bow as well, are you bowing to the cherubim? Is that another thing you're doing?
So when I bow to my grandfather, or my wife bows to her grandfather or her grandmother or any of the older generation here in Korea, she's worshiping them. Is that your position?
Well, everybody in Korea is an idolater. They all have idolatrous religions.
Everybody in Korea is an idolater.
Yeah, they all of them in Japan
them.
and Korea. Yes,
You realize it's like a very Christian country and evangelical
Korea's
as
like
well.
Korea's like a 33% Christian, bro.
historically they've always been idolatrous, and you're referring to an act that they've been doing for long before they became Christian.
No. We did it in Europe, in Byzantium, in Jewish culture. Bowing to people is common through every culture on earth. You bow to the people before you. You honor them. You kiss their hand. You kiss their cheek. We do that
I
to
agree.
kings.
That's good. I agree with that. I don't think that's a sin, but you always shift
just
it
said it
to-
was.
You shift it to doing this to images. You're saying you do it to people, so it's okay, to do it to images.
Let me ask you this. Ask you this. When I write the word Jesus Christ on a whiteboard, is that an image of Jesus?
No, that's such a
Why?
dumb argument. I know the
No, it's
Orthodox
not.
say that letters are images. Everything's images.
They
Don't
are,
you guys
they
say
are.
everything's images?
By definition, they are an
Everything's an
image.
Aren't
An
they?
image means a copy of something, guys. An image means a copy of something. So
Oh,
I don't know what in the world.
Okay, so is a drawing a copy of
Photography
something?
photography is now idolatry.
It's a
Photography
copy.
is now.
Well, specifically, idolatry, that means worshiping a form. Idol means a form. Latreia means serving it. So if you're doing
We're
service,
not worshiping any of that. So what's your
I have a
point?
question for Alex. Alex, I got a question for you.
All right.
Okay. So we agree. Protestants are dumb when they say it's a sin to bow down to a person. I already know that. You're not talking to a Protestant here. I know that you can bow down to people. There's no
you're
sin
not
in
in
that.
any church.
All right. Well, let's stick to one topic at a time. We can discuss that. If you like. Look, I'll join your church, Alex. I will join the Orthodox Church. I'd love to join the Orthodox Church.
Hey, I hope you do.
I would listen. I would love to, but I've got to get past the objections. And
Sure.
just saying you're not part of a church, it doesn't help me join your church any faster. I've got to have these things.
I
that I'm
mean,
hearing
it's
the
a
fathers
big
say.
problem, I think. But
Well, I've read all the fathers, and they all say that bowing to
all
images.
of
You've read
them.
all the
Wow,
fathers.
Okay.
All the anti-Nicene and all the big boys. So it's, at a certain point, I start to call them grandkids. You guys would call people born yesterday a church father. I wouldn't. But here's my question for you, Alex. So if it's not a sin to bow down to people, we all agree on that. I know that. Duh. I also don't think it's a sin to bow down to a king. You have lots of bowing to kings in the Old Testament, like bowing down to David, and Esther bows down to big boy Artaxerxes. And in some Jewish traditions, they're against bowing down to idols, and yet they say Joseph bowed down to Pharaoh. Pharaoh's not even he doesn't even believe in one God, and yet they considered it a lawful show of respect to give to Pharaoh. So here's my question for you, Alex. You ready?
Here it comes.
What was the sin in bowing down to King Nebuchadnezzar's statue? What specifically was the sin in? If the honor paid to the image passes to the prototype, and there's nothing wrong with bowing down to King Nebuchadnezzar, why can't you bow down to his image?
Because it's a pagan image.
What does that mean?
He's not a saint, dude, in the church. He's
But
some
wait a second.
demonized king.
Wait a second. You just said that you can bow down to Nebuchadnezzar. You could bow down to those other kings. Everybody did. Daniel had no problem with bowing down to Nebuchadnezzar. So what's wrong with bowing to his image if the honor paid to the image?
Because of the
passes to prototype?
intent. The intent Nebuchadnezzar built that image was for sacrifice.
I see. So here's a hypothetical. I knew you'd say that. So here's a hypothetical. What if Nebuchadnezzar had said, guys, I'm not a god. I'm just making an image, just like all the kings do. They make an image.
Then the intent changes.
I mean, what about when Nebuchadnezzar offered sacrifices to Daniel, like a few verses later?
Earlier,
I mean,
yeah.
It seems like the state of your heart matters, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Or was
Okay,
Daniel
we can
also
talk
an
about
idolater according to your standards?
Was Daniel an idolater? He didn't offer the sacrifice.
I'm asking you, according to your standards, he received worship from
No, he didn't.
Nebuchadnezzar. Does
No,
that
he
make?
didn't. No, he didn't.
That's
Read
what it
all-
says explicitly.
Have you ever read the
says
church
that.
fathers? Hey, Nikolai, Alex, you're on stream. Say it to your audience. Have you read any church father commentary on Nebuchadnezzar offering incense to Daniel? And have you seen what the church fathers say?
Hey, I'm interested in what the Bible says, buddy.
you
So what
reject
does
the
the
church
Bible
fathers?
say?
Oh,
Is that what I said? Hey, you think this is your stream? What did I just say? Can you repeat what I just said back?
you said I'm a Protestant and I go by the Bible, not the church fathers. Isn't that what I'm sorry, I must be hard of hearing.
No.
Look, what does it say in the Bible about Daniel and the worship
It
of
doesn't say he
Nebuchadnezzar?
received it. It doesn't
What is
say
it?
he
What does it
received
say? What does it say?
He says, keep your gifts. That's what he says to King Nebuchadnezzar's son. And that's what John Chrysostom thinks he said to King Nebuchadnezzar. You want me to
Okay.
read it to you?
Well, we don't follow just one church father, dude.
I've got multiple. I can give you 3.
Great. Okay. So did Daniel
long
accept the worship from Nebuchadnezzar?
He did not.
Okay.
Now, can you
Well,
answer
I
the
mean-
question? What was the sin? If Nebuchadnezzar said, I'm not a god, would it be a sin to bow down to his image?
Yeah, but even if again, this gets away from the point. Your hypothetical doesn't work because
You're afraid of the hypothetical?
Look, we see a practice of bowing down to and reverencing holy images throughout the Old Testament. They bow down to the tabernacle, which is an image of the divine
answer the
council and the
question.
divine assembly, worshiping in heaven.
Alex-
Well, no, you're ignoring everything that we just explained just for like,
Intent.
one pagan image. Of course, you don't bow down to pagan images, dude.
Guys, all of God's laws are based on principles. There's a principle behind here, okay? It can't
Yeah.
be that, well, you go 1 inch and it
Well, you don't
becomes
have
idolatry.
access to any of those principles because you don't have the church because you made up your own church.
Well, you represent the church's position. Can't you tell me
I
what the
don't
church's
represent the
position
church. I have a dispensation from my spiritual father to talk about dogmatics online.
is?
okay?
Do you feel like
That's
you're
it.
qualified to answer this question that I'm asking you?
Do you feel like you're qualified to go start your own church, which is what you did?
You can't answer the question, Alex. Isn't this a place where you can answer
Okay,
questions?
so look, is this a cross-examination? You only ask me questions. You're not going to answer any of my questions, or you're
I'll
going to come
answer-
onto my show and
I'll
you're going to try to
answer.
cross-examine me.
I'll answer.
Yeah.
It sounds like you're speechless, though. You can ask me a question if you're speechless.
Okay, well, what do you have to say about like all the worshiping in the Old Testament that always involved images and symbols?
There are so many things I could say in response to it, but God
You
never
just
told
you just
anybody.
gloss right over those because they
I'll
don't help
answer it.
you.
I'll answer it. God never told anybody to bow down to any image in the Old Testament.
Okay,
did
well,
you notice-
in the Psalms, when it says that I bow down to your holy temple, what is that?
Well, God's in the temple, so who is he bowing to?
What about the second temple?
God's in that temple too.
Not
It
in the
says that
same
the
way as the
presence-
first temple.
How's it different?
because freaking you have generals of the Romans and the Greeks walking into the Holy of Holies. Nothing happened to them. They didn't see anything there. They were just fine. God did not fill the second temple in the same way that the first temple was filled. You don't know this?
Okay, well,
it was like a huge problem for the Jews. That's why they needed to build a fence around the law, because God had not restored them yet to the land. You don't know this?
Well, this is quite an argument you've constructed, Alex. So when they're bowing,
why are they bowing to the temple when God's presence is not manifest there?
Well, don't they think God's presence is there?
Why would they think that? They think God's presence is everywhere, dude.
Well, the truth is, Alex, if they were wise, they would read the scriptures and they'd see God is everywhere.
They know God did not manifest his presence in a special way. Dude, are you really saying that?
That's like a personal problem, I'd say. It sounds like
for you, because they saw that God's presence was not manifest there in the same way that it was in the first temple. Now you're saying God's presence is everywhere. Oh, are you just dying of holiness everywhere you go? You realize how dumb that is?
Well, Luke, at the end of the day, you didn't respond.
That is such a cope.
Your hypothetical didn't respond meaningfully to what our position was, which you never answered to. We answered. You said Nebuchadnezzar. If Nebuchadnezzar built the statue and said, "Hey, bro, this isn't actually. You don't need to sacrifice it. It's not. I don't believe I'm a god. It's just a depiction of me. So it'd be really nice if you could just like bow towards it or something like that to like show me some honor." The intent has changed, so the hypothetical.
So it's not a
doesn't
sin.
work.
So you're saying it's not a sin.
If the intent changes, but that's a hypothetical that doesn't follow.
It's
from the earlier example, which is he was demanding what? Offerings and sacrifices to it.
I have news for you, Nikolai. I have news for you. In every single culture, every kingdom in the entire world, you have always been required to bow down to the king. And it would be capital punishment if you didn't. It doesn't matter what society, what culture you're talking about, you have to do that. So you're saying, well, he's requiring them to do it to the image, so that's worse. But you believe...
That's not what I said.
You believe
restate my argument.
You believe you owe the image the same honor and reverence that you owe the king, don't you? Isn't that what Basil says? Basil gives an analogy of honoring the king's image, doesn't he?
Okay, so let me ask you about Nebuchadnezzar then. When they're bowing to Nebuchadnezzar, does that include all the gods that he worships too?
No.
Really? Because is that what the Bible says?
My hypothetical is only talking about... I don't even know what your question is, Alex. What is your question?
When you're bowing down to the king, does that include the gods that he worships too?
You said when you're bowing down to the king.
Is Nebuchadnezzar in this, in Daniel chapter 3, when Nebuchadnezzar is asking them to bow down to his statue, does that also include the gods that he serves?
Well, yeah, you could say, yeah, that's fine.
Okay, well then obviously this is an act of idolatry, Luke. This is not the same thing as saluting the flag of the United States of America, which is like what the comparison that you're trying to make. This is totally different.
I have a
Go
response
ahead,
for you.
because
My
this is
response
a different fact that makes it not analogous, which this analogy that you're trying to strain shows that it's not applicable.
Alex, I came in here asking a question, which was, what is the sin in bowing to it? Now, certainly there are multiple sins.
Worshiping other gods.
Yes, but according to the church fathers, which you should read the commentary of the church fathers on this verse.
How do you know what I read or didn't read?
They give a different reason, Alex. They don't just say,
how do you know what I read or didn't read?
Well, you can tell me.
Just because does the reason contradict? That's the question.
Okay. Guys, the church fathers give a different reason. So here is your introduction to what the church fathers say is the reason.
How do you know it's an introduction? How do you know it's an introduction?
Because you've never named it. You have never even represented the early church.
So what? How do you know what I know? You don't know what I know.
Okay. Well, let me tell you what I know.
Yeah. So you're presumptuous and you're condescending because you don't actually have substance to your argument.
Let me read you a church father quote.
Where's all that humility that you guys are always talking about?
I'm nothing.
Hey, let me read you the Bible. It says the Jews will not bow down to your idol. They will not show proper respect to you, O king, because they don't serve your gods and they don't pay homage to the golden statue you have erected. Why don't they pay homage to the golden statue that he erected?
I can read you what the father said.
I'm showing you the Bible. Why don't they show homage to the statue that he erected?
Because they refuse to bow down to a lifeless image. That's what all the fathers say.
What does the Bible say? What does it say right here?
If you're a Protestant, that's fine. I'm a real Orthodox Christian.
You think Orthodox Christians don't believe the Bible? Hey, Luke, newsflash. When the Bible and the traditions of men are differing, which one do you go with?
So you're saying all the church fathers are wrong. John Chrysostom,
all the guys. Hold on. No, repeat what I just said.
You just said all the church fathers are wrong. Yeah, you said you're a Protestant, but you go with your own interpretation of Scripture.
Okay, so you're not listening. You're here to trying to get a clip, and you got smoked like 20 times in a row, and now you're frustrated.
I got the clip, big boy. I got it. You are a Protestant.
What clip? Because you don't read the Bible. It says they don't serve. Yeah, so here you go. I know the Bible and follow the Bible better than you do as an Orthodox Christian.
Okay, Luke,
Luke, why?
Here,
I'm
the scriptures.
insisting.
Hey,
I'm
buddy.
insisting you listen. Your quote that used of St. John Chrysostom doesn't contradict anything we said. It's just another reason they give.
Yeah, exactly. I could say that to you. You're giving an additional reason why you don't bow down to images, and it's because there are also false gods there. I'm telling you, there's still the reason you don't bow down to images, which is because they're lifeless. You're not allowed to bow down to lifeless images.
The image of the image that they're using specifically, they're referencing that specific image. They're not saying images generally. St. John Chrysostom believed in veneration of icons.
No, he didn't.
Yes, he did.
Have you read his
Tell me.
eulogy of
Yes.
Saint Meletius?
Yes, I know it like the back of my hand.
Yeah.
Okay.
So when it talks about like reflecting on his image
Never
and
bowing
invoking
down
him
to
in
it,
prayer.
never bowing down to or offering incense. Never.
What does it talk about when he's talking about they reverence his name and they name their children after his name? What does he
It's
say
not
to do with the
talking about
image?
bowing, which is what you're looking for, and it's not there. No bowing, no offering incense to his image. That didn't exist for the first 500
So wait,
years of church history.
we're allowed to
you think
bow to
that's-
living kings, but we're
Yes.
not allowed to bow to the saints of the church.
You've got it. You've got it. You're not allowed to bow down to their images. You got it, Nikolai. And do you know why? Have you ever read the church fathers to hear them say why we don't bow down to lifeless things?
They're not lifeless.
Then why do they bow down to the temple when God is not made manifest in it?
Well, I don't know about it. You're talking about something outside of the Bible. I'm unlearned. I'm totally ignorant, Alex, on this subject you're bringing up. Some weird.
Yes, I know. You've demonstrated that.
Your condescending attitude.
Look, so
is
for the
not getting us
listeners, this is what you get. Somebody calls into your show, they're rude to you, they try to cross-examine you. When you show that they actually don't know what they're talking about from the scriptures, they try to take certain church fathers out of context and try to use it against you. Look, you don't have a church, you don't have the scriptures. How do you even know these are scripture to begin with?
I'll join your church.
You made up your own church.
If you will agree with the early church, I'll join
well,
your
you're
church.
also arguing for a position, aren't you? Want me to join your position?
No. I mean,
No?
I would like you to
Then
stop
why
being
are
an
you
idolater.
arguing?
Well, sure. I don't want you to lie to people and say
What are
people
you
bowing to
arguing
Polycarp's
for?
bones. Nobody's
What are
bowing
you
to
arguing
Polycarp's
for?
bones.
What are you arguing for?
I don't know. You guys tell me. If you
What
can
are
help
you
me-
arguing for?
I'm arguing for obedience to the early church's teachings.
What church should I join?
Well, your church claims to be that early church. Are you
What
the same as
church?
that early church?
Holy cow, dude. Why do I have to beg you to tell me what church I should join?
I'm not telling you to join any church. I already said that.
What
Then
are you
what's your
arguing for?
I'm begging for somebody to help me understand how we can
did.
reconcile the early church's teaching with your church's teaching.
You see
And-
it in Old Testament worship, which is carried on through New Testament
So you-
worship, which you see in the catacombs, the exact same formulation.
So you're saying you can't find it in the church fathers?
Well, we did. What
you
did we
see
just
it in
say?
Saint Dionysius the Areopagite.
Okay, is that your the best thing you can
Also,
do, Alex?
you do see it in the church fathers. Where do you? It's actually so uncontroversial that the only type of worship that they have to mention is when an image is behind an altar. But you didn't even know that going into this.
So you have no church fathers. You have Dionysius, who is totally, from the
You
500s.
you realize Saint John Damascene is the church father,
He's
right?
From the 500s. No, I don't consider him a church father. You're talking
Okay,
about the
but
biggest
you are
one-
wrong. He is universally considered a church father. You dummy.
But he condemns you.
You
guys.
don't even know what you're talking about.
He even condemns you guys.
Saint
So
John Damascene condemns icons.
He condemns your icons. Absolutely.
What icons?
Well, the Orthodox Church is notorious for making images of God the Father, and he says that's uttermost insanity and impiety. So you guys keep on developing it.
We're not
You have
infamous
no
for that.
idea what
Those
you're
are-
talking
those are
about.
massive. First off, 90% of the ones that people point to are just the Ancient of Days, which is just Jesus, and then there are a few uncanonical, wrong-minded icons that go around from different eras and different times in history. But that doesn't mean that the church is giving a rubber stamp saying, "Oh yeah, this is allowable."
Yeah, so
Don't be ridiculous.
let's do some summation. So you had no answer to the tabernacle, no answer to the temple, no answer to the cherubim on the veil, no answer to the altar of incense, and how that's actually continued a continued practice in the church today. You have no church that you're arguing for. Why are you even here?
Well, I think that's a great response from you, Alex. You can't name any church fathers, not even Dionysius, the fake Dionysius.
Can you
says
respond
should
to
worship
what I?
Jesus.
Can you repeat what I just said?
Yes, I will repeat what you said. You said we're Jews. We derive our practices from our speculation about what Jews did. Again, nothing from the church fathers, because the church fathers condemn what you guys teach.
Okay, you are bad faith and a liar. And
Well,
you
literally couldn't church fathers.
Dude, this is I have never understood Sam Shamoon more than in these moments. You, my friend, are a son of Satan, and you
You've
need
never
to come
been
to
so
Christ,
frustrated,
and you need
have
to
you?
come to Christ Church.
You need to
First-
repent, dude. The way you're
I'm not
acting right now,
frustrated, dude. This is fun for me because you're humiliating yourself in front of however across platforms. I have 1,500 people watching live right now.
That's great. You want to make it more philosophical? Let's tone it down. Let's be philosophical.
No, I'm just going to the Bible, and you don't even know why the Jews and Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, why they didn't bow down to the temple, which is because they don't serve Nebuchadnezzar's gods. I mean, not to the temple. Why they did to Nebuchadnezzar's idol?
You're not allowed to be a slave to a lifeless thing. Are you a slave to images?
Hey, what does this say right here? They don't serve your gods, right?
Yeah, lifeless gods.
What does that mean?
All throughout Scripture, they emphasize the fact that they're lifeless images.
Yeah.
All throughout Scripture.
We
that's
wouldn't
the sin.
disagree.
That's
So
the
what?
sin. It's not just what's depicted. Even an ancestor who's not a god, you're not allowed to bow down to it. That's what they all say.
Are the saints dead?
Even the ancestors. Well, you believe it's okay to even bow down to ancestors.
The saints are not lifeless, dude.
Hold on. Ancestors include living ancestors too, bro.
Okay, you believe it's not a sin to bow down to the images of completely separate ancestors who are not saints.
Bowing is not worship.
Bowing is not worship.
You guys always
worship
do
is
this.
defined very clearly. Worship is defined very clearly as offering a sacrifice.
Okay, you keep on saying bowing is not worship, but worship is not a Greek word. Why don't we stick to the Greek words? God said, "You shall not bow down or serve." That's one of the things.
Okay, so there are different things. This is a word concept fallacy, right? So there are different things described using the same words sometimes, which is why the church said, "Hey, we're going to call this thing dulia, and we're going to call this thing
what's dulia?
latria."
What is dulia? Can you define
Veneration.
that word for me? What is the Greek word dulia? What does that mean? What is a doulos?
This is again a word concept fallacy.
Do you know the definition of that word?
Oh my God, dude. Is this a spelling test?
It means slave.
Okay.
The Old Testament. It means slave.
Okay,
God says,
we're just going to use this word.
God
Great.
says,
So
but
the way
Alex-
we use that word is not as the word slave. Okay, the way we use it is as veneration. But you don't understand that you can use the same word to mean different things.
You're right. I did not know that. Will you explain
Clearly.
that to me some more? Will you explain it to me some more, Alex? So in all throughout history for thousands and
I
thousands
don't
of years,
think it'll help. You
doula-
seem like pretty thick-skulled on this one,
So
dude.
dulia for thousands of years meant slavery. Like he says, I brought you out of the house of slavery. That's dulia in the Old Testament.
Okay, so when you go to Canada and you see a magistrate and you reference them as your worship, does that mean you actually worship them, you dummy?
You're changing the subject. Are you a doulos? You're an
No,
slave.
because this is
Icon
about
of
word
dulia.
concept fallacies, dude. When you go to Canada and you stand in front of a magistrate and you call them your worship, are you saying that you worship them? Can you answer the question directly, please? Yes or no?
You're allowed to serve human beings, just not lifeless images. that
Do
are
you
inferior to
worship them when you call them your worship?
I don't know when you're saying worship means.
When you say your worship to a magistrate, are you worshiping them?
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with calling somebody Lord or your worship or any of those things.
Okay, so you can use the same word and mean different things, you dummy. How do you not know this? You're so bad faith. Like, this is ridiculous.
Ad hominem,
Like,
ad hominem. You're losing, so you're doing ad hom. I haven't done
no,
that yet.
the ad hominem would be if instead of an argument I produced an insult. That was just the sparkling on top, the little sprinkles on top of my argument, because you don't realize that you can call somebody your worship and not worship them. You don't realize that the word dulia can mean something for a long time, and then somebody can say, okay, we're going to use it this way, and then they use it differently from that point on. How do you not realize that? This is utter sophistry.
So are you a doulos?
We can't even get to we can't even get to arguments because you don't understand basic fallacies.
You're an image slave, though. Would you confirm or deny? You are.
I deny that. Wait, why are you saying? Hold on. Why are you? Do you not understand that you can use the same word different ways?
So you're saying it has a different definition? When did the definition change?
How do we use it?
When we decided to use it differently.
What do we mean when we say the word dulia?
Yeah, what does that mean? When did the meaning of that word change?
Dude, you know what's great is now all of a sudden you want to go to the Bible for the term dulia, but you don't want to go to the Bible for why the Jews did not worship Nebuchadnezzar's idol. You see how inconsistent you are?
I know the Bible like the back of my hand. If you want me to show you all the scriptures,
look at this pre-list, utter pre-list. Look at it. You know the scriptures like the back of your hand. You know the church fathers like the back of your hand. Dude,
Yeah.
I have demonstrated here definitively. You don't know jack all, dude. You don't even know why Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego did not worship Nebuchadnezzar's idol, which says right there in plain English, they don't serve your gods.
Mm-hmm. They also
they don't pay homage to the golden statue you have erected. You're trying to say that, oh, this is an icon. They're venerating the icon of the emperor. No, that is a call for them to worship Nebuchadnezzar's gods. It says it right there.
But Daniel elsewhere tells the king, when he says, why don't you worship my image of Bel? He says, the reason I don't worship it is because I do not worship images made with hands. So he gives an alternate reason, not just because it's a false god, but because it's lifeless. That's what I'm here to tell you today.
Is the tabernacle made with hands?
Isn't it an amazing thing when God had the temple made? It says you could not
Dude.
hear the sound of any.
Is the
man-made
tabernacle
instrument.
made with hands? Yes or no? You have to answer
They're not
questions here. You
worshiping-
can't run.
they're
Dude, you're like
not
Forrest
worshiping
Gump.
the
I swear you might be worse than JP.
It's God in the temple, Alex. How can you be so dense? You're like,
What
I
about
worship you,
the-
God. I worship the temple.
What about the second temple?
So you're saying you don't worship God, you worship the temple.
What about the second temple?
I don't know about any of this. That's not in the
about the
Bible.
bronze
It says they went and worshipped in the temple.
Okay. What about
That
it?
includes bowing towards the temple, praying towards the temple.
What do you mean? They're worshiping the temple? They're worshiping God.
They're venerating, dude. They're venerating the temple by
Where does it
engaging
say
with
that?
the temple.
Where does it say that?
In the Psalms, they bow towards the temple.
Well, now
By
you're back
bowing
to-
towards the temple,
You're done with
they-
second temple. You've switched from second temple back to first temple where God is in the temple.
Are you telling me they didn't bow towards the second temple?
You're all over the place, Alex. You want to do a different
No,
subject?
I asked you a specific question. Are they bowing towards the? Did they stop bowing towards the temple in the second temple period?
God's in it. Yeah.
Did
God
they
and
stop praying towards? What direction did Daniel pray towards?
toward the temple.
Oh,
Yes,
no.
because God is in it. You're like, I don't worship God, I worship the temple. And with the ark,
Really?
you're like, I don't worship you, God.
The
even though you
same
said you're going to
principle
appear on it.
applies to icons. We're not
So-
worshiping the physical matter of the icon. We're not even venerating the physical matter of the icon either. We're venerating that which is depicted.
Hey, you realize the temple was not even present in Jerusalem during the time of Daniel? You don't even know that. You just said that he prayed towards the temple because God's presence was in the temple. There was no temple in Jerusalem at the time of Daniel.
I don't even know what direction he necessarily faced, but I know a spiritual person knows God is everywhere. He doesn't need to face he doesn't have to face a temple.
Okay, then why did he do it?
Why did Daniel face the temple?
Why did they do it? Why did David? Why did David do it?
Why did he face the temple?
Yeah, if
God was
God's
in it.
present everywhere, why did he face it?
Well, obviously David didn't really know how to worship God properly as God tells him. He says, what kind of house do you want to build for me? Heaven is my throne. The earth is my footstool. Why do you want to build a house for me?
But he
So
still did, didn't he?
Yeah, God led him, didn't he? But God didn't want to be worshiped that way.
If God didn't want to be worshipped that way, why did he allow it?
Why did he instruct? Why did he instruct the temple, and why did he instruct the tabernacle then?
To teach the stubborn, rebellious, childish, foolish Jews. He could only teach them through types. And you guys are going back to the types instead of the realities because you guys again and again say we're Jews.
No, that's
refuse
you.
To go, you refuse to go to the New Testament.
You got rid of everything altogether. You don't have anything.
The
You don't have a
justification
church.
for your beliefs is always the Jews. Why do you guys offer incense when the church didn't use
Because
incense?
we're in continuity with the Jews.
Malachi 1:11.
We
I
are
see.
in
That's why we
continuity
need
with the Old
incense.
Testament. You are not. This is
What does
very
Malachi?
simple.
No, hold on, Luke. What does Malachi 1:11 say?
I know it like the back of my hand. All the
Okay,
church
then
fathers
repeat
say
it for me, please. I have it memorized.
we do offer incense, but it's spiritual incense. It is not physical anymore.
Where does
That
it
is
say
done away with.
spiritual incense in Malachi?
Read all the church fathers, Nikolai. Have you read
Where
the church
is it?
fathers?
Where? Yes, I have. Where does it
Look,
say
dude,
spiritual incense?
Asking, did you read all the church fathers is not an argument. We make arguments here.
The incense is the prayers of the saints. That is the essence
No.
of...
I'm asking you, what does Malachi 1:11 say?
Well, it also says a sacrifice. You know that the species of the
pure
sacrifice
offering.
is changing. Listen, Nicola, give me 1 second to speak. Look,
So you're
the
moving-
species- No, I'm not. The
You're moving
species.
topics.
Look, if you believe that the
What
sacrifice.
does Malachi 1:11 say? Tell
I
me
can't
what it
even- I
says
can't
so
even
that
tell
we can
you.
break it down. You're not telling me
every
what it says.
nation, yes, a pure sacrifice will be offered. Yes. It's not just incense, it's also a pure sacrifice. Do you believe the
Yes.
sacrifices remain exactly the same as they did in the Old Testament, or do you believe they changed in the New Testament?
They're fulfilled.
So
through
they
Christ.
changed. They changed, didn't they?
What does this have to do?
So I'm saying also incense is spiritual incense.
Where
That's
does it
what all
say?
the
Where
fathers
does it?
say.
Where does Christ? Where did Christ? and
Where
the
does it? Where does
apostles
it say to
that
stop
read you.
offering incense?
Let me
where does
show
it
you.
stop
I'll show you.
Where does it say to stop offering incense?
You mean like incense is an abomination to me? That's what God says. That's where He says it.
He also says that sacrifices are, if your heart is not right,
That's-
they're like filthy rags. It doesn't
Yeah.
say to stop giving sacrifices.
Do you give
right?
animal sacrifices if your heart is right now? Is that what you
No,
do?
we offer the fulfillment of all the animal sacrifices in
Exactly.
the Eucharist, which you do not have.
There you go. And the incense is.
There you
fulfilled
go. What
also
do you
by
mean that
prayers.
works? That owns you, dude. You don't have the Eucharist. You don't have any sacrifices.
How do you know I don't?
When's the
have
last time you partaken
Because you're
in the
not
Eucharist?
Orthodox.
But again, guys, you're assuming a lot of things about me. You're assuming I don't have the Eucharist. You're assuming a lot of
Okay,
things.
but where? Okay, where?
And
do
I
you have a
asked
priest?
you,
Do you have a
what
priest?
church are you in? You can't even. You're not in a church because you won't tell me. You don't have one. You're not arguing for anything.
Yeah, as far as we're aware, until you tell us, we have to assume that you're a build your own church Protestant.
Like I said, guys, I'd love to believe in some big institution that preserves the writings of the early, or the teachings of the early church, but you guys are not it. And I'm
Do
giving
you
you a
think
chance
that?
to prove that.
You keep on
Well, I
saying
mean,
that.
you just say
but
it, but you have no argument for it. Do you think
you
that
did not
spiritual
to
is? Do you
Dionysius,
think that
Corvus.
spiritual is the opposite of physical?
Spiritual can be the opposite of physical.
I'm pretty
in
sure you
certain
just said that
circumstances.
spiritual is the opposite of physical.
Well, yeah, in a lot of instances, yeah.
You are literally a Gnostic heretic.
Do you want me to read you John Chrysostom saying that?
You are okay. Spiritual is not
Yeah.
the opposite
Can
of
I read you John
physical.
Chrysostom saying that?
Whatever he said, it doesn't mean what you mean when you say
See,
that.
I'm ready. I've got all the receipts. I'm ready to go. You don't want to see what I've got. You want me to post it in the chat here and you can read it?
Dude, go ahead. That's fine. But I mean, you don't belong to a church. You're not. What are you even fighting for?
Here we go. I'm gonna.
What are
post
you
it
fighting
you.
for?
I've got it right here. You ready to go?
What are you fighting for?
What are you fighting for? What does it matter? What's
I
my
mean,
response? It's not going to help anything if I give a response.
Okay,
to
let's say you're right about some things. Well, okay, hold on. For the sake of argument, I grant you everything. Great. What should I do?
First, we should start with what the church teaches. We should obey the early church's teachings. Don't you
What
agree
is
with that?
that?
Well, we can verify what the church taught from the beginning by reading their writings, can't we?
What is the church?
What do you mean? What is the church? The church is the body of Christ. The church authorities are the bishops that the apostles put in charge of the church. which I
Okay,
wish
none
you
of
would
them
obey.
agree with none of them agree with starting your own church, which is what you believe.
Are you sure about that?
Dude, you're telling me they were for schism?
Look, I'm not
This
going to say schism. Listen, let me give a real response to that, guys. Okay. During the
I
Arian
mean, were you
crisis-
not giving real responses at one point?
No. Well, when I said, "Are you sure about that?" That wasn't a real response. That's my first not real response. Let me give you a real response.
Are you sure?
I don't mean that. I don't think that you should start your own church, guys. That's absolutely prelest. That's absolute heresy. I would never do that. I don't think.
Who is your bishop?
I don't think I can ordain a bishop or any of that. I
Who
wanna be
is
under
your
a bishop.
bishop? Do you even have one?
And you
Well,
can't
like,
have the
like
Eucharist.
Ignatius says in his letter to the Romans when he's about to die, he says,
Holy
"I'm about to
crap,
die."
dude. Do you have one?
I was about to say, Ignatius says, Christ alone will be your bishop.
Oh my god, dude.
Yes, he says, Christ alone will be your bishop since I'm dead. So,
Okay.
yeah.
Well, we claim that Christ alone is our high priest. So there you go.
Well, I want to be under your bishop, though, guys. I'm not.
So
as
you
stubborn as
have
think.
you have no bishop.
I'd love to be under your bishop. Can I? If you want me to be in your church, all you have to do is prove that you agree with what the early church taught, Alex. That's all
Okay,
you
so
have
the
to
early church taught that you need a bishop, and that communion, like Saint Cyprian says, to actually be a part of the church is to be in communion with a priest, who's in communion with a bishop, who's in communion with all the rest of the bishops.
But there are
You don't
exceptions.
have that.
But are you aware of the exceptions to that? I can tell you what they are.
What are they?
Well, let's talk about the biggest falling away in church history, the Arian
You're
crisis.
telling me you fall under an exception.
Yes.
Which exception do you fall under?
Well, hypothetically, if you guys are heretics,
No,
then
no,
I would
no,
be
not
justified in
hypothetically.
not being
Not
in your church.
hypothetically. What exception do you fall under?
If you guys are heretics, which I believe you are, then I'm justified
Okay.
in not being in your church.
On what basis can you make that decision?
Based on apostolic constitutions and Athanasius and others. And I can read them to you
Okay.
if you like.
Are you a bishop?
No, he doesn't say you need a bishop under that
Okay.
exception.
No, I asked you, are you a bishop?
No, of course
Okay,
not.
so you have no competence, you have no standing to make that decision.
Do you agree
or
with Vincent
finding.
that we should all be reading the church fathers to figure out which is the true church?
You have no bishop, you have no church, you're
can't
not
answer that
arguing for
question.
anything. You don't even know why Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego did not bow down to the statue of Nebuchadnezzar. You didn't even know that images were used in Old and New Testament worship. You didn't even know that they bowed to the temple.
I'm not Jewish.
Like, let's
enough,
just do a
right.
quick
Again,
summation.
I'm not a Jew
here.
enough. You're the big Jew. I'm the nothing Jew.
I mean, they're important because the oracles were revealed to the Jews. They have the oracles of God. We are in continuity. We're grafted in, right? So
But you know-
you're trying to put distance between yourself and Jews that actually undermines your case. You have no continuity.
Really? Can you read this quote I just posted?
No, you read your own quotes. I'm not going to
I'll
make
read
your
it to you.
argument for you. Who do
I'll
you
read
think
it
you
to
are?
you.
You're going to come into my stream and tell me to make your arguments for you. Dude, like, am I
But
stupid?
it's John Chrysostom. You're not
Am I
against John
dumb, dude?
Chrysostom, are you? Do you hate
Like-
John
I
Chrysostom?
read the quote. It doesn't do any work for you. He
What do you
doesn't
mean?
say that the spirit and the physical
Am I an
are by
idiot that, like,
necessity
this
divided.
person comes here to argue with me and I have to make your arguments for you?
He says incense no longer exists in the church. That's what he says, to summarize. He says we have the spiritual worship, not that carnal worship, like circumcision, animal sacrifices, or incense. That's what John Chrysostom says. You should
I
read
can
it.
guarantee you he didn't say any of those things because he didn't speak English.
He said
So-
incense no longer exists. Oh, you're like, we haven't translated it properly. Get on ChatGPT, big boy. Go translate it yourself.
You think ChatGPT is an adequate translation tool? You
Better
are
than
an
your-
utter joke, dude.
Oh, I'm
Are
a
you out
joke.
of your mind? You think Get on
It's
ChatGPT,
your own
big boy.
translation.
You realize
Your own people
ChatGPT
translated it.
tailors responses to what you want?
Make a correct translation, Alex. Make a correct translation. If I didn't make the translation, your own people made
Okay,
the
so
translation.
do you believe what you're on board with what John Chrysostom teaches? Is that what you're telling me?
I am on board with the earliest unanimous consensus of the church, and they
Okay,
rejected
and
incense, and you can't refute
does
it.
does he tell you to go leave the church?
Yes, he does. You want me to show you where? You want me to show you where? When John Chrysostom was about to be executed, do you know what he told his people?
You're
when they were
telling
about-
me that John Chrysostom said schism is okay?
Yes, I'm going to tell you. You want me to show you?
He's
It's
also
from
trying
his
to convince us
dialogue.
that St. John Chrysostom, who has literally, we have recordings of him offering incense in the liturgy.
No,
He
you
was a
don't.
bishop
That's not
in the
his liturgy. That's fake. Don't lie to people.
Oh, okay, hold on. So we've
So
established
the
that
liturgy of
you
St.
are.
John Chrysostom is not.
It's not his. No, it's been added to over
Oh,
all the
wow,
centuries.
wow, wow.
Everyone knows
Okay,
that.
dude,
He
kick
didn't
this
even
guy. It's a
compose. He
freaking
didn't
joke.
even. John Chrysostom did
joke.
not even compose the anaphora of your current liturgy of John Chrysostom.
Where do you think we got it from? ChatGPT?
Guys, have you ever gone on like the Orthodox?
You use
Encyclopedia?
ChatGPT for your translations,
No,
dude.
this
Are
is
you
from
out of your
This
mind?
is from New Advent. This is from New Advent. I put.
Then why are you telling me to go to ChatGPT for a translation?
Because you said it's mistranslated. I said go make a better translation.
That's not what he said. He was saying that we don't just assume your interpretation of these translations, and we don't know the source of these translations. By the way, New Advent has a lot of errors because they use Roman Catholic presuppositions in their
But they
translations.
believe in incense, so they are for incense,
No,
and yet they can't
not
help it.
meaningfully.
I see. Have you guys ever read your own encyclopedia of Orthodoxy, the Encyclopedia of Greek Orthodoxy, which says incense didn't exist in the church for the first 500 years? You ever read that?
Great. Is that a binding document on us?
I love it that you just concede it. Well, I mean, it is.
Hey
You
there,
guys should
Luke.
take down the website. Take down.
Hey, Luke.
Oh, Michael. Michael's here. Pseudo-intellectual.
Why?
Hey,
What's
Luke.
with the personal insults, dude? You're a guest on my panel. You're gonna come on here and you're gonna insult me. You're
Kick
gonna
me if
insult
you want.
Nikolai,
I've
and you're gonna
gotten great
insult
clips.
Michael.
Alex, I've gotten
He
great
did this,
clips.
by the way,
You kick
Alex.
me.
He called into my channel the other day too, and he couldn't get past the Nebuchadnezzar
And
analogy
he was
because
set
he's
on
stupid.
fire. He was
Well,
set on
because
fire.
it says like literally right there they didn't worship it because it would pass through to Nebuchadnezzar's gods.
So it would not have been a sin to bow down to him as long as there were no gods. Is that correct?
I mean, if you're just civically honoring, then yeah, you can salute the flag. Of course, you can have the president.
So
The
if you're
picture of
bowing down
President
to it, there's
Trump.
no sin in it, as long as there are no other gods involved and he's not claiming
In
to
the
be
same
God.
way that Saint Basil, which is one of those church fathers that you claim that you follow, which you don't because you're a liar, and you come on here to try to clip farm and make like stupid faces and like try to smile and flick your eyebrows at the camera like you're some playboy or something.
The truth is
Like,
jubilant. The truth is
you look like a tomato, dude.
Okay,
I know. I get
let's-
very red. I do. I get very red.
Michael has something I'm sure he wants to add to the conversation. So
Yes,
I
Michael.
think out of due respect, Luke, maybe you should give him some respect and let him lay out his argument before you talk.
Hey, Luke, in the martyrdom of Polycarp, how does it describe the smell of Polycarp's bones?
He was a living sacrifice. We're supposed to offer our bodies as a living sacrifice. That's why it says they could smell it. But they didn't say they were offering literal incense. They said his living sacrifice smelled like incense.
Okay, but you realize that we're being given scent terms here
Mhm.
that describe the quality of what his sacrifice actually sensorially smells like.
Yeah.
And that the word honorable is used to describe incense in that text, correct?
It symbolizes prayer. God created the symbol of prayer, but he also said it's going to cease.
Okay, well, symbols and realities, they can coexist, and that is a continual theme of the New Testament. So I don't see how pointing to the symbolic aspect indicates anything about the physical ceasing. And as I pointed out, we're being given sensory terms here to that denote the quality of the scent of St. Polycarp's body. We're given other sensory terms related to it having the appearance of baked bread and looking like gold and silver. We're being given these sensory terms. So someone in the Ante-Nicene church didn't think that incense was evil and thought that it was appropriate to describe as something offered to God.
And you have failed magnificently to prove that we can offer incense in the New Testament.
That's just an assertion, dude. What's your argument? We
Well,
don't
look,
do
I just gave you
conclusions
Junker
here.
Chrysostom. Do you
Give
want
us
me to
reasons.
just drop like 100?
What do you have to
church
do? What do you
fathers
have to?
saying
What
they
do you
don't
have
do
to? What do you have to say about what Michael just said? You have to be responsive. Okay.
All right, I
You
will
can't
respond.
just-
I
you can't
will
just
respond.
talk.
Okay, let's concede this idea that maybe we can offer incense in the New Testament. Okay, let's go with this hypothetical, Michael. In the Old Testament, did God
No,
say?
can you please respond directly to what he just said?
I did. I think I did sufficiently.
You have
I
to
think
be
I-
responsive about the martyrdom of Polycarp. What do you have
Yes,
to say about that?
I think I was sufficient in my response. Yeah. Let me ask you something.
What
about
is that?
incense,
What? No. Hold on. Can you, Michael? Did he actually respond? What part was lacking in his response to what you said?
I'm kind of curious if he could zero in on the sensory terms that are used to describe St. Polycarp's sacrifice with me. Having the appearance of baked bread, resembling gold and silver, and then also smelling like honorable incense. Can you directly address the significance of the phrase honorable incense used to describe the sacrifice of himself offered up by this bishop?
Yes, he was a living sacrifice. That is honorable. Yeah, I agree with that. But
And
I don't.
how does that relate to the ascription of sensory qualities?
Well, God
such as it
teaches us.
resembling incense.
God teaches us many things. He teaches us spiritual truths through physical realities. But there comes a point where
Can you
you're
answer
actually
the
supposed to be
question, man?
you're supposed to be
Like-
led up to the spiritual reality by the types.
Sure, completely agree.
Yeah, you don't have that, Luke.
And that's exactly what's going on in the case of St. Polycarp. And that's what continues in the Orthodox Church. So thank you for supporting our point.
Do you offer incense the same way as the Jews do?
No, of course not. And we don't offer the same way the pagans do either. We don't actually think that God needs incense or that it nourishes him in any manner. And we think incense does mean something distinct from the Old Covenant.
Do you remember that God killed Nadab and Abihu for offering him incense, which he had not commanded? It says he killed them because they offered incense, strange fire, which he had not commanded. Do you remember that? Why is it that you guys think you can offer just any kind of incense to God? You know you're not offering it the way the Jews did. So why do you think that would be acceptable to God? Do you know that God said that nobody except people from the tribe of Levi are allowed to recreate the compound of incense? Nobody, he said. And they're only...
no.
That same kind of reasoning, it seems like that would really rule out the Eucharist as well. And
that
frankly,
didn't exist in the Old
cancel-
Testament.
Well,
Neither
yes,
did
but-
the priesthood according to the order of
changing the subject.
Melchizedek. They had a Levitical priesthood.
You lost, you got destroyed, and then you changed the subject. The
I
Eucharist
mean, you
wasn't in the Old
never.
Testament.
What do you mean? You never answered the martyrdom of Polycarp incense
You're offering
argument.
strange fire, guys. You're just like Nadab and Abihu.
Then
You're
why aren't
not
we
offering
dropping
incense.
dead, Luke?
You're offering strange fire. God does not accept any kind of incense, guys. Only the very specific kind he commanded. And
Okay,
only
you
coming
came
from
in here saying that you actually listen to and obey the early church fathers. Now Michael is showing that in one of the earlier samples that we have incense, and you're just hand waving that away.
What sample? What sample? I didn't hear.
You just talked to him. Okay, Michael, would you please, restate how there are all these sensory terms referring to incense and martyrdom of Polycarp?
Yeah, so appearance of baked bread, his flesh seeming like gold and silver, which is then later on connected to the preciousness, venerableness of his relics that must be taken up. And then also the phrase honorable incense is used to describe the sensory quality of St. Polycarp's sacrifice. So, if you want to say that St. Polycarp is violating the law of God, or that the authors of the martyrdom of St. Polycarp are kind of imposing something, then
It's such a joke. It only deserves laughter.
Wait,
He's not
why?
offering incense.
What's your argument?
He's not.
Do you have
offering
any
incense.
reason? What are your reasons? That's a conclusion. We deal with reasons here.
Yeah, he's not offering incense. It's not.
Why?
In liturgy. It's not in a liturgy. No.
How do you
church
know
fathers.
that?
Wait, well,
it's
Luke,
not a liturgy, guys. And
Synagogue worship and all of these commemorative days, they are analogous to the feast days in the Jewish
change the subject.
system.
That's all you have. You just change the subject to feast
Well,
days. Or
listen,
something.
That shows that it's a liturgical commemoration. How do you not know this?
Even
you
even
don't
so,
know
I
the
mean,
basics, Luke. Like this is
I'm,
like, dude,
Alex,
look
I'm
up
crushing
Gregory
you right
Dix.
now.
This is liturgy 101, dude. You don't know the basics. Why are you trying to debate this stuff?
Your own encyclopedia says it didn't exist in the first 300 years. And
Our
I would,
encyclopedia is not a binding document,
I
dude.
see. What about all the church fathers? The unanimous teaching of the church fathers, is that
Hey,
binding?
you know who doesn't have any documents? You,
Change the
because you made
subject.
up your own
You changed the
church.
subject. You changed
Bro,
the subject.
you tried arguing that Saint John of Damascus doesn't believe in the veneration of icons as we do, and you also held that he doesn't use incense. Are
No,
you
I
serious
didn't.
with us?
No, I
Here? Yes, you
didn't.
did.
I never said that. I never said
We
he
can go
didn't
back.
offer incense. It's only that he says you've reached uttermost insanity and impiety if you make images of the Father. So he wouldn't have communion with the Orthodox Church. Now, Alex, here's the reality. You are going to have big boy debates with me someday because I'm arising. Me and my
Oh.
friends, we're going to have big debates with you Orthodox. We're going to crush you with the consensus of the church fathers.
I mean, if it was anything similar to what you presented today, trust me, I'm not worried, dude. This was garbage.
But look, we didn't even get to quote the church fathers. We didn't even get to the other Paul. He's nothing. He's a total heretic.
Yeah,
just
he
a
got
pathetic
smoked.
Protestant.
Great. Nice.
He did. Oh yes,
Yeah,
Alex,
he did.
You did. The Protestants do not how to fight you guys. They don't know how to beat
Protestants don't know how to fight or beat you. You
But-
don't even
but
have a
people-
church.
People who are obedient to the church fathers, to their early
You
consensus,
don't. The
they'll
church
destroy
fathers
you.
disagree with you on every single thing, dude.
Alex, it's fine. I've been waiting for you to kick me. You can kick me anytime you want, but you will be debating
too
me.
kind, honestly.
Thank you, Alex. Thank you.
None
I
of
really
them-
appreciate it.
Hey, Luke.
But you guys will be debating
Luke.
us. We are going to destroy you.
Great, Michael.
Hey, Luke. I'm waiting for a direct response here about the sensory quality of St. Polycarp's sacrifice and how it's described. And I'd be really curious, what kind of person in the early church who thought that incense was evil or not to be offered would describe incense as honorable? Can you explain that, please?
There are all kinds of types. We still look at the types in the Old Testament and we learn lessons from them. So a type isn't evil in itself. It's just if you offer the type when God has commanded that the types have ceased, now you're sinning.
Okay, but then you're saying that it was sinful, and then you're disagreeing with the Ante-Nicene Church, the authors of the martyrdom of Polycarp, as well as St. Polycarp himself. So what's with the
They never
Ante-Nicene
offered
Church
literal
like
incense. They never offered literal incense. There's nothing wrong with the senses. I don't say senses are
Dude,
evil.
this is
God
just a
teaches lessons through.
conclusion. What are your reasons? You're gonna.
I think that's
quote the
great. No,
Father
Michael.
from hundreds of years later.
Michael, if you want to do the debate, that'd be cool too. Because if that's your best evidence, I mean, you're just
No,
gonna
that would be the
slaughtered.
greatest favor we do to you ever. You're not
That's
touching
great.
Michael
That's
Garden,
great. You're
dude.
going to see people leaving your church when they see you're not the only alternative to Protestantism.
What is your alternative?
Where's your
Nothing?
bishop?
We can
Where's
tell.
your
We can have a debate about that. We can have a
Who's
debate.
we? Who's we? Who's we?
According to Ignatius,
Who's
Christ
who's
alone.
we? Who's we?
All the people I know who are reading the Church Fathers, guys. It's a movement. Not all
who
people
is
are going to
that?
join the Orthodox.
Protestantism is a movement. You're just
Dude,
Protestants.
I know a guy who's a
You don't have a
universalist.
church.
I know a guy who became a universalist because he read the Church Fathers and now he's a universalist. Do you agree with him?
No,
He
he's
thinks
an
that
idiot. He rejects the consensus of the Fathers. He's
What's the
picking-
consensus?
I already know what he's doing. He's taking something from like Tertullian, where Tertullian says, the vast majority of Christians, they
that's
don't know
not who
how
he
to
takes it
explain.
from.
Sure it is. Sure it is. I know all the
We
quotes
lost
that they use,
Michael.
but the consensus of the Fathers is, of course, that the Trinity, the Son is divine. Of course, the consensus destroys anybody. Nobody actually does that seriously.
That's
They
not
hate the
what.
Father.
That's no one. Hold on. No one argued about the divinity of the Son here. I said I know a guy who reads the Church Fathers who decided not to join the Orthodox Church and he became a Universalist. That
Well,
has
Luke
nothing
is
to
a
do with.
yapper. He doesn't know how to actually respond
he rejects the
substantively.
consensus of the Fathers. He does.
Okay, what is the consensus of the Fathers? Where do we find it, and how do we know what that consensus is?
In their writings and by reading them.
How about a
Okay,
council?
No, it's called councils.
I agree with councils. Yes. Have you guys
Okay,
read Vincent of
Do you
Lerins?
agree with
Have
the
you guys read-
councils? That say, hold on.
I do.
You agree, Luke? You agree with the councils that say you must have a bishop? Where's your bishop?
I agree with the councils, and Vincent of Lerins says the
What
unanimous.
do they say about a bishop?
What
Are you
do the
gonna answer
canons of the
question?
council
You gotta
say
let me
about
speak.
starting your own church, Luke?
You got to let me speak, guys.
What?
Vincent
Okay,
says,
here's a question. Here's a question. You're not going to be able to just say. You have to actually respond to our questions, Luke. Okay.
I asked a very specific question.
Yeah.
Where the canons of the church in the earliest councils say that you must have a bishop. Where's your bishop?
just Jesus right now, because I'm in an emergency situation.
Got it. You're a joke. Get out
That's
of here.
what Ignatius said.
I'm not
That's
even gonna talk to you anymore. You're nothing. Goodbye.
$5 from Mr. Funzerker. No one cares about Luke's gay clips. $5 from Pope Biscuit. This guy came in for a clip and just got clapped over and over again. It's somewhere between sad and slightly infuriating, but mostly funny.
He did it to me the other
$100
day.
from Patricia. Awesome. $100.
Hush money.
What is my bank account going to look like in the next 2 to 3 years? I need 7 figures. I need 7 figures.
Thank you very much.
That's amazing.
Yes.
It's amazing.
Oh yeah, here's one for Luke.
You missed the 100 from Macaulay Roofing.
Dude,
by
I'm
the way.
behind. All right. Father bless. Excellent point. Dude, holy cow, I'm behind. Excellent points from Father Ron. God bless. Thank you for the $5, Lady Vlad. Thanks again, Alex. This is from Bruce. He called in earlier. How do we know what we know? LOL. Keep praying. Yes. Those are some good questions earlier. Alex Jag, $5. Yohanan has been going on Nick's live and saying God is muted. Oh, Yohanan, what a lovable character. $5 from Zach. Guys in chat, if you get mad at Johan, listen, this is why you can't get mad. He's our favorite Spurg. There is something endearing about Johan for sure. I miss Christian Mario. When are you having him on? I don't know if he's doing on. Is he doing YouTube
He's
at this time?
He's kind of back on X. Like he'll respond here and there, but I think he's kind of taken a break from everything because personal things. I don't know what's going on. So
Yeah. This is probably when the full preterist guy called in. Dearest fandom, St. John Chrysostom commentary. He's speaking not of the generation then living, but of the age of believers. I'm not sure what verse this is referring to. I'm sorry. Revelation 22 says, no more night. Isaiah 65 says, never will there be an infant who lives only a few days. And yeah, they're like all of these kinds of passages are huge problems for full preterism because they just have to try to say these are like some symbol or something, which is
yeah.
stupid.
Yeah, that one's actually pretty devastating for them because they like, well, it's obvious to anyone's eyes, you know.
Yeah. Well, Emmanuel, 50 Mexican things sitting on a toilet. I wish the rapture would suddenly take my duties away.
That's like $5.
Well, there is no rapture. So sorry to break it to you. There is no rapture. But Seattle Rob, $5. Bro should join up with Billy Cawson with this nonsense. First time I have felt dumber watching Alex's stream. Sorry, not sorry. Well, you know, it's important to know what these guys have to say so that we know how to counter them, right? But really, at the end of the day, like we all know they are making up their own church and they have their own interpretation of the scriptures. They don't even know how they got the scriptures. They're taking our scriptures and trying to interpret them in whatever way. They're trusting us for reliability and for preservation, but not for interpretation, which is horribly inconsistent. Ryan Finley, $5. Partial never equals full. Near, immediate, and long-term fulfillment, like in Isaiah's prophecy of the virgin giving birth. Yeah, exactly. There's like always an already but not yet type of like sense to a lot of these prophecies. That's a good point. $5 from Alex Jag. The Bible can say anything you want if you obfuscate the text endlessly. Well, yeah, this is why you need a church to tell you this is how it ought to be understood. $10 from Leningrad. Don't grant anyone the use of Ortho Bro moniker. Ask why they're attacking my Orthodox brothers in Christ. Push them to name a behavior and not a label. It always falls apart. I mean, you guys saw that clip with Chase on Compendium's channel where Chase called in and he was just like, what's an Ortho Bro? And knew those guys fell to pieces.
Yeah.
$2 from Dragod. You guys don't sports ball? Knicks are in the finals.
The only sports I watch is tennis because it's the only actual sport that involves a ball that's actually interesting to watch.
Get Dr. Porcu, author of Journey to Reality, on. I will make a note. To reality. Yeah, get Dr. Zach Porcu from Roots of Everything on the channel. He is amazing. Ah, well, that's twice now. $5 from throwaway account. Prots, you guys are meanies for saying we aren't saved. Also, Prots, you guys aren't saved if you say baptism is necessary. Well, like that Samuel Farag promotional video for his American Gospel series was like, dude, the first thing out of his mouth was in his letter to the Galatians. St. Paul said that if you preach another gospel, you're anathema. The Orthodox preach another gospel. And I'm like, okay, like, that's how we're going to start this off. Like, it's a horrible double standard.
Yeah.
Good Godfather GGF. It's not mere ancestors, it is the sons of God. That's a good point. Because that's what in John 1 it says that he gave the right to become sons of God. It's true. Macaulay Roofing, bro. This he has blessed me by joining my channel, and it has been like, oh no. He had a question for Luke. He probably would answer this. Luke, love you, bro. Christian my whole life, mission trips, a youth group, VBS, all of it. Calvinist, non-denom, Catholic, Jesuit, Lutheran schools. If I'm condemned for seeking Christ, honoring his mother, venerating saints, so be it. Many have condemned me for it. Do you condemn me? He'd probably say yeah, because
he would probably just say yes, or he'd have a go a roundabout way of saying, well, there's a way that you can still have the early church without blah blah, and he'd go into a diatribe about how somehow he's the one person that's preserved the true church. So
I think he would say something like this.
Righteousness has been filthy rags before God, Daddy. That's gonna send you straight to hell, amen.
Amen.
That's amazing.
Thank you, dude. I appreciate
How
it.
do I monetize these people? You know what I mean? How do I monetize these people?
$5 from Matt. Luke, a bit of humility will take you a lot further in life. Good luck, brother. We will pray for you. Yeah, pray for Luke. And I called him a few names, but like the guy was bad faith from the
He
get-go.
did the same thing to my stream, like I think it was a day or two ago. He called in and he tried to do the whole Nebuchadnezzar thing with me, and I just said, yeah, but dude, if you change the underlying presuppositions, it no longer is a
different
hypothetical.
system, yeah.
It's a different
Yeah,
system.
exactly. Well, it's also like, dude, why don't I just look up this text that he's talking about? It, like, literally on its face, this text refutes him. Like,
well,
it says right there, they don't worship our gods, so they won't venerate your statue. It's like,
Well, yeah, he also the one that he posted in the private chat with St. John Chrysostom, even that one doesn't really support his position, because the context is that the pagans offer these things up. He's talking about pagans. So I don't know. It's just
that's the thing. It's like they don't know the context of this worship of like the central image on the altar. Like when I brought that up at the beginning, dude was lost. He was gone, dude. He had no idea.
Well, I mean, just the beginning of Daniel 3, the very beginning of Daniel 3 makes it clear that Nebuchadnezzar is demanding worship.
Mm-hmm.
It says it 4 times at in the first 8 verses.
Yeah.
So,
yeah,
what else can you say?
$2 from Elias. It's like homie didn't hear anything I said. I mean, I asked him to repeat it back. He literally wasn't listening, dude. He was gone. And then he tried to say, "We are coming for you, Orthodox." I was like,
"Who's we?"
As if for 2,000 years we haven't heard that. Like, Luke, couldn't a lifeless image mean an image which does not have the life of Christ, whereas the saints would be living? Cherry picking hard. Yeah, exactly. It's just, dude, they just repeat talking points. Oh, it's a lifeless image. Why? It's a lifeless image. We talk about reasons here, not conclusions, right? If you're going to call in, you don't have reasons, at least own it. At the very, don't try to double down on your dumb conclusion. $5 from Tacticool Ortho Bro. Oh, dude, this is a dope username. Make a dress code and this will never happen. Alex Soren's channel. It's now a golf course.
Now, I take slight offense to that, guys. This is standard Floridian clothing.
I'd say that's for like, that's mostly golf course appropriate.
Yeah,
the top.
By the way, it's very airy. It's very airy, and I'm wearing khaki shorts. Like I feel good, guys. Man, I feel judged. I feel judged by all of you guys saying I'm trying to copy Jay Dyer. I was dressing this way for years before I even knew who Jay Dyer was.
We're all trying to copy Jay Dyer, I guess. I don't know. Matt, $5. Thank you, man. Oh no, Alex said you dummy. Jay is definitely talking into Alex's earpiece. Don't you know he's always doing that?
Yes.
All the time. Yes. Fernando, $10. Thank you. He is Dawa levels of Tistic. He is not capable of conceiving abstract concepts. If you didn't eat breakfast, how do you feel? But I ate breakfast. But what if you didn't? I ate breakfast. I mean, I couldn't tell if he was bad faith or dumb. I'm going to go with Father Stephen's assessment.
Wait, so anti-Nicene Christianity is in the comments. He says, why does your church, someone responded to him saying, why does your church channel description say the church fell into apostasy after 300 years? So he doesn't even think that St. John Chrysostom
why is he quoting St. John Chrysostom?
Yeah, why are you quoting him?
That's what happens when you make your own
if that's
church.
What you believe.
Yeah.
So clearly you don't believe in just that. And it says the Bible is the ground and pillar of truth. By the way, that's not what the scriptures say, but so like, well, dude, Like,
he doesn't have a
at least
church,
be consistent.
dude.
Just be consistent.
He doesn't believe in the church. He doesn't believe the Bible and what it says about the church. Ryan Finley 199. Why is there a censor in Revelation? Well, don't you know it's just a symbol? You Jew, you're trying to be Jewish, I guess. That was literally Luke's argument.
Did he ever actually respond to Malachi 1:11?
No. He didn't respond. He didn't respond to a single thing, dude.
Well, if you actually look at when we mention the New Testament, well, if you look at the Old Testament, and then when we mention the Old Testament, well, the New Testament, the Church Fathers, it's like, okay,
that's
well,
actually
then
a pretty good assessment.
Then we mention Dionysius Corpus, and he says pseudo Dionysius is 500 years. By the way, most scholarship, even though we don't necessarily need to adopt all scholarship, says 300. But even if we accept the longest date of 500, still doesn't do much work for you, because the newest scholarship is coming out, as Cleave to Antiquities had on his channel, showing that it is actually not pseudo Dionysius, it's actually Dionysius. So
yeah,
you just don't, you're not up with the current scholarship, dude. So
yeah, he's fighting for his own truth like a deluded fool. $5 from Mr. Fun Zerker. Yeah, dude, he didn't tell us what church to join. He's not fighting for anything. He's just a sophist. Like, I should have kicked him then, honestly, because it's like, okay, well, if you're not actually fighting for anything, like, why are you here?
Content.
Yeah, he's a grifter. That's actually what a grifter looks like, by the way. Is somebody who's like compromising, doesn't actually have any values that he's going to stand for, is only here for money. Like, no, Nikolai, myself, Jay, Cleve, David Erhan, Michael Garden, we are here for a reason. It is to spread the gospel
to the best of our ability.
Evangelize the evangelicals. Yes. Wait, so he can tell you that you're not in the right church, but won't tell you what the right church is. Bro is non-denominational. Yeah, he's pathetic. I feel for this guy. He's very prideful. Hopefully he can get past that. Obviously. Duh. And got a membership from PK. Leatherstrap says, in every place, incense will be offered in my name, and a pure offering for my name will be great among the nations. Malachi 1:11. Well, if you don't like it, it doesn't help you. Just say it's a symbol, dude. Sincere hypocrite, $2. This guy has no church. Who's we? I'm pretty sure I saw you say that in chat. That's why I asked. My chat is smart. You guys have good points for sure. Dustin's $2. Obviously, the church went apostate in 216 AD. Obviously. Of course. Yeah. What a joke to say that him and his stupid Enlightenment view is that everything's a symbol. You just have to believe in your heart, and like just an idea or a feeling. That's what saves you. Like, come on, dude. Nobody in the ancient world believed that. It's crazy. Well, fine. One exception. Gnostics believe that special knowledge saved you. Now you're on the side of the bad guys. Congrats. Fernando, Luke seems unaware that Christ left us business church. That's right.
What is my bank account going to look like in the next 2 to 3 years? I need 7 figures. I need 7 figures.
Yeah.
So true.
Chrysostom literally talks about incense and specifically how it should be used in his commentary of Psalm 140, 141. That's why, like, when they come in with quote lines, I like, honestly, I don't really.
Guys, this is one thing that I can't emphasize enough. It doesn't matter if it's an Orthodox person. It doesn't matter if it's a Roman Catholic. Quote mine battles almost go nowhere. This is why you can go to commonly agreed things. This is why Alex, you can correct me if I'm wrong. This is why Alex sometimes will focus. This is what the scripture is saying, bro. Let's just look at the scriptures here, right? Because if Alex comes, well, here's my list of sources, he's just going to say, well, here's my list of sources. And then you have to spend all of your time explaining how his sources are out of context. And if you get one thing wrong in your head, they'll clip it out of context and say, oh, and then they'll barf up their stuff saying, Alex Soren got this wrong. He doesn't even know anything about the church fathers. It's all quotes and
just talk about what you know. Talk about what you know. Don't talk about what you don't know.
Exactly.
Yeah. What's up, Jaden?
First and foremost, I just want to say that you guys made great points. I'm a big fan of Alex and, of course, Nikolai, especially on monarchy and all that different stuff. So I'm an Orthodox catechumen. Nice. I actually debated Luke yesterday, and just to give like a connection to sort of the whole situation with JP, Young Don, and whatnot, he's actually has his own restorationist church that he
Luke
does
is in the same group as them?
Yeah, not quite, but Young Don actually went to Luke.
Oh my
God,
dude.
Luke was his last stop before atheism, because Luke convinced Don that
the church fell away.
The church fell away, and the logical conclusion to the church falling away is that Christ didn't keep his promise and Christianity is false. And that's why Young Don went to atheism. So that's just a little connection. And JP actually facilitated debates with Luke to other Christians and whatnot as well. So that's just a little tiny connection right there.
Nice
And he
job,
runs
Luke.
his-
Well
he runs his
done.
own Discord, and he admitted to me yesterday when I debated him for like 2 hours. He said, yes, the reason why Young Don went to atheism was because of me. Word for word.
Wow. Get a life, Luke. You're a dork.
All right. I'm going to catch y'all later and appreciate you guys for letting me up.
Bet. Cleve should know this. Yeah, I'll tell him. Luke literally making atheists. Young Don is the through line for all of it. Somehow,
that is kind of
dude.
true, unironically.
The $10 from Max Martins. I agree with the councils. Jesus is my bishop. We are coming for the Orthodox Church. I am scared, guys. I'm having ecclesial anxiety. That guy was something else.
I have some major ecclesial anxiety after that.
I follow the councils, just not the ones that say you need to have a bishop and that you can't start your own church without a bishop, that you can't have your own service without a bishop, that a bishop can't go into another bishop's jurisdiction. Like Gangria and like literally all those early synods. What's up, Church of Christ? How you doing?
Hey, what's up?
Was that the Orthodox?
Not gonna catechumen, I'm getting there.
Nice.
Not gonna lie, I kind of forgot my question after that.
All good. I don't blame you. What's I mean, can I refresh your memory somehow?
Yeah, so I've been doing a study on Ephesians 2.
Great.
And I've been looking at different ways that different theological trains of thought interpret the terms grace, faith, salvation, and works.
I can't really talk about this because I have a debate on this topic on Friday.
Let me remember. Is it with any free grace community?
It's with a Wesleyan Methodist, and it's whether justification is forensic. But I will give you a book recommendation.
Can I throw out a question and you can tell me?
Yeah.
if
What's
you
the
can answer
question?
it or not?
Yeah, go ahead.
So my thought was, especially inside of free grace and any free will Baptist groups, I think that their definition of faith combined with their definition, or combined with Paul's definition of works, means that they do have works-based salvation.
Does Jesus' work?
No, because free will Baptist and free grace believe that you have to do a thing in order to receive the grace, i.e. believe. And once you've done the thing, you receive the grace. And so there's kind of an obligatory thing there. And Paul in Romans, I think it's 4, defines works as obligatory. Again, like look at the passage. He says, now to the one who works, wages are not credited as a gift, but as an obligation. And then he goes into how faith is not an obligation. So they have faith, and then God is obligated to not send them to hell on final judgment. It's kind of what I was thinking with that. I don't know if that's like a clear thought.
I mean, I think you're right. It does reduce to like some kind of work. I think like the definitive probably at this time is Matthew Thomas. Paul's works of the law in the perspective of 2nd century reception.
Interesting. Works Matthew Thomas?
Yeah, Matthew Thomas. Paul's works of the law in the perspective of 2nd century reception.
Is he an Orthodox guy?
No. But he has Orthodox conclusions.
Do you know what he is?
He's a scholar, like non-committal.
Okay, yeah.
I don't know. But yeah, this is like, it's kind of the definitive. It's like, so after the new perspective on Paul, like, I don't know, you're probably familiar with it if you looked into this at all. You have like new perspective of Paul is like kind of old now, I guess, for like the viewers too. Like the thing now is like Paul in the Jewish context, right? Like the Jewish Paul, right? So
Yeah, Father Stephen Dion. Who kicked
Father
that
Stephen
off?
says he's Roman Catholic. Yeah.
Oh, he's Roman Catholic. Okay.
Yeah.
That's interesting. Yeah, I think that's one of the things that's I brought up to a couple of my Church of Christ friends was that the energies essence distinction would like really help them get out of this like works-based obligation problem, because if you're participating in the energies, it's not I do a thing, God gives me a thing. It's I go there and I participate in the thing.
Yeah.
And that fixes a lot of the issues. You get your free will without running into this weird exchange thing that happens. But yeah. Anyway, I just want to bring that up. That was a wild debate earlier.
Thank you. I mean, wild in the sense that it was pretty absurd the places that he would go to not concede things.
Yeah, I went onto his YouTube channel and he has like a 2-hour like long series argument about why women need to wear veils. I'm not even joking.
Yeah, I mean, when you don't have the church, right, you can't make sense of any of this stuff, honestly.
Yeah, interesting guy. Well, have a good night.
All right, bet. Xander, what's up?
Hey, what's up?
How you doing?
Doing good. You're working on Memorial Day, man?
Yeah, well, yeah, I guess I'm in Windsor. I'm on a border city, so it's not a holiday for me technically.
Okay. But what I really wanted to bring up was how he like kept bringing up this idea of like lifeless images.
Yeah.
We don't necessarily believe that.
They're alive. Yeah.
But the main thing is that he thinks that we're using incense as a means of worship, when as far as you can correct me if I'm wrong on this, anybody can, but we use it to essentially like incense any of the images of God, because that would pass over to God himself.
Well, the idea is that like the smoke has a purifying effect.
Yeah, but how my priest and like a couple other priests, what I've noticed, observed anyways, is that they always incense they incense all the icons, anything that has the image of God on it. And it's like that sort of the least that you do to these that you do to me. And so when we incense people, he seemed to miss the fact that we also incense the congregation, the laity also.
Yep.
So when we do that, then we're giving things to God. We're incensing the image, which passes to God.
Yep.
Yeah.
Which I'm like, okay, is he forgetting that? And also, not gonna let. Whoops, sorry, go for it.
He's never attended an Orthodox church, so of course he wouldn't know that.
Also, I made the note in the chat that he's talking like Plato right now in terms of the senses. He thinks they're useful insofar that you can only recognize like the material things in the world, but that point to the forms that you can only reach through like intellectual like heights, essentially. Like word for word, like Timaeus, I think it's Timaeus anyways, like goes over how the senses goes over the senses and all that. And it's like, yeah, they're weak and you shouldn't rely on them to like experience like true like intellectual heights or something like that. And it's like, so are we just gonna become spheres in the resurrection like the last guy?
I think so, dude. That's got to be it. Like I have no other.
Like, are we not going to have senses in the eschaton or something? Because
for those who are listening, Father Stephen says the incense is offered to God. The smoke is used to purify images in space. Yes.
Well, one thing, this guy, just to note, this guy's website is really like next level insane.
What is his website?
Ante-NiceneChristianity.com. So ANTE-NiceneChristianity, one word.com. And his list of heresies, he says, idolatry is bowing, kissing, burning incense, lighting candles, crowning, worship the images of emperors, which he said, by the way, wasn't a problem previously, but then it is a problem when it's done in a specific way. What? And then he said blasphemy, Mary's sinlessness, murder, going to war apparently is heresy, adultery, simony, Judaizing, false ordinations. He doesn't have ordinations in his church. Like, by the way, he literally says, if you're looking for the true church, join our Discord. If you go to the About Us.
Wow. That's why he didn't want to say, he's saying his church is a Discord.
Yes, and souls go directly to heaven instead of Hades. Having female bodies after the resurrection is a heresy.
She's stupid, dude.
So
wait, what?
Literally, women will not exist in the eschaton.
This is a stupid person. Yeah. Anyway, Xander.
It's just funny. I just thought it'd be hilarious, but anyways, go ahead.
I did have one thing to bring up actually, and
yes.
This reminded me of what Father Stephen said.
Yes.
It seems like his idea of consensus of the church is basically just pointing to figureheads in the past, which is very
not councils
Protestant to do.
Not councils, yeah,
yeah,
because that's really where you see like what do the fathers actually believe? Well, am I going to go to a place where you have like 120 bishops that are like, we should probably use these administrative rules in the canons, or just like a homily of somebody on a Sunday?
Father Stephen says that's from the Gospel of Thomas, Gnosticism confirmed. Yeah.
But yeah, that's all I had really. So he presumes like certain ideas, and then for instance, like the hypotheticals that he's proposing, it just seemed like he was like proposing the hypothetical, wanted you to agree with the hypothetical, and then condemned you for like going against scripture or something like that. I'm not entirely.
Yeah. Well, it's this new clip farming tactic where they'll have a quote ready to go, like out of context, and then they'll just ask you the quote, and they'll be like, do you believe that incense something something? And then you'll be like, well, usually the consensus of the father is this or that, and they'll be like, oh, you idiot, you don't know anything. Don't you know that this church father said this, this, and that? And it's like, it's not just one church father. Like, or you just contradicted John Chrysostom, bro. Like, come on, dude, grow up. Like, we're adults here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Also, I'm sorry, I don't get like, I have a very high tolerance for being called names and stuff, but eventually I'm going to start getting irritated when you're not answering questions and all you do is like mock the whole time. Like, that's what he was doing 50% of the time. He was just like mocking Alex or mocking me and not answering questions. Just, yeah.
Well, and then he would sit there like this, like, huh, oh, uh-huh.
He was thumbnail farming.
Yeah, like, can you chill? Like, why are you spazzing? Like, I don't, anyway.
But I've run into these, like two of these groups, like online especially. One of these people take like Hebrews, the idea that when you sin after accepting the truth, I can't remember the exact verse, but they take that to mean any sort of sin. So if you willfully sin in any
they don't know what
capacity,
intentionally means.
Yeah, no, but they take it like if you sin in any capacity, like at all, then you're just damned. Like you can't regain.
I mean, the way the term is used is basically just like unrepentant and like maliciously.
Yeah. And then there's this second group, and I can't get into it because I don't want to take up too much of your time now, but they're literally just called a true church. Like the website is called a true church. If you look it up, it is the funniest thing ever.
Dude, why is everybody trying to be a special snowflake? Like, I don't want to be Orthodox. I don't want to. I'm just gonna start my own. Just freaking submit to the church. What the heck? Like,
yeah, no, they're extreme determinists. They think they're also hyper literal. They think there exists 7 gods.
Oh, because of the 7 spirits of God in Revelation.
Also the horses that are in like one of the visions.
They think they're actual horses.
No, they think they're actual like god horses or something like that. I don't know. But yeah, if you look them up, like that'd be a really cool live stream to go.
So I guess tonight's stream, guys, there are all kinds of morons and bad ideas wherever you go.
What did we learn today, folks? Don't build your own church.
Yeah.
But that's all I got for y'all. So I don't want to take up too much of the time. So yeah,
thanks.
Thank y'all.
Yep. Thank you guys. Remember the rules. Call in evangelicals, Pentecostals, Baptists, Calvinists, non-denoms, prots, and neo-prots who disagree. Be succinct. Get to your question. Get to the point. $5 from Memento Mori. Luke is the diamond brother of Orthodoxy. Indeed, I agree. 1,000 CRC from Danny Town. He agrees with the councils. What about the 7th? Not that one, Danny. Not that one. It's pick and choose. They're horrible. The problem with preterist, partial, full, or non, is the framing. Alex, to look into the modern source of preterist framing, like carpentry. For a Protestant, we appear a partial preterist, but that is a frame error. Yeah, I mean, I'm just trying to explain things in terms they might understand, like when the Council of Dositheus uses Western language, but maybe that's not the move.
I think my, again, what do I know? But my personal opinion is basically just don't give them an inch. Don't even grant that we can use anything, because at this point, you know, we deal with someone like this, but then you also have like the Latinizers who are going to do the same thing. You know, it's like, you know what? We're done using Western language. Sorry, guys. I know you like your Western terminology, but if you want to be Orthodox, use the Eastern terminology that survived schism, heresy, preserve the faith, etc., etc. Just adopt that.
Yeah,
It's
use
just
the language
easier on
your priest. Use the language your priest uses. Don't try to make up
Exactly.
your own. Orthodox Tony, $5. Just wanted to say happy late Memorial Day to all of my fellow battles and fallen Orthodox comrades. Pray for the forgiveness of their sins to our Lord. Amen. That's right. Good point, Orthodox Tony. I like that super chat. Thank you. Ericota, $5. Luke is one of those random Discord orthos trying to find a shred of evidence of their pet theology. Well, yeah, I mean, he's not knowledgeable on the basics. Like, he didn't know that like worshiping an image refers to the central image on the altar, not just like random pictures on the wall. $5 from Akathist. Luke, I would love to join your church. Also, Luke, me and my friends are going to destroy you guys in debates. You'll see. Like, dude, that was pathetic, honestly. Like, he didn't know the basics, man. Like, remember at the beginning where he was like, or I said they bowed to the tabernacle, and he was like, tabernacle's an image? I said, yes, it says so in Hebrews 8. And then he was like, like, dude got caught out walking through system level defeaters like it was no one else's business. Check out Luke's website, LOL Comedy Gold. I mean, yeah. Shout out Michael, Stoic Chad facing insanity. Dude, Michael Garden, I mean, I would have had him talk longer, but I got to have him on the channel soon too. He's doing a class soon. You guys should look into it and sign up for it. It's like about sacred spaces. It's going to be really cool. He's doing some really awesome research into that. So yes, there you go. I'm plugging Michael Garden's Sacred Spaces class. Thank you for the super chat. Byzantine Nation, we're coming for orthodoxy. So many people are going to leave your church and go somewhere else, like a Messianic Jewish temple. Dude, that's like these people are mentally ill. Are you going to come here and argue? And then when I ask you, what are you arguing for? They don't know. Yeah, that's when I feel like an idiot. Like, why do I have to ask you and like beg you to tell me what I should do? I'm literally begging him.
This is like the third major time. I remember a couple other times, but this is like the third major time where you were like literally begging them to just make an argument. Like please.
I'm the sucker, dude. I'm the dummy, I guess. Llama Fish, $5. My bishop is ChatGPT, big boy. Dude, I gotta.
Dude, I cannot believe you said that.
Dude, he was so confident too. Plug it into ChatGPT, big boy.
Dude, you need to clip that.
Answers to Taylor's answers to your preferences, like, yeah,
that's insane.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. David, I saw this in the chat. I thought I would respond to my Romanian Pentecostal brothers and sisters out there. I'm a Romanian Pentecostal who's been wanting to join the Orthodox Church for a long time, but my parents pushed back really hard. Yeah, they hate the Orthodox. And I don't know if they hate them, but they have very bad experiences and impressions. Advice on how to talk to them. Also, what's up, Romos? What's up, dude? Just wait until you're an adult. Otherwise, probably be very respectful and obedient to your parents. I keep on reading and doing research, and I just be a good boy so that they let you go to an Orthodox church and you can talk to the priest there. But odds are because they're Romanian parents, and I have Romanian parents too, unless you're like an actual adult, they're not going to let you do anything. Is David still in here? How old are you, dude? I need to know how old you are to adequately answer this.
Yeah. Because if you're old enough to where it's just going to strain the relationship, your parents will get over it eventually. They love you more than they're going to hold that over your head.
Yeah. Like if you're 20, just go. If you're 16, don't. Like, Alex Jag, $5. During the centuries of persecution, Christians heavily, legalistically distanced themselves from any physical sacrifice to avoid looking pagan. I don't know about that. The Eucharist is a sacrifice. I think there were a lot of pagans that complained about how the Orthodox treated relics because they thought it was weird. I mean, Justin Martyr is defending against accusations of cannibalism. So, also read the Didache. They're talking about bringing offerings of fruit and grain and bread. Like, this is something we still do in the Romanian Orthodox Church today. Speaking of the Ante-Nicene Church, we still do that today. Zach McConnell, $5. Apostles went to the temple after the resurrection. Yes, where incense was offered daily. If they thought it was evil, they wouldn't have gone there. Well, that was like my first point was, dude, they still participated in temple worship when the presence of God was not manifest there. And this Luke guy was lost, dude. All he wanted to talk about was the Nebuchadnezzar. Like, it was literally one topic after another. Like, I defeated him on the tabernacle. I defeated him on the temple. We went to Nebuchadnezzar. Maybe he thought he had the upper hand. And then I read it and I was like, you didn't actually read this. So he lost on literally every single point he tried to make. Alex Jag, $5. Christians were forced to choose between burning a pinch of incense to the emperor's genius or pagan gods or facing execution. Luke is a moron. I mean, yeah, exactly. I agree. Thank you for the $5. Llama Fish, $5. Bro literally has an icon of the Holy Spirit in the corner of his website. Good point. Literally has an icon of the Holy Spirit in the corner of his website. Well, that's a symbol. It's not a portrait icon. But that's what he would say, and then we'd say it's the same thing, dude. $6.99 from Emperor Sheev. Thank you. What happens if his Discord gets banned? Does that mean the gates of hell prevailed against the church? I think on its face, yes, absolutely. Ericoda, $5. If there are no females in the eschaton, are the former married couples gay? I don't think so. Well, I mean, you have the body that you left, right? It's like, this is a point Father Stephen made where he said, like, they're just not, what Jesus actually says is that they are not given or received in marriage. Doesn't say that you're not male or female anymore. People assume that, I think. Is there a passage that says they're no longer male or female? I don't think so. I don't know. Maybe that's something for me to look into. But if I remember correctly, it just says that that they're not given or received in marriage.
You guys heard it here first.
They're gay. The DJ Civ became a YouTube member. Thank you, DJ Civ. Looking forward to your new hits and tunes. Leatherstrap. I think the next time you get someone like Luke, just say, if you want to go to Discord Church, then go to Discord Church, then boot him. Yeah, probably entertained him too long, but dude, I hold out hope for these people. I'm optimistic, dude. I'm optimistic.
Never not be.
Xanderk, $5. Ned Flanders decided to leave the Western branch of American Reformed Presbyterianism and start his Discord cult. It's like an evil Ned Flanders for sure. Leon, what's up, dude?
Hey, Alex. I've had but I've had a history with Luke before. So it's like his whole thing is like his Discord is actually the church. Like, that's what he really believes.
Wow.
His like followers, like, I remember, I don't know if it was a year or two ago, but he actually debated Agan out of all people.
Oh my God, Agan would slam him.
And what's funny is how he told you, like, oh, like, me and my guys are gonna destroy you, like Orthodox, right? And I remember he destroyed Luke so badly, like, that his friends in the comment, like the Discord chat, were asking the Orientals how to become Oriental Orthodox. That's how bad he got slammed. So all I'm gonna say is, like, you should have nothing to worry about. There's a lot of catechumens coming your way.
Yeah, bet.
That's all.
Nice, dude. Love it. Thank you, dude. Appreciate the call in. Yeah, those guys are a joke, honestly.
It's easy. By the way, guys, I just want to emphasize this. It's very easy to sound convincing when you have no one challenging you and you have full control in a Discord. It's very easy to sound convincing, right? So
yeah, absolutely. When you're running a cult. What's up, Gannon?
What's up? I have a question on Oriental Orthodoxy and like how I should like refute it properly.
I think that you should watch Craig and Cleve's video on the canonicity
All right.
of it.
And
That's because that's prior to any theology. Like, they're not a, they made up a church, dude.
all right.
That just makes them Protestant.
So, if you really want to think about it, they are the oldest Protestantism,
I guess so.
even older than the papacy.
Yeah.
No, that'd be the Assyrian Church of the East, technically.
Aren't they?
I think they were a little more complicated, but I don't know.
Are the Assyrians, are they Monophysite or are they Theophysite?
They're Nestorians.
Well, oh wait, so they're neither.
Yeah.
Well, thank you.
But thanks for calling in, man. Fist of Nicaea, what's going on, dude?
Hey, gentlemen, how are y'all?
Good, how are you?
Hey, Alex, I won't take up too much of your time.
Sure.
I sent you a DM on X. I know I've had interactions with JP Alton and some of these other guys, and they've always kind of referenced some like secret repository of information as far as intercession of the saints. So I think I've tracked down the exact blog that they've all been kind of using. So I sent that over to you for your opposition research.
But dude, thank you.
Yep. Thank you. Have a nice night.
But later, I'll take a look at it. Southern Israelite, what's up, dude?
Yeah, hi. I talked to your friend here, Nick, just I think last week or 10 days ago. I just
Right.
want to see if you have a better answer.
Oh,
than
you're
what I
already gonna
got.
rag on Nick? Oh man, dude.
Galatians chapter 2, it's very clear that the disciples of James come to Paul and he condemns them for being heretics in Galatians chapter 2. And when you look in Romans chapter 4, Paul says, he who does not work but believes in him who justifies the ungodly, his faith is counted as righteousness.
Yeah, hold on.
But then
Sorry.
in James
hold
2,
on. What are you saying
it
about
says,
let's go step by step. What are you saying about Galatians 2?
Galatians chapter 2, verse 12. For
Uh-huh.
before that certain came from James, he did eat with the Gentiles, speaking of Peter. But when they were come, he withdrew himself and separated himself, speaking of Peter again,
Yeah,
fearing
there
them which
was-
were of the circumcision.
There were some factions, yes.
Yeah. And they were coming, these disciples were coming from James.
Uh-huh.
But when I saw that they walked not uprightly according to the truth of the gospel, I said unto Peter before them all, if thou being a Jew livest after the manner of the Gentiles, not as Jews, why compellest thou the Gentiles to live as do the Jews?
Uh-huh.
So we have a blatant rivalry going on between James and Paul. And then in Romans 4, it makes the rivalry very clear. He who does not work but believes, his faith is counted as righteousness. But then in James 2, we have, even so faith, if it hath not works, is dead being low. When in the context, it's directly in the context of the doctrine of justification and its relationship to faith and works. Same context. Exactly the opposite doctrines taught. How can you maintain your canon given these facts?
Because I don't think it's an actual contradiction. I think that you have to take Paul's teachings as a whole. So like in Galatians, where it says that it's faith that works through love. It's not just faith by itself. So like, again, like faith, like you have to remember Paul was a Pharisee, right? Like all that he needed to like round out his worldview was to put Jesus in the slot of the Messiah. So like when he's saying faith, he doesn't mean some enlightenment idea of, just assenting to some concept. He means like in the sense of faithfulness.
Nowhere does he say belief in a concept. He's talking about a person who
Yeah.
does not works but believes on him that justifies the ungodly. Speaking of Jesus, it's not like it's not a concept.
Yeah,
it's the exact opposite of what James says. How can you maintain?
I don't think in its totality.
Nick, real quick, your boy Nick said scholars have dealt with this, and he never actually cited the scholar. What scholar has dealt with this impossible contradiction?
I think that if you just take those verses in isolation, then on their face, they may appear to be a contradiction. But if you take Paul's teachings in his totality, I mean, what does he say in 1 Corinthians? if you have faith to move mountains but not love, you have what? Nothing. Faith, hope, and love. And out of the three of these, the greatest is not faith, but love. So, like Paul, you have to read him as a Pharisee because that's what he was. He never stopped identifying as a Pharisee.
Wow. Okay. All right. That's complete diversion from what I said. Is complete nothing burger. That's the exact same thing I got from Nick. I'm convinced to believe Martin Luther was correct and the canon of the Christian church is wrong.
Hold on. I've been to your website.
Oh, I know you haven't. You just had a bunch of meltdowns. You just had a bunch of meltdowns.
It sounds like you're melting
you don't
down
actually
right now,
believe you don't actually believe that Martin Luther got anything right either. You reject him. You reject all sorts of people. You don't have a single church that you belong to.
Father Stephen says,
where does the
Father,
Bible say?
Hold on. Father Stephen says he caught us, guys. No Christian in 2,000 years ever noticed this. In Romans,
No, Martin
St. Paul
Luther.
is
Martin
talking
Luther
about,
talked about this in his commentary on James.
Chill. In
I'm
Romans,
directly addressing the comment. Okay.
In Romans, there are people that are listening to this too, not just like watching, right? So you have to let me read it out. So in Romans, St. Paul is talking about works of Torah, not works in general. So it's not works of the Torah that save you. It's not those kinds of works.
It's it's literally about the works of the law. That's the whole
he
context.
literally says in Romans 2 that at the judgment day, you're going to be judged based off of your deeds. Your works matter.
Romans chapter 4, verse 13.
Okay, so you're just going to ignore every single other thing that
the
St.
very
Paul
next verse in context of what he said. For the promise that he should be the heir of the world was not to Abraham or through his seed through the law, but through the righteousness of faith. For if they which are of the law be heirs, the whole context of Romans 4 is you're not justified by the law. It's the whole context of Romans 4.
Yeah, by Torah, yes.
Yeah.
We believe that. That's not incompatible.
Exactly
with
what I just
James is
said.
saying.
Yeah, so your canon's
you're
wrong.
saying that. Hold on.
Thank you.
So you're saying that James teaches that you have to follow Torah?
For justification, absolutely. Yeah, James was he was like a complete lunatic Zachariah. Have you read Eisenman's book?
What about Leviticus? What about the Holy Code?
The life of James.
What about the
I've
Holy
read the
Code
whole
in
thing
Leviticus?
from cover to cover.
Great, you're so
you haven't.
smart. Okay, can you answer my question? You're so smart. You read all this stuff. Okay, we agree. You're so smart. You know all these words. Great. In Leviticus, in the Holy Code, there are a bunch of laws that say that these apply to the foreigners among you. Okay, so why are you saying that James and Paul are teaching that the Gentiles should follow Torah? That's not what they said in Acts 15. They actually applied the law in Acts 15 in the way that it ought to be, which is that it doesn't apply to Gentiles.
So in Acts chapter 15, James directly directs the Gentiles to go to the synagogue. Yes, he does. He directs the synagogues. He directs the Gentiles to go to the synagogues to hear lectures on the Torah. The commands that he gives about not keeping away from the pollution of idols and from the drinking of blood and from fornication, he's giving them the finer points of the law that they would not know directly. They would need some education, but then he directs them to learn the generalities of the Torah when they go to the synagogue.
Okay, so the reading in the synagogue, what were they supposed to be reading from? Did they write the Gospels yet?
I'll just cite you the text, Acts 15.
I know the
verse
text.
Number
Can
20.
you answer my question? Where are the readings supposed to be from?
Dude, verse 21, for Moses of old time hath in every city them that preach him being read in the synagogues.
Is the reading
every
supposed
Sabbath.
to be from
He is
1 Timothy or
directing
2
the Gentiles
Timothy?
to hear lectures on the Torah from Moses on the Sabbath, not on Sunday.
Yes,
on
we
the
know.
Sabbath.
We know. Yes. What's your point?
That completely contradicts Christianity. Christianity says we should be worshiping on Sunday and not keep the Torah. James says the Gentiles should go. See, he talks over me. He talks over me when he's losing.
Because it's my show. You should be more polite when you come onto my show.
Yeah, he talks over me when he's losing.
Or I just have a question. So you should be a little bit more polite when you come onto my show.
Yeah.
So when did they have the agape meal?
Make it look like something else is happening.
When did they have the agape meal?
Yeah. So
when 21. Okay, so for the fourth time, when did they have the agape meal?
The agape meal.
When did they have
that? Talking about
the love feast?
The love. What are you talking about?
About the meal that they share that St. Paul talks about in 1 Corinthians.
Cite the passage, bro. I'm giving you chapter and verse.
In Revelation, when St. John says that he was in the Spirit on the Lord's day, what is that?
Yeah, the Lord's day is probably the first day of the week.
Okay, and what is he seeing in his vision?
The first day of the week does not mean...
What is he seeing in his
You're
vision?
Eastern Orthodox, so you may have a different calendar. I'd have to figure out what calendar.
What is he seeing in his vision for the third time?
Give me the passage. Cite me the passage, bro.
Revelation, the book of Revelation. What is St. John seeing in the book of Revelation?
Bro, cite me chapter and verse. I'm giving you chapter and verse. What
He's
chapter and
saying
verse
the overall. What is the overall concept of Revelation?
You don't know anything. You can't tell me
happening in
anything
the
about the book
What's
of
the
Revelation.
context?
What the? This is pathetic, dude. Oh, just give me the whole, completely deflect from the conversation. Let's talk about the book of Revelation, the whole theme. Dude, this is pathetic, dude.
Yes, okay,
this is sad.
So you can't
Y'all
answer
are
the
sad,
question.
bro.
I'll walk you through
okay,
it. You can't answer the question.
I'll give you
Saint
the
John
basic.
is seeing the heavenly liturgy that Moses saw when he went up on the mountain, right? So he sees the angels singing the Trisagion. He sees the seven spirits of God, which you see in like the tabernacle with the menorah. He sees the showbread. Each little vision that he has in Revelation corresponds to a part of the liturgy. So Saint John is worshiping on the Lord's Day in the heavenly liturgy. That's why Christians worship the liturgy on the Lord's Day, because it's in the Bible.
Traditionally, in the early church, they also kept the Sabbath.
Well, yes, they did, because in the early church, they were mostly Jews. Yeah, Jews kept the Sabbath. Shocker.
So what do you do with the canons of Laodicea that says that Christians aren't supposed to keep the Sabbath anymore? Because there's contradiction.
Because they're mostly Gentiles, sir.
What's the difference, bro? Acts 15 says we're saved the same way. Jews and Gentiles are saved the same way.
The Sabbath is fulfilled in the atonement.
Is Sukkot fulfilled?
Is what?
Is Sukkot fulfilled?
Refresh my recollection on Sukkot.
Oh, dude, this guy is complete novice. Sukkot
have you seen the topic of the Collins, dude? Do you have reading comprehension issues? Judaism is not the topic for tonight. I just let you on because I'm being... I want to talk to you, but you want to come in here and be like a sleazebag and start calling people names. So.
I'm a sleazebag because I'm winning and you're losing.
Because you're calling. It's not winning or losing. Dude, trust me, nobody is winning in this conversation, dude, especially not you.
You're getting bodied, dude, and you're desperate. So
you couldn't even tell me what Revelation was about, and you're telling me that I'm getting bodied. You don't even know what the agape feast is, and you tell me that I'm getting bodied. You literally don't know anything about early Christianity,
this perfectly addresses Galatians 2, Romans 4, and James 2. Yeah, perfectly addressed.
Yeah, that's annoying. Okay.
I dealt with him too. I had to kick him eventually too, because he was dude, his website's even more unhinged. Believe it or not, the other guy has a more coherent worldview than that guy. that tells you enough. It was like schizo level stuff. So
yeah, it's pretty bad. So Alex, I implore you, look at that guy's website. Why am I giving so much free? What's the website? What is it?
SouthernIsraelite.com or something like that.
Oh my god. You're welcome, Southern Israelite, for the free publicity. But we need to laugh at this for a second. Guys, I found out that St. Paul and James contradict each other, because St. Paul is talking about the works of the law, and St. James is not talking about the works of the law.
Even if we accept all of that, here's the thing that boggles my mind. What exactly does he want us to become then? What is he advocating for? You know what I mean?
The way you properly interpret the text is you just look at one verse and ignore everything else that it's... Dude, is it this draft Atlanta thing?
It's southernprotestant.com. Southernprotestant.com. Southern Protestant.
Goodness.
He has about 50 books that he has written, and some of them are like legit schizo. I'm not kidding. And some of them use a copyrighted material from Jurassic Park and Game of Thrones for their covers. It was like Schizoland, dude. Seriously.
What?
Scroll down. He has GTA 5 cover. Yes. Where's the Jurassic Park one? It's just below there. There it is, right there in the middle.
Dude, look. Why don't these people just follow canonical Christianity? I don't get it. Like,
his About Us is like unhinged. Yeah, it's the whole thing.
They
It's
all
like
have to go make up their own Christianity. Like, there's a canonical Christianity. Why don't they just follow that? I don't.
It's pride and prelest.
It's like literally that simple.
By the way, this is the logical like extent that you get to with prelest. It will lead you to these insane things, and you'll sound like that. Guys, when you go, but what about the church fathers, bro? And you start like debating all the time, and you're saying my interpretation, bro. That's what that leads you to when you don't have a normative theanthropic body to bind your conscience. When you let your conscience just go, the demons they'll go haywire on you. So
somebody said to look at the bottom, the historiography of the Southern Israelite. What?
Oh, it's unhinged. It's unhinged. If you zoom in, some crazy stuff.
They come from the Nazarenes and the Gnostics. Why are they confessing? The sixth trumpet, the second woe, the Turkish invasions to Eastern Empire. Dude, what? God raises up John Wycliffe to begin preaching the true gospel.
So does he believe in John Wycliffe as the true gospel, but then he contradicts it elsewhere in his, literally elsewhere in his unhinged website? He contradicts everything that John Wycliffe believes. It's just crazy.
Dude, the people you meet on the internet, I'm telling you guys, remember at the beginning I said, like, I'm not a famous person. I'm just a guy from the Midwest who's like interested in these things. Dude, people on the internet, these are crazy people.
I'm from Minnesota. Trust me, I get you, man. I didn't think that I would have to be interacting with these people either.
Zaya Pelagia, what's up, dude?
Pelagia, yeah. What's up, Alex and Nikolai?
How you doing?
I'm a catechumen at the Orthodox Church, so like I'm not necessarily disagreeing.
All right.
Just trying to navigate. If you would take that.
Sure.
So like basically when I have my experience in the church and I look at the Bible and I look at the church fathers, like the overall consensus that I get is like the way that we speak and the way that we use our language should only be used to edify others. And like in the same way of like, even if our speech or the way that we are speaking or more of our words, if it's not building you up and it's a neutral thing, then it shouldn't even be said at all. And then like,
some schema monks take that very seriously and they'll only say 7 words a day.
Right. And, so I'm trying to navigate for myself, not necessarily for other people, but more of like, I go on the online space and I know that Twitter's not real, Father Stephen DeYoung, I believe that for real. Yeah. But then I see this whole space of like, bro, words don't matter, bro. Words don't matter. Like, you're just words.
I don't know about that.
Right. And so I'm trying to see like, where's the like equilibrium there? Like, what should I be like? Should I be responding to those things? I haven't been responding to anything like that, but I'm trying to more navigate that of like, why are you saying words don't matter, especially as an Orthodox Christian?
Hi, Nikolai, you want to go first? Then because I'm looking for a verse.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, everything is contextual, right? So we do have saints that would say things that we would consider very, very spicy by today's standards. And then we also have saints that said, don't ever have a single idle word leave your lip and things of that nature. So from my point of view, everything in the Orthodox Church is about orienting ourselves towards spiritual nourishment. Not everyone's going to have the same needs as others. So for example, somebody coming from a military background is going to have a very different way of communication for example, than say somebody that's coming from Amish background, right? They're going to be two very different people, right? And so I think that we just have to approach people on an individual basis, while also trying to understand what is something that leads us to passions, right? So we all are going to be led to different passions, and so that's why you have to work with your spiritual father to figure out what is the limit for you, right? And just because it's a limit for you doesn't mean it's a limit for everybody, right? Like, so some people, they might not be able to handle online debate. Other people can, right? So it's kind of one of those things.
Okay, so Philippians 4:8 says, finally, brothers and sisters, whatever is true, whatever is worthy of respect, whatever is just, whatever is pure, whatever is lovely, whatever is commendable, if something is excellent or praiseworthy, think about these things. And what you learned and received and heard and saw in me, do these things, and the God of peace will be with you. Now, this is St. Paul. This is the same guy who also said about the Judaizers, said, now, brothers and sisters, if I'm still preaching circumcision, why am I still being persecuted? In that case, the offense of the cross has been removed. I wish those agitators would go so far as to castrate themselves. So, I mean, sometimes the most loving thing that you can do to somebody is like to give a harsh answer, to be like, hey, wake up. And you're like, slap them around. And you're like, look, you might as well just castrate yourself. You're going to keep on going down this dumb Judaism route, right? And that's the most loving thing you can do. And we shouldn't do it at the expense of, sacrificing whatever we see in Philippians, here in Philippians 4. So
yeah, where in that sense, I would say that he's even then building people up, even though he's saying some things.
It might tear him down, but sometimes you need a blank canvas, right? Like sometimes in order to build, you need to build up properly, right? So that means tearing something down first before you start building again.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I guess I just wanted reassurance on that. I can be a little sensitive sometimes, so I'm just trying to desensitize myself, but at the same time, like keep myself to a certain standard.
Stay sensitized and just, stay away from the world, I guess.
Yeah, just
be
learn
like
your
child,
limits,
right?
Yeah, learn your limits.
You won't enter the kingdom of heaven unless you become like one of these. Right. So I think there's something beautiful in that. Like there's a lot in our culture today that says like you just grow up, like the world is tough, like and emphasizing stoicism and whatnot. And like I guess that's good, but like I feel like Ash says, stay off the internet. What's up, Ash? Good to see you. But like I think there are some people that have a gift for it. Like I think like, dude, why did God give Samson the gift of strength and like violence? Why did he give David like this gift of like they praised him for it? Saul killed thousands, David killed tens of thousands. This is like something they celebrated, right? So it's like, and for some reason some people have this gift for combat and others don't. I don't know, it's like it's a mystery.
All right, cool. Well, I appreciate you guys. Thank you very much.
But thanks for calling in. Nice
I'm
guy.
gonna jump
Go
off.
start
I'm
your
gonna
thing?
go start my thing because I'm gonna review some stuff and then I gotta get going for the day. But
all right,
yeah,
I'm gonna wrap up.
It's needgod.net, guys. If you guys want to go there after Alex is done with whatever he's doing, I'm gonna go need God. He had a conversation with David Wood, so we're gonna review that today. So
yeah, but
all
right, see you.
God
man.
bless you.
Yeah, Danny Town, your device is not connected, dude. So I would add you, but it won't let me. RO Junior, what's up?
Hey man, thanks for having me on.
Yeah.
Shout out Father Stephen DeYoung.
Isn't he the best?
Yeah, dude. The guy that was talking about Hebrews earlier, and then
Yeah.
Father Stephen DeYoung mentioning the properties of incense being cleansing.
Yeah.
Go listen to Lord
There's
of
a Lord of
Spirits.
Spirits on it. Yeah.
Yep, the episode is Stole Something, Kill a Goat. I just listened to it the other day.
But yeah.
But yeah, now these people are crazy. This is like end game Cartesian stuff. It's all systems
dude.
and texts with them. And I've
Yes.
noticed something.
Yeah, they don't care about the substance. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
I've noticed that too. There are people. They're obsessed with the stupid documents. It's like it's
And
so
it's-
weird. Like I'm showing you the cultural context of how to understand the documents. We saw this in the baptism, the recent the baptism thing where they were like, okay, you're telling me that nobody would bat an eye at it, but I'm looking at this website and it says that they must pay. It's a required fee. And I'm like, trust me, you go there, nobody will withhold baptism if you're unable to pay the fee. And they're like, but look at this word. And I'm like, the word is wrong. They're like, you're right. They're so obsessed with these stupid documents. Like,
Yeah, and it's funny because your boy Luke was sitting here calling you a Jew the whole time, but he's actually the one acting more like a Jew, because what does the Lord say? You search the scriptures, and
in
that's what they
vain,
did.
they speak
That's
of
what
me.
that's that's what they did. I mean, even synagogues today, you see that all they do is sit and read, sit and read, sit, and then they
Yeah.
argue about it later on.
It's not a lived thing. It's a academic pursuit. They're
Yeah,
Protestants.
and it's crazy that he was saying, like he was asking you like to tell him where to go, but then he didn't actually want to go that way. And I noticed it's like a pride spiral with these guys.
100%.
They and really at the end of the day, he doesn't want to accept anything from you because he wants to be able to prove it to himself.
Yeah.
And it's sad because I noticed this too in when I was a catechumen in the classes. You know, the priest would have to answer the same questions over and over again, and he's rolling his eyes, you know. But it's these guys that end up not getting baptized because they just what's their answer? Well, I can't do it. It's not because and it's always the same questions: the Eucharist, icons, the Theotokos, baptism, always the same things. And it's never because they're interested, but it's just
I
they
think you're
just
right. I think
can't
they're
believe it.
looking for an excuse. They're looking for a reason to get out.
Yeah, that at the end of the day, they want to prove it. They have to be the ones to prove themselves right or
Yes.
wrong.
Yes. It's
They're
pride. Yeah, you're right.
yeah.
They don't like, dude, just let it go. The judge said this. Like, we have that's the thing. Like, I think this, like, my legal background helps a lot, because like Isaiah says, sorry, my cat. Isaiah says in chapter 1, verse 26, I will restore your judges as at first. We have judges. That means you have to listen to what they say, right? Matthew 18 says, look, you have to listen to the church. If your brother doesn't listen to the church, then treat him like an unbeliever or a tax collector. This is very simple. I don't understand why it's such a big deal. Like,
Yeah,
you have to listen to the church. People hate this.
Well, that's one of the main things that brought me to Orthodoxy, because I would actually have the pastor stand up and tell us, listen, if you guys don't agree with what we're saying here, go find another church to go to. I'm like, well, who's in charge of this?
Yeah.
Who says what is right and wrong then? But by what standard? I mean, the whole thing is just crazy if you actually start to be honest about it. And that's no one wants to be honest with themselves. Honestly, I'm convinced that most of these things are a bit like that that what was that, Southern Israelite? That's got to be a bit. I don't think that's real at all. That's a troll, man.
I'm like literally saying, Paul says that faith means working through love, and he's like, but here it means not working, and it's like, yeah, works of the law, like Torah. Like, I don't know, dude is lost.
Yeah, it's wild. But anyway, thanks for having me on.
Yeah, thanks for calling in. I appreciate the brevity, because I got to send you guys to Nikolai at some point, right? Samurai Shampoo, what's up, dude?
Hey, Alex, can you hear me all right?
Yes, what's up?
So I just wanted to make sure I'm in my car, so it's using the Bluetooth there. So one thing that you guys were talking about just now is, you know, they focus on I'm a Orthodox Inquirer right now. They focus on the document, or basically what random feeling they can kind of pull out of the words that are said, rather than the actual meaning behind them, and it just made me think of really the whole Orthodox versus Protestant weird situation that's going on, because that's really all they have constantly, is just that they're trying to pull some kind of weird feeling out of what's being said, rather than looking behind it and trying to figure out what's going on in the details, That's
exactly right. Well, I think that's why, like, somebody like Father Stephen is apologetic is so effective, and why I'm like kind of cribbing it is because it does account for those things. Like, well, there are factors that like tangibly, like, just look at that will inform your reading of the text.
Yeah.
Right? Like you can't have PSA if there's no type of it in the Old Testament.
Yeah, it
Right.
really reminds me of, and not to get political, but it reminds me of a like stupid liberal tactic. Is like it's like it's all about the feelings and how it makes me feel and all that crap. It's not
Yeah.
about the actual facts.
Dude,
and
they are
everything.
all. I have like been more and more convinced of this over the last few weeks that like just Protestants and evangelicals, they're just the blue-haired liberals of like the Christian world.
Yeah,
And you see them acting
100%.
that way.
Yeah, and I picked that up on that, and I wanted to say that, but the real reason I called was not to try to pull you out into a realm of authority you don't have, but I did have a question, more on the personal side of things. But I've been an inquirer for about a year now. I've got a wife and 2 little girls, and we've been struggling with some very serious health and mental health issues, my wife and I. And it's been over a year that we've been inquiring into the church. I've fully accepted, like I have no doubts about the church, and anytime I've tried to go to my priest, the church is growing so fast that I don't think he even realizes that there's not really a lot of feedback coming my way. And I do understand the church is growing incredibly fast, so he's probably everywhere at once,
Yeah, they need help. Like I think Father Stephen can probably correct me if he's here, but I think that in the Antiochian jurisdiction, they have like a new initiative to make sure that like each parish has like 2 deacons.
Okay. Yeah.
That's huge. Yeah.
It is an Antiochian church, and I've been considering going over to the Greek because the parking lot's a lot emptier. You
get more specialized attention.
Yeah. And I guess my question is more of like, how do you think, not how should I, but how do you think one should handle a situation where I feel like I'm ready to become catechumen, but it's like with the daily life and kids and all that, it genuinely is hard for me to make it into the doors, and my wife and I, all the issues we've been dealing with, it's like by the time we get to Sunday, it's like sometimes I can barely get out of bed on regular days, and so
I do.
It's just been tough, and so I don't want to become a catechumen because I feel like
you're not going to be able to commit.
Yeah, I feel, and of course I know everyone is unworthy, but I feel totally unworthy of even stepping into that commitment.
Do you do like, this might be a weird question, do you like 20 minutes of walking a day?
Generally, not
like focused exercise,
committed. No.
Yeah.
No.
I think
my
just
work
having
is
like
very exercise.
physical.
So I just
if you don't mind me asking, what do you do?
So I actually I work with deceased pets. I pick them up and we do the cremations. And so I'm constantly like, some of these dogs are insanely.
I was going to say like 100+ pounds.
Yeah. Oh yeah. And so lots of heavy lifting and, back at the shop, moving things around and all that. And usually I have about, 10 to 20 pickups in a given week, something like that. And so, and I've just started this in the last year, and I can feel my muscles are responding in a positive way. So,
do you have a garden?
No, we're in an apartment.
I think you should. This might be like a silly suggestion, but I think it would help because it would help me. Just work because you're surrounded by so much death all the time. Like I think you need to have some life around you. Like even if it's a small, like little herb garden, and like you have your children, of course. Like praise God, but like just having a little bit more life around you, and the church is that as well. So I get like Sunday morning, like it might like that initial like getting there, like that's kind of the hurdle, right?
Yeah.
But that is what gives you life for like the rest of the week. Like that's what you need to, like, otherwise, like what all you have is just death at work, man. Like that would take a toll on anybody.
Yeah, true. Yeah. And it is rewarding because I get to I get to be that person that can, try to make the situation a little better for them, because it might just be a pet, but it's heartbreaking,
It is. A
and
lot of
so,
people see them as members of the family. Like,
yeah,
you have a bond with them.
yeah, and I find a lot of value in that, being able to be that person, but it is true. It's like, I have to deal with people just breaking down on a daily basis. And so, yeah, I do agree with that.
But you need to be strong. You need to be strong for those people.
Yeah. Yeah. And the thing is I'm
maybe
very
God
good
put
at
you there
putting
for
on
a
strong
reason.
face.
And like, it seems like God probably put you there for a reason, right?
Yeah, no, I agree. Really coming into this job was all very, very much a God thing. And yeah, I think that I'm going to take your advice on, because one of the biggest things is a help for me. If I'm not able to make it into the door that Sunday, I need to set aside, 30 minutes to go down to somewhere with a lot of nature, and just take a walk. Because that's one of the best things that I've always done that in the past, taking long walks and things like that, and it always helps. So
absolutely.
But yeah, sorry to pull you out of your
no,
realm of authority there a little bit, but I do appreciate it, really.
Yeah, thanks for the call.
Yep.
God bless
Have a
you.
good
I
night.
hope I hope everything goes well. You have a good night.
God bless.
Danny Town, what's up? He left. George, what's up, dude?
Hey, what's going on?
Long time no talk. It's been a minute.
Yeah, no, it has.
You seen this crazy stuff going on, dude?
I have, and
but aren't these people embarrassed?
That's what I don't get. And
like if your parents saw how you were acting, like, wouldn't you be embarrassed?
Well,
like,
I think
know,
about
dude.
that a lot, where it's like, even to be someone who is a Protestant, and I say this as someone who's hoping that a lot of my Protestant friends, this doesn't get back to them. It's like, it's to be a grown man and be in that boat is embarrassing to me. Not even.
I know you don't mean it in a mean way. You're just saying,
I
like,
don't mean it in a mean way.
Come on,
but
man, get your act together. Like, be a man.
Well, especially
right?
these more the guys who try and be more masculine, who try and make their brand that, like Joel Webben and stuff. It's like,
They're
dude,
the worst.
You and they always claim things like, oh, look at me, I read the Church Fathers and I became more Protestant. It's like, really, man?
Luke. I read the Church Fathers and I was inspired to start my own cult. It's like, great. That just shows that discounts sola patristica. In fact, like, people don't. Christianity is not a religion that you learn from books. It's a religion that is received from your spiritual father, right? And the books are the aid. Christianity is something that is passed down. So if you're reading a church father in a way that contradicts what was passed down to you from your priest or your spiritual father, then you are reading him wrong. It's that simple, dude. Like, sorry to rant a little bit, but it's like,
no, it's also like,
this is, dude, remember when we were talking about that martial arts analogy and you were like, you cannot get a book on jujitsu. Like, maybe you can learn some things about jujitsu, but you have to actually go to the accredited place that has a lineage from the Brazilian, the Gracies or whatever.
Right.
Like, otherwise you can read as many books as you want about Gracie Jiu-Jitsu. You're gonna be missing like some blatantly obvious context that you're only gonna get in the gym.
And I was thinking about this too, in terms of like authenticity, and like how everyone's searching for authenticity, but like, we all know in other areas of life outside of religion, like, whenever you're searching for something that's authentic, like, you can't be the measure of that. It always comes down to who it is that's coming from, it's coming from. It ends up being the authority. Like, let's say you're talking about the authentic Mexican dish or something, and you have no one in the conversation who's Mexican at all, but two different people are looking at the recipe book, and one person saying, oh, this is authentic or this isn't authentic because of this XYZ. Well, neither of you are the measuring stick for that. Everyone knows that you have to trace it to a body who has actually possessed that through the ages with some sort of continuity to say like, actually, yeah, no, this is legit or isn't legit. Like authenticity always comes down to a sort of agent who has been discipled by another agent. Like it's not like
Yeah.
something that could be evaluated externally. But no, like I've been thinking about it a lot, and it's been bothering me because I had no idea how pervasive this was until recently. Like I was in
Now
the
you
army.
see it everywhere.
Yeah, I was in the army and met this guy during basic training who was like one of the smartest guys I've ever met, and he's really thoughtful. But then like afterwards we parted ways, but we kept in touch because we were good friends. And then out of the blue he starts talking about religion with me, and he's saying like, yeah, I just started reading the scriptures and I'm starting to take things really seriously. And he's saying, I really feel like I got to be perfect. And so he started selling all of his stuff. And I was like, dude, are you connected with anyone? He's like, no, I have been following this one guy online who has been making a really compelling case that literally everyone is in heresy. There's no church that I could go to worship with, non-heretics. And so I'm basically doing my own thing, and he's restructuring his entire life, making massive sacrifices. And I'm like, dude, what are you doing, man? And it just boggles my mind. And that was before all this internet stuff. Now I'm seeing this internet stuff, and I'm engaging
It's
with
all
these
like all
people.
clicking. Yeah, you just see
Yeah,
it
I'm like,
everywhere.
it is way more pervasive than I ever thought it would be.
It's a big problem.
It is a really big problem. And what's funny though is, as we're interacting with these people like JP and whatnot, you you can't help but look at, like, when they make a post, how many likes they have and stuff. And I'm realizing that a decent percentage of the people who are opposing the Orthodox Church and trying to dunk on them and then garnering, support and stuff, a good percentage of those people who think that they're all kind of in the same camps are actually like cultists and weirdos who don't even go to church and think of weird theories and stuff like that. Like I got into it with one guy, and I started asking questions instead of actually arguing, and comes to admit that he doesn't actually worship. He thinks that his mere existence is worship because he's like the living the living temple of God. So him just every breath that he breathes is his worship. Doesn't go anywhere, and then sends like a link to his website. And this is like not even anyone that was mentioned in a call in tonight. It's like a different guy. So this is like all over the place, and it's just
These
baffling.
psychos.
Yeah, it's absolutely insane. But
God.
Yeah, the reason I was calling in too,
Yeah.
that is, I don't know if it was discussed because I haven't been tuned into the whole stream, but with the Father Ron thing and how like the church is the gospel.
Oh yeah, he called in. Yeah.
Oh, he did. Okay.
Yeah.
I wanted to mention the concept of mystagogy. Because that gets really overlooked, and I think like if you want to do a deep dive on that, Saint Simeon of Thessalonica, I believe, talks about it a lot, where he basically says that like it's not just the mechanical receiving of the mysteries, but the whole approach to receiving them, the environment around them, that's which transformatively actualizes them in your life.
Yeah, going up the mountain. Yeah.
Yes, it's why we say about the mysteries that they're entered into and experienced rather than just taken, that sort of thing. And then the text that makes me really think of it, because it boggled my mind before I started learning about this stuff, was when Saint Basil, he's talking about traditions, and he's saying like, if you depart from something like the ad orientem worship, or even you lose these oral traditions as small as like crossing yourself, you could injure the gospel in its very vitals.
Yeah.
It's like, what does that mean? If you're a Protestant.
It's so important. I don't even know what that means, right?
Yeah.
Or Protestant, even they would have no idea. That's true. Like not even a semblance of, they would think that's ridiculous.
Right. So I guess like an analogy I've thought of it, not to be crude, it's almost like the idea of
Bam, I'm demonetized now.
well, speaking of like taking the Eucharist or entering into the mysteries, it's like that's sort of a consummation. So I was thinking that in terms of like with your wife or something coming together, like you wouldn't say that coming together is literally just that moment.
Yeah.
It's everything around it. It's the
going for a walk. It's
yeah,
everything.
going for a walk. Speaking that,
Having a
doing a
deep
favor
talk,
for them,
praying together.
praying for it's literally everything. The entire ecosystem that you place that
That's
act
such a good reminder, dude.
is part of it and part and parcel. So it's why, like, if we say, oh, the mystical supper is the invocation of the Holy Spirit and the gifts, and so it's the entire liturgy. It's the whole thing that we're entering into. And so that's why, like, I get what Father Ron's saying when he's saying that the gospel is the church, because it's the context. Like,
that's where you get it.
Yes.
Yeah.
But it's a difficult concept to grasp. And I think, honestly, I don't know if Ash is still watching. I think he's a really, really smart guy. But just to give a plug for Holy Orthodoxy, I think that is, I wrestled a lot with the two communions. And I feel like the mystagogy is something that has been lost in the West.
Yeah,
where
definitely.
They constantly, if you constantly say, like, or harp on as an Orthodox person, oh, you guys deviated in this way, you deviated in this way, you deviated in this way, then the conversation ultimately gets into, oh, that's a discipline, not a dogma. And
every time.
Yeah, they end up severing those things to the point where it's like, so what is the faith? Is it just this ethereal shell that can be described by juridical stances, or is it actually something that's lived? So I don't know, but
good points. Puny name, what's up? What's on your mind?
Hey, looking forward to you and JP's discussion, and
Thanks.
I had a question as far as well, not necessarily a question, sorry.
Okay. No, you're good.
As far as Acts 15, I feel like is a pretty straightforward text as far as describing how synodal governance in the church is obviously the biblical model, if we're just leaning on that. It's
I
actually
agree.
one of the things that drew me out of Protestantism and into Orthodoxy.
Glory to God.
But yeah, sorry, I just want to say I haven't heard necessarily that defense specifically from Acts 15 be presented necessarily for as far as the synodal model. I don't know. Maybe I'm not listening to enough Orthodox debates, but I feel like it's pretty straightforward argument as far as proving it from Scripture, and I feel like
absolutely.
it's a good thing to lean on. Because not even Paul himself could just walk into a church and say, I disagree.
That's a good point. Yes, he needed to have a council, or like he couldn't just go to some other church and preach. He needed letters, right, so that he could prove who he was and that he was sent there.
Absolutely. And I think specifically where it says, there's a verse that says they saw it fit, meaning the church. I think it's verse 2, that they saw it fit that Paul and Barnabas and others, meaning the Judaizers, go to Jerusalem and actually get, the council's approval, the approval of all the saints.
Yeah.
At that time. Sorry, I'm out of breath, dude. I'm kind of nervous.
No, that's true, man.
Apologize.
Yeah, I mean, no, you're good. It's a strong argument. I think we use it frequently against Roman Catholics because we argue ecclesiology. With Protestants, I just realized we don't really argue ecclesiology that much. We probably should argue it more because they don't have any.
Yeah, absolutely. And like I said, I apologize. I'm nervous. I'm out of breath, but
oh, you're good, dude.
That was a huge argument for me. The Reformed Baptist Church that I was a part of was actually going through Acts, and Acts alone is what drew me to Orthodoxy. That's the whole thing that drew me to Orthodoxy. I'd been for the last 10 years a Christian, but in really just Baptist churches. Eventually, I'd end up in a Reformed Baptist church, but the Reformed Baptist Church I had been a part of, that I had actually helped plant, started going through Acts, and I had a lot of questions that just really had the Reformed Baptist framework had no answers to, and especially Acts 15. And whenever my pastor had come to Acts 15 to exegete, which I don't know how much you're informed of, like, just Puritan way of teaching, but they'll go weeks on one verse or two verses or one word, even in some verses, especially
right.
Romans.
Yeah.
It's exhaustive, and it's really, I don't know. I think whenever you over explain to that extent, there's a lot of room for fitting in a lot of error and heresy, obviously.
Absolutely.
But yeah, we got to that point in Acts 15, and I was like, how do you just bypass that? Paul himself, Paul, of all people, Paul could not walk into a church and say, this is it, Judaizers, you're done. Like, no, you're wrong. Here, and here in scripture, yada, yada. But not even he could walk in and say that. I mean, it says clearly they saw it fit to go to the church in Jerusalem where all the other apostles were and actually
the elders.
convene a council.
Yeah, exactly.
So I don't know. I feel like it was a kill shot for me, and I feel like JP's so low tier, and I was so low tier at the time when I was just getting out of Protestantism. Like, explain that. Why couldn't Paul walk in and say, look, use scripture alone. Why don't y'all come to the same reasoning that I come to?
Yeah, and where are the Baptist councils? Like,
for real.
But yeah. Anyway, thanks for calling in, man. Good points.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, man. God bless.
Yeah, take care. All right, I gotta send you guys to Nikolai at some point. So we're gonna take Max, and then that's it. And we're gonna do super chats, and then that's it. What's up, Max? What's up, Max? What's up, Max? Yo, what's up? Oh, you can't hear me. You might have to leave and rejoin, dude. You have the tab on in the background. You have to close the tab in the background.
The idea of I'm demonetized now. Well, speaking of like taking these.
You can't hear me? Yeah. Leave and rejoin. $2 from Good Godfather. Luke is a hardcore originist too. I'm not surprised. $5 crazy California fishing. Take my money. Hey.
How do I monetize these people? You know what I mean? How do I monetize these people?
$5 from Tactical Ortho Bro. No women in the eschaton.
I'm BIPOC too. I identify as black.
What about races? Will there be races in the eschaton? Literally fake and gay Discord cult. Yeah, dude. $5 Tactical Ortho Bro. Heaven is just a fort that says no girls allowed. To username checks out for sure on that one. $5 from Chase Crosp. Matthew 18:15-20 gets all the prots in a circularity. They get stuck with only having brothers and no church or apostolic succession. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Matthew 18 is like kind of my go-to because it's like it literally says right there, listen to the church. If your brother doesn't listen to the church, then treat them like an unbeliever. So if you just trace back, like who wasn't listening, you find the Orthodox Church. It's like it really is that simple. Max, did you get it to work? You might have to leave and rejoin if you cannot hear me, Max. Yeah. Justin, what's up, dude?
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah, what's going on?
Hey, so just a real quick question. I have a very unique set of circumstances. I live 2 hours away from my nearest church. I'm out in Canada. So, yeah, I've just joined. I'm relatively new, back in January. The issue is my priest is on sabbatical, and I'm having a very difficult time. I'm reading everything I can, absorbing all the information I can. But I was atheist with no understanding of God at all, and I don't really know. I'm learning so much about so many other religions that I'm having a hard time pinning down orthodoxy. So I'm wondering if there's like reading resources that I should consider or would better work for me.
For what in particular?
To understand like the theology behind orthodoxy.
What are you looking for in like what reading level?
How
complicated are we talking here?
Like first, second year college-ish.
Well then definitely Religion of the Apostles and Pomazansky's theology. You can probably do Losky. I don't think that's too complicated. I think Losky is the mystical theology of the Eastern Church. I think that's a good because it gets into like God's energies as well. It's not and I think it's not actually that complicated. In the Filth says that Ubi just made a reading list video. I should probably do that too, honestly. I think Losky's mystical theology of the Eastern Church is like challenging enough. And Second Actuality says that I'll Be Saved by David Bentley Hart. Do not read David Bentley Hart. Craig also says Pomazansky. Father Stephen's Bible podcast is a college level Bible study. Yeah, I'd recommend that. That's a good resource. The Whole Counsel of God podcast. It's just his church, like his parish Bible study, but he just posts all of them to his podcast.
Awesome. Yeah. Awesome. Okay, that's a big enough list, I think, for now to get my head.
That's a lot. I would say to check out Losky's Mystical Theology of the Eastern Church and Father Stephen's podcast.
Yeah, I've been following on Father Stephen. He's been a massive help for understanding things.
Yeah,
like,
absolutely.
Like learning 6 different ways to view the religion and try to keep the orthodoxy practices under control has been difficult.
Yeah, absolutely. Definitely.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thanks for calling, man. Max, can you hear me?
Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Let's go, Alex.
Okay. What's up, man?
We've had some connection issues.
Indeed.
Listen, I just got off the phone with Ruslan.
No way.
Yeah, 2K I dropped. We just planted a new church. It's called the RWC.
Nice.
The real Wicca church.
Real Wiggas.
Nice. Yeah. So Ruslan's gonna be bishop. Actually, he'll be archbishop. I'll be bishop. I can appoint you to priest.
Can I just be like the attorney general or something?
I guess you give me an attorney general. I don't know. We can figure things out.
Based. All right. Now our secret plan is known. I'm streaming, bro. Told everybody. What the heck? I'm exposed.
Okay. But on a real note.
All right, bet.
So I'm Orthodox, inquiring.
Mm-hmm.
Basically, I'll give you the quick lowdown.
All right, here we go.
So me and my wife got married 2 years ago.
Congrats.
Church of Christ.
Okay. I love Church of Christ people.
She's sturdy Protestant.
Okay.
Through and through, her whole life. Me, I'm new to Christianity in general in like the past 5 to 6 years.
Oh, okay. Cool.
So like basically I came to Christ, had a revelation, joined Church of Christ. We got married Church of Christ. I've become more interested in, church history, all that stuff. So now we've been going to Orthodox Church here in Southern Connecticut, and she's just like so anti-Orthodox, and basically like the whole entire thing, church tradition and everything. So it's created sort of a rift in our marriage. She still comes, but she just like, even just coming to like the coffee hour and everything, it's just like she has such a standoff nature.
She's uncomfortable.
That's happening. Yeah, it's just like she's just like, what is this? Why?
And she can't even if she tried because she's uncomfortable.
Just like, this is crazy. Why?
She doesn't feel safe. Yeah, she doesn't feel safe, dude.
So it's like for me, it's like and we've gotten into these it's like it'll be 11 o'clock at night and we're arguing about intercessions of saints and we're going through a scripture and we're
No,
like this and
don't.
that and we're like, and I'm like, listen, we can't. And we just had our daughter was just born in January, our
Uh-huh.
first daughter. So it's like now it's like this other level too where we have a kid now.
Yes, and it's like, are
Well,
we
I don't
going to
know.
baptize? Yeah, I get.
So it's like, and then everyone's asking me, oh yeah, are you gonna baptize? Like, and then, so it's, I don't know. I'm just in this weird spot where it's like, she
She's thinking a
doesn't
lot
want to
of
go to
uncomfortable
church,
social situations.
right? Like she does, but she has said to me where it's like, I do get, I do get orthodoxy. I do actually probably think it might be true because she like the whole Protestant Reformation and all, it just doesn't add up to her. But at the same time, the traditional, what's actually happening in the liturgy is so strange to her that she's just like, this is also so weird. Where she's like in this middle ground, you know what I mean?
Uh-huh.
So I don't know. I'm just like in this weird spot. And I've talked to people at church and I've talked to the priests and stuff, but it's just like they're
Do
like,
they have other women and families and
yeah,
children at that church?
they say they have a quote unquote Protestant support group for female, um, female, basically like wives of men that came to the church. There's a bunch of them like that, right?
It's how does she get along with them?
She does get along with them, but I don't know. It's just
It's
rough,
kind of
man.
chalked.
Yeah, it's just rough.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of this stuff is just like give it time. Like, I don't know, it's a tough situation. George, you have any ideas?
Yeah, I was just gonna say the same thing because my wife, she converted, not after marriage, but we were dating at the time, and we would have arguments and stuff like that. She was a little bit more intellectual or interested in the ideas and more open to discussion, so we would have those. But I something I noticed was the same exact arguments I gave her earlier in our relationship, she would then repeat back to me after she had opened her heart to becoming Orthodox, as if there were some, revelatory things.
Revelation,
Yeah,
yes.
exactly. Like,
She gets it
whoa,
now.
yeah, it
Yeah.
just clicked to me. Could you believe, like, and now that I think about it in this way, I'm like, you realize you just kind of repeated back to me verbatim what I told you before. And she's like, oh yeah, so I don't think that those are too fruitful. I maybe they're not totally useless, but what really does it though is the time, familiarity, all that stuff, because things can't be weird if you've seen it 30 times. And if she's already only on number 4, there's many more times before it becomes less weird. So just give it time, and there's gonna be relationships that develop and stuff too. But I think one of the biggest attractants to my wife was something she realized was that Orthodoxy, as much as at least online it's spoken of as like the masculine church or whatever, it really allows women who value their femininity
Yeah.
and their expression thereof.
That's a really good
Like
point.
it allows them to really just be women.
It gives them permission to be soft.
Yeah. And she loves that. Like, even the externals, not to discount the symbolism and keeping the symbolism in mind, like they get into all that stuff, like the head coverings and all that, like
be dainty, be a girl, wear a head covering, like
preparing for feast days. It's like a new theme at the house on certain days that they could decorate for it, but she doesn't realize that yet. Like, your wife is early on, but at a certain point it'll dawn on her just what the church is offering her and how it really is a more complete life that is way more attractive than, you know, whatever it is that she's leaving. And I know that the child might feel like it's complicating things now, but I feel like it could work in your favor as a catalyst to thinking of this more deeply. Like, there's, on the one hand, you know, you want to give your child a faith that you know is going to be the one that you gave it at the time that you gave it, you know, that it's not going to change later in life. And you're going to ask, oh, what'd you guys do at church today? And it's like, whoa, like, that's not how I remember it when we were going to church, you know. So that's one thing. But then the other thing too is the participation that kids have in Orthodoxy is like second to none. Like, my wife grew up with you know, nephews, and seeing them at their church basically get cordoned off to be distracted the whole time while the parents actually participate in Christian, you know, what they think is worship. It's like, no, the kids are not sectioned off. And she noticed from actually going to church how well and quickly kids take to these things. Like, she sees 1-year-olds going up to icons and actually putting their face down to give them kisses, or like 2 or 3-year-olds like struggling to make the sign of the cross. And they love to pray almost more than adults do. Like, they're the ones who are kind of tugging at their parents', you know, sleeves and pants and stuff, saying, hey, aren't we gonna pray right now? Like, what's going on? Because they love that stuff, and it's the whole life that it offers. It's just like incomparably more full and life-giving. And I think at a certain point, your wife will, as long as you're doing your job to convince her to, you know, go there, which it sounds like you're doing, like, then time is going to be the biggest thing.
Thanks, man. I appreciate that.
And pray for her.
All right, gentlemen.
All right, thanks, Max.
All right.
Later. All right, let's do these super chats, and I'll send you all over to Nikolai. $5 from Tactical Ortho Bro. Some people get weird about wanting to be a saint, but I think a lot about this on Memorial Day. I only hope my prayers are worthy to save my friends. It's a good point. We should probably light a candle for fallen soldiers. $2 Alex Jag. My last 2 super chats were connected by the dude. Oh no, the Southern Israelite is Drake Shelton. Just ignore him. $2 from Llamafish. Isn't being faithful a work? You have to do things. Indeed. That's right. Kevin Roos, $5. We cannot forget that there is a distinction in the works according to the law and the works of faith. Yes, there's also there's like the law, and then there's the law of Christ. It's true, there are distinctions in works and in law. $5 from the Thoughts of a Pilgrim. The Southern Israelite is clearly lying. Read Acts 15. The Gentiles are not held to the law like the Jews. Yeah, I tried to make that point, but he wasn't listening. He's trying to say that because the Torah, like the books of Moses, are read in the synagogues. Like, my point was kind of like, what else did you want them to read? Katina Bible has many church fathers' interpretation of every verse. $5 from Kevin Roos. It's probably a good resource. Check it out. $2. Spicy. I thought Luke was going to be the only drama. Dude, how come Jay gets like it's like Baptist dudes that call in that are like, the Bible is the word of God. And then for me, it's like these freaking maniacs that call it, like either the nicest guys or just like utter maniacs. $5 from 157 Matt. How much is JP paying these guys to come on and make a fool of themselves? I'll jump on and argue with you for about $3.50. Well, thanks for the $5, man. That's, I don't know. He's probably on Fiverr. He's like, hey, go troll this guy, whatever. Dustin's $5. Post-resurrection, Jesus always appeared on the first day. Yes. This establishes first day communion. Christ is in our midst, and he ever shall be. Thank you for the $5. Christ never came on the Sabbath. Yes, always appeared on the first day, not on the Sabbath. That's right. I just paid Ruslan 2K. We shall name the church RWC. Real Wigga Church. Ruslan is my pope now. Well, thank you, Max. Appreciate that. The donations. $5 from Faith of the First Order. On his Humble Servant channel, he is crying about you calling Christian King mean and completely misrepresenting your complaint. These people don't even get that, like, we're just trolling them with their own tactics, right? So, I mean, what else am I supposed to do? Like, I can't, like, am I supposed to call into his stream and, like, apologize? Like, I get that's not what you're saying, but, like, what am I supposed to explain to them? Like, hey, the point of the tweet was to show how stupid it is when you behave this way, because, in fact, I'm just parodying what you guys do. Like, I don't know. These people don't even get it. Like, they didn't see when Andrew Wilson was doing it, right? In that stream where he was just using their own tactics back at then. It was like David Wood would not commit to a position. And then when they started asking Andrew, he also didn't commit to positions. They didn't even realize that he's just parodying their foolishness. Overseer is originally episkopos, which translates in English to episcopate, which definitionally means office of a bishop. No bishop equals unbiblical. Presbyterians would like to have a word. They disagree. But I agree with you. Of course, you need to have a bishop. The early church fathers saw it that way. St. Ignatius definitely saw it that way. And I'm pretty sure you can get that from the Bible. Like, they already had a synodal system. They already had, these letters from the rabbis being sent out to different synagogues, like a parish system. Or, like, all the infrastructure was already there in the Second Temple period prior to Christianity. A lot of people don't know that, but yeah. In Alexandria, the Jews literally called, like, their local Sanhedrin a synod because they spoke Greek there. So thank you for the super chats, guys. We have one more caller, a little straggler. Straggling behind, we have Dylan called in. Dylan. What's up, Dylan?
Hey, Alex.
Hello.
I have a quick question. I have
Sure.
Hello? Can you hear me?
Yes. Yeah, go ahead.
Is that better?
Yes.
So I've been sitting down with my two Protestant pastors talking about orthodoxy a couple times.
Great.
And
I did that too. It was not a pleasant experience.
Yeah, and they're pretty well educated, at least in their Reformed Baptist, as far as that can go, per se.
Okay.
And when we spoke, they talked about the Council of Hiera. I know that was a council prior to Nicaea too.
Yeah,
And
it was not representative of the Pentarchy. There were no patriarchs there.
Yeah, that's weird because that was like something they were really hounding on. Like, well, why wasn't this, deemed as ecumenical at the time? But then I guess
because it was defective from the get-go.
Yeah, I know, and that was.
Yeah.
And I really just wanted to call and ask, like, is there any literature or anything that you could point me in the direction of trying to find, any commentary or anything like that?
Give me just a second, George, if you want to jump in on that.
I was just going to say that, like, this stuff never really bothered me because the basic principle that certain proponents of bad ideas ended up not having those bad ideas win out. Like, just because there were people who advocated for a losing position doesn't mean that automatically means like, oh, this is a debatable thing, or there's less validity to the idea that was codified. I never understood that. I've always kind of just rested in the providence of God in the church. So I don't know, like, if there's something specifically that bothered you about it.
No, there wasn't anything particularly that bothered me. It was just that was something that was an objection to them because obviously as Protestants they are iconoclasts, and so they were trying to find in history where a large majority, at least in their eyes, of the church was against it per se, and that's obviously they also had issues with ecumenical councils and what makes them ecumenical, so they were kind of weirded out by why was this one deemed as ecumenical and then and then pretty much taken
It was
back.
not. Like, what do they mean by it was deemed as ecumenical? It was defective from the get-go. So just because you realize all the Arian councils are your pastors, don't they realize that, like, all of those Arian councils also thought that they were, like, binding councils and legitimate councils? Like, what do
It
they say
prob-
about
yeah.
that?
No, those are great questions, and unfortunately, just during the topic of conversation, there just someone like myself who's inquiring into orthodoxy, I just
Yeah.
cannot studied enough to give this like, oh yeah, that was this, and there's the answer to that. So I was, I was just like, okay,
Yeah.
yeah, I'll look into it. I'm not gonna argue about something that I don't
Yeah, it's
know.
true. Like, what am I gonna do? Like, fight my pastor? Like,
Yeah.
that's a
So
good point.
there's just
Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
no, you're
I'm
good.
still
It was just
looking.
yeah,
I
no,
don't
there's no
remember where
worries.
I read about it. You could
Yeah, it's
probably,
just
I wonder if you could literally just like look up the Wikipedia page, like Council of Area.
because I know within Protestantism, they'll at least higher church Protestantism.
Dude,
I
okay,
know.
so this is like the first sentence in the Wikipedia entry. The Council of Hieria was a Christian council of 754, which viewed itself as ecumenical, but was later rejected by the Second Council of Nicaea and by Roman Catholic and Eastern Orthodox churches, since none of the 5 major patriarchs participated.
I wonder.
It was just a bunch of renegades.
I
It
wonder
wasn't
in their
representative.
yeah, that is weird. I wonder why in their research that was something that was not.
I can tell you why.
All right, fair enough. Fair enough.
Because it doesn't help them and they're trying to advocate for their view. It's like, it's pretty crazy. It's like literally the first sentence in the
Okay.
Wikipedia page.
Yeah, and I did look that up, and I just wasn't sure if there's anything more to it in terms of because I know that a little bit of their rebuttal of it was the person who called it. That was it the empress or the emperor at the time, and then he died. Like there was a lot of political, there's a big political situation at the time, and then when the council was called, 30 years later, in Nicaea too, it was a different emperor. So they were alluding to something that was kind of sketchy within that, and so that's why I wanted to
God
bring
uses
that up as
political
well.
leaders all the time, like Cyrus the Great.
Yeah.
Like there's nothing wrong with that. That's actually very consistent with the Bible. Like it's just
Yeah.
like that's one that really goes back on them, that kind of objection. Because it's like, what, you don't think God can use political leaders like how the Bible says?
Yeah, no, for sure.
Something I've noticed these guys like to do is they kind of completely extinguish the providence of God in history to
Have you guys look
to
are
facts. It's
familiar?
like, what you see in it's like what deconstructionists do. It's like everything is through some sort of psychoanalytical, socioeconomic, like all of the external factors makes the conclusions occur rather than like, yeah, actually the Holy Spirit acting through not only the fathers but the circumstances which led to the conclusion. Like they have a very almost like postmodern, like thick frame glasses, academic type of way of looking at
100%, dude.
history.
Yeah. I know that they're reading a book or a 5-volume series called Christ's Power or something like that written by a Baptist theologian. Have you guys heard about that? Like Christ's Power, and it's like a 5-part series that goes through the last 2,000 years.
I have not. What do you think about it?
I haven't particularly read it, but I know that that's something that like the men's group is going through right now, and I think they finished like the first book, which covers I think the first 300 years, so up until Nicaea. And then there's also a book that we went through together as we were meeting, talking about it's called Through Western Eyes by Lentham. Last name is Lentham, so it's pretty much like a reformed scholar, kind of analyzing Eastern Orthodoxy as trying to be as objective as he can in terms of just like, hey, this is what we believe, this is where we differ and where we're the same at. So, so yeah, I just wanted to come on real quick, just ask you guys kind of what you thought about that because I just honestly wasn't when they brought that up, I just wasn't aware of it. So I was like, oh, I don't know how to answer that. I'll look into it and go from there. So
do you have anything that unsettles you in the like positive direction? Like
yeah, I mean, no, that wasn't something that like really stumped me in the terms of like, oh yeah, maybe that is something that's that I should look into and that's doesn't make sense, or it was just something I honestly wasn't aware of, and I'm sure there was answers to it. I'm sure all of Eastern Orthodoxy is completely aware of this. I'm sure, you know, I don't know if they think that, but yeah, it wasn't anything that I thought was like, oh yeah, that's an issue. I just was more of like, oh, let me just learn about that. So
Yeah, there's an answer to it, right?
yeah, exactly.
But
And
I think
then, yeah.
what George was asking is like, is there anything that like kind of is pulling you towards orthodoxy, like apostolic succession or anything like really impactful that's kind of bringing you in the orthodox direction? Like, what is it?
Oh man, there's a plethora of things to be honest. I mean, ever since having children, it was just looking reevaluating a lot of the theology that I currently held. Not being too much aware of church history, the church fathers. I know that we have a bunch of access now to reading the church fathers, which is such a blessing in this time and age. And so
And
just
in
being able
English,
to,
yes.
yeah, just being able to do that, learn, you know, having a higher view of the Eucharist, having a higher view of the church and the structure of the church and whatnot, because I came from an, you know, became Christian during COVID, went to a independent fundamental Baptist church, then became more reformed in that, and then just over time just continuing to study, just, you know, stumbled upon Eastern Orthodoxy and was like, wow, this is interesting. Love learning about theology, and just over time it's just something I see as more um complete in its like system. You know, just makes more sense per se in terms of just the anthropology and salvation in of itself. And your video of the essence energy distinction is very helpful too, because that was
Oh,
something
thank you.
that was something that was very new, because you know, nothing, someone like myself who's never been exposed to it, you know, that type of, you know, doctrine of God. And so
Yeah,
yeah, it's very helpful.
it's a distinctive of Eastern Orthodoxy, and nobody
Definitely.
else has that.
Definitely. And then kind of like going in, I have a coworker who's Oriental Orthodox, which is funny. And so our, you know, our kind of friendly banter that we go back and forth, because it's, you know, obviously we're both very new in terms, I don't even think he's actually a catechumen yet. I think his girlfriend is. And so we're both like learning about it. At least he's learning about more Oriental Orthodox. I'm learning more about Eastern Orthodox. So it's kind of cool to just kind of have someone at work to talk to about it. So yeah, it's, you know, it's great. There's nothing really that's negative about it. I look forward to the debates that will continue to happen, and
There's
you
a
know,
ton of them coming up,
there's a
dude.
ton of
Like,
them. Yeah, exactly. So it'll be
yeah.
interesting. It was that one that just happened between I think Ajin and David, Aaron, I think.
Yeah.
Man, that one really makes me
It
feel
was
like I don't know anything.
a very technical one. That's
Very
for
tech. I
sure.
didn't realize you could debate over that for 4 hours. Oh, 3.5, 4 hours. So I just didn't know it went into that deep. So
on this, Second Actuality says Edward James' History of the Iconoclast Controversy is a standard historical reference for that. So
okay, I'll write that down. Controversy. Perfect. Sweet.
yeah.
Well, thank you guys so much. I really appreciate it, and I hope you guys have a great rest of your night.
Bet. Thank you. Cool guy. All right, George. Any last words, man?
No, thanks. It's good catching up with you.
Yeah, likewise,
You've been doing
man.
really well, so I wish you the best.
Thank you. Yeah, and guys, I'm not debating JP tomorrow. It'll be June 10th. This Friday, though, I will be debating on MDD. I'll be debating Method Ministries, Lucas Curcio, on whether justification is forensic. It is not forensic. So, all right, guys, I'm going to send you to Nikolai's. I mean, this should send you right over automatically. So, all right. Love you guys. Bye-bye.